Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto holding destiny with own two hands? Part 1, so buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. The attack was not unexpected. Konoha had been at war with Sound for 2 years now, and both sides knew it was past time for someone to make a move. Sure, there had been numerous skirmishes, countless sabotages. The words guerrilla warfare weren't just a topic for conversation, and the casualty list was in the high thousands for both sides. Still, there had been no full-out army against army battles of epic nature since the one that started this bloody war. Thus, when Jiraiya's spy network picked up word of an all-or-nothing attack, the Sannin rushed back with all due haste, not even stopping at one of the numerous bathhouses along the way. This was something he complained long and hard about with much vehemence in the following days. Less than 30 minutes after the report arrived, Konoha had stepped up her defenses. With the use of some well-placed earth jutsu, her walls were fortified. Oil vats were placed along the walls to pour out on the enemy below. Torches were scattered around to light up the oil, while spikes jutted out from the walls big enough to prevent walking up the impediment, small enough to keep one from using as ladders. While there had been no huge attacks, the smaller, combined attacks of Akatsuki and Orochimaru had dwindled their numbers, forcing Konoha to cut short free time, rest days, and to extend shifts to make up for it. Yet in spite of this, her guard was increased even more. But no one really complained. 2 years had stretched them all thin. The Akimichi clan was put in charge of gathering and hoarding the remaining food. Supplies, already rationed because of the war, were slimmed down, and things such as chocolate or milk became luxuries. People were given quick energy razors and things such as grain and bread to keep up their strength. Meat was almost unheard of, while ramen became quite popular. Under the watchful eyes of Jounin Harino Sakura and the Hokage's handmaiden, Shizen, medical supplies were gathered at a rapid speed. For 2 days, working from sunup to sundown, the medics gathered all the herbs in their greenhouses, concentrating on the blood-clotting herbs and nicotine. Bandages were made, and after careful calculation, the doctors spent time ripping up the bed sheets for more. Even towels were shredded. Water was drawn from the river and set to boil. Fires were stoked so that when the need would arise, the wounds of the injured could be treated quickly. Sakura, a renowned antivenom specialist, spent a lot of time ordering various antidotes, made according to Sound's modo de operandis. As the medic in charge of the hospital, Sakura quickly became pale as time out of the sun, not to mention the shortage of sleep, took its toll. Finally, Sai and Naruto marched her to her apartment, a small 3-room place set on the 5th story, and spent the night there to make sure she actually slept. The Nara clan was responsible for planning 200 strategies, as the Hokage wanted to be prepared for any and every situation. There was not a time of day when some Nara or the other was coming up with an idea to be looked over, criticized, questioned, and then rejected. Nara Shikamaru, a special jounin, because he was far too lazy to become anything more, was heard complaining loudly and enthusiastically for him that he was only getting 5 hours of sleep instead of his normal 14, and he was working constantly. His cloud watching time was drastically cut down, and who started these stupid wars anyway? Training was stepped up, and the grounds were not empty, be it day or night. There was always someone at the training fields, be it jounins, chunins, or genin teams. Everyone was ordered to log time. 3 people in particular spent the majority of their time there. Jounin Rock Lee, an A almost S-rank nin who was also known as the Konoha Semper, was the first and foremost of these 3. Lee, tall, lanky, and easily reaching past the 7-foot mark, dressed in a loose green outfit and dark hair, logged 14 hours a day non-stop. Occasionally the time log went up to 18 hours a day. However, no one raised their eyebrows, as the jounin's habits were well known. When Lee wasn't training by himself, he was generally training with his team, or with other teams that would come to him for advice. Despite Lee's known eccentric antics, he was the best person to go to if you wanted to learn quickly and efficiently. Inuzuka Kiba, a jounin marked as an rank, also known as Wolf Rider, was the second fervent trainer. He logged 13 hours regularly, and he would most likely have logged more, but Kiba had to take care of his pack. After all, he wasn't the head of his clan, but his mother's injuries had rendered her incapable, to put it tactfully, and Kiba had been saddled with a lot of responsibility. Sim had been attacked and mauled by the Sound Nin, who had decided that it would be crueler to let her live, and so had placed her in a position to be found by Konoha. Several blunt objects to the head had caused severe brain damage and swelling, so by the time she awoke she wasn't the person she used to be. After it became apparent that Inuzuka-san wouldn't be able to lead the clan through this war, Kiba's older sister Hana had stepped forward. However, Hana was still considered very young to be a clan leader, and soon Kiba found himself with a shoulder full of responsibility as he tried to juggle helping his clan, running more difficult missions for the village, and working with his team. The last ninja to book an unbelievable amount of time was one Uzumaki Naruto, S-rank jounin, whose nicknames were as diverse and random as the ninja himself, though he was listed in the bingo book as the Futon Rasen, having been named after his favorite technique. At the age of 18, almost 19, Uzumaki Naruto was the chosen replacement for the Godame. 2.5 years of training, followed by months of searching for and at times rescuing friends closely followed by the 2-year war had matured him a lot. True, he was still very carefree, but Tsunade had noted a growing responsibility in the boy, especially when it came to his duties. The jounin was hero-worshipped by the younger generation, who, spurred on by the stories from the Konohamaru Corps, had looked at him with awe-filled eyes ever since he had returned from the training. These rumors and stories had only grown after Naruto rescued the Kazekage and managed to infiltrate Orochimaru's lair, despite his failure to retrieve Sasuke. By the time he had finished with Akatsuki, Naruto was almost a legend to the academy students and new genins. Even among the newest chunins he was held in awe. Of course, most of the Konoha 12 were considered an elite branch of ninja who had been worthy enough to do so many great things that they were considered almost on par with demigods, much to Irika's amusement. No matter how much acknowledgement his students got, he would always see them as the runny-nosed punks who were perpetually skipping class. 2 weeks dragged on, and Jiraiya soon received the news that Orochimaru was on his way. Konoha sat tense and prepared, as inside her walls the shinobi sharpened their tools. They expected a large army, they expected casualties, they knew the destruction of buildings was inevitable, but none of them expected this. Front gate wall, 12:15. Naruto, jounin, future Rokudame, and platoon leader stood upon the reinforced walls of his village. Blue eyes, which some swore actually glowed at night, scanned the woods below. Keen eyes, sharpened by the mixture of 2 chakras, easily picked up the shapes and shadows of men, and a sharp nose was able to detect the scent of dry grass. He snarled. The moon, a small sliver pinned up in the sky, illuminated his face, highlighting blonde hair, tan skin and sharp red-flecked blue eyes. They're here, he thought darkly, and he licked his lips in anticipation. Already he could feel the churning of chakra inside of him, storming like the wind he was so well known for controlling. It raged and pounded, the bloodlust of his resident mixing with his own anxiety. A hand, small but callous, landed on his shoulder. He turned around to see Sakura watching him. Her heart-shaped face was shrouded in darkness, but his keen eyes easily made out her expression, eyebrows curved upwards. Her green eyes, practically glowing despite the darkness, were worried. Behind her, standing nonchalantly, Kakashi stood with his face buried in a book, not seeming to care that the village's greatest enemy was marshaled outside their walls, while Sai, whose face was blank, stood with his head cocked. He noiselessly walked over and put a foot on the ledge, leaning forward. Well, he cooed, sounding amused. Look who's here. Sai turned to Naruto, the smile playing on his mouth. What's the plan, O great and fearless leader? Naruto growled, his eyes sparking red glow. We'll send them back to sound with their tails between their legs. Weapons District 3. Sai, duck! Sakura's scream warned the dark-haired boy, and bending his knees sharply, he ducked as a blade passed through where his head had been. Sai cocked an eyebrow as he glanced at the 2 sound nines positioned before and behind him. Strange, he only remembered engaging one. Sai resisted the urge to sigh. Calling for reinforcements? You coward! Sai almost grinned. Then, in a blur of black cloth and hair, he disappeared. The sound nines gasped. Where'd he go? The swordsman spun around, his sword outstretched before him. The other man glanced nervously around, looking over his shoulder twice just to make sure that the stray cat which emerged triumphantly from the garbage, prize fish bone in mouth, wasn't the painter. Then, like lighting from above, Sai flew down, his katana already drawn. He sliced one man on the descent, his blade going through the neck and shoulder as he landed in a crouch. Resting his weight on his right foot and balancing on his toes and a hand, he swept his left foot around and tripped the second nin. When the sound nin was on the ground, the cool silver blade slammed through his chest and heart, killing him instantly. Blood trailed on the ground, its slow, thick, curling patterns almost making a design as it ran down the cracks between tiles. Sai looked at the body solemnly, his eyes dull. For once a smile was absent from his face, and his lips almost seemed to be turned down. At that moment, he almost seemed sad, if that were possible. Then, as if a mask had settled over his face, he smiled. Too slow. Bakas! His face became somber once again. Gomenasai. He bowed to the bodies, and after using one man's shirt to clean his blade, he turned away. There were other battles to fight, and no time to pity the dead. Weapons District 3, Sakura grunted as she slammed into the wall behind her. This was just not her day. The man in front of her was strong, his muscle strength being equal to her chakra-enforced punch. Almost. However, Sakura noted, he was stupid and slow. Several times she was almost at his mercy, but he had let her go, perhaps not even noticing her vulnerability. Sakura snorted. She must be getting tired to be getting whacked by this tub of lard. Of course, she reminded herself, she had been fighting steadily for 10 hours. 10 hours of genjutsu, taijutsu, and medical jutsu, with a little ninjutsu sprinkled for flavor. 10 hours of keeping her team in line. 10 hours of watching Sai's back and worrying about Naruto and Kakashi. 10 hours of watching comrades die. Sakura tactfully ignored the annoying voice that sounded a lot like Sai, which was telling her that girls half her age were keeping up better than this, and she must be getting old. Sakura stood up. She was so gonna kick this fat tub's butt, and then she was gonna go get a refresher. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Sakura placed her fists in a Street Fighter position, with her feet spread apart slightly and her hands in loose fists, and moved forward. The big man laughed. Weak. You're so weak. You think a little thing like you can go against the Rock? The man looked her over. Sakura sighed mentally, deciding that she really couldn't blame the man for calling her that after the way she had been fighting. However, if he said what he was thinking, she wouldn't forgive him. You're a pretty thing. Why don't you come with me back to Sound? I'll even let you live as part of the deal. Sakura flushed. He said it. I can't believe he said it. He's old enough to be my dad. EW, shut up. You think I'm going to become your little whore? Think again. Sakura sprang forward, her eyes glinting. First of all, I'm not that kind of girl. Second of all, who would do that with you? The man reddened in anger. How dare this little talk to him like that? He would show her. Reaching out, he grabbed her extended hand, swung around 2 times to get momentum, and flung her to the far wall. Smirking in smug satisfaction, he didn't notice the small slips of paper falling at his feet, nor the girl landing in a crouch against the wall. Her fingers came up in a seal and she sprang over the man, her white coat streaming behind her. Shuriken were hurled at him as Sakura gave a sharp kai. The mini explosives detonated and the big man howled as his feet were blown from under him. His distraction cost him his life as the shuriken embedded itself deep into his skull. Sakura landed on the ground upright, her coat brushing against her heels. She sighed tiredly, rubbing her shoulder. That took far too long. 4 minutes. Bah! She spat out a mouthful of blood and dirt and pulled off a white glove. I must be getting old. Or rusty. She paused, her face screwed up in thought for a second, her hand frozen in the middle of shaking out her glove. Rusty. Definitely rusty. Slipping on the glove again, and slapping her hands together, she nodded firmly as she turned around, only to duck away from the fist flying at her. The punch landed in the wall, smashing brick and mortar. Tile crashed against the road and shattered. Sakura pushed Chakra to her feet and jumped into the air over the other kunoichi. She released her last batch of explosive slips, only for a Kwarmi no Jutsu to carry the enemy away from danger. Sakura swore. That had been her last batch, and those things were expensive. She landed, her eyes darting this way and that, chakra senses extended fully. And then she was flying, her cheek stinging from the fist that had implanted itself on her face. She hit the ground rolling, her training kicking in as she let herself roll to a standstill. Slowly, the pink-haired teenager pushed herself onto her knees and looked up, her eyes darkened. She knew that punch, Urichi. Venom dripped off the word, and Sakura's green eyes flashed killer intent. The green-haired kunoichi grinned. Hello? Dash. Sai paused, his brush still on the piece of parchment. That chakra. He spun, his previous enemy quickly vanquished by the 2 flying eagles he had summoned. Sakura. He spotted her, her pink hair making her quite distinctive against the force of brown and black-haired shinobi separating them. Eyes scanned her location, spotting her opponent easily. Urichi. Urichi was a Sound Nin, one of Orochimaru's elite, and a chosen replacement for the Sound 4. Almost 2 years ago, on a raid to retrieve enemy plans, she and Sakura had met in a clash of legendary scale. Both girls had similar pasts, similar fighting styles and similar loves. Naruto had once semi-jokingly stated that they were each other's dark sides brought to life. However, even this had a serious undertone. Sai knew that none of Team Kakashi would forget when Sakura had snapped, becoming nothing more than a twisted, darker image of her former self. In that time, nearly everyone had despaired of her returning to the Sakura they knew, and it had taken every ounce of Two Blondes' optimism for her to shatter that side of her. Sai knew that even now Sakura feared reverting to the monster she had become. As he grimly watched the two shinobi pound each other, Sai sent up a silent prayer to anyone who was listening. Be careful, old hag. It was a clash of titans. Fists demolished stone and wood, and bodies were thrown high into the air, only to be sent back to earth with resounding kicks. Chakra scalpels cut tendons, muscles, and organs, while healing hands mended them just as fast. Taunts, curses, and blood filled the air, and dust, kicked up in the scuffle, made breathing hard. Sakura landed, her hair blowing around her face, having come loose from the senbon she used to pin it up. Her opponent was getting angry, and Sakura, knowing after years of dealing with her rival, knew that when Yurichi got angry one of two things happened: she got careless, or she became more cunning. It was a gamble Sakura was taking, and she prayed that her luck was better than her sure shows. The leaf nin's eyes narrowed and she disappeared. Yurichi hissed. Running away again? Coward! You're a disgrace to the ninja name. Silence. Yurichi spun on her heels, her eyes flitting over the rubble, and then the missing nin felt pain rip through her chest, spreading like fire to her lungs. She gagged and blood colored the already stained tiles. Sakura, sunk halfway into the ground with a rock jutsu, had pushed a well-placed chakra scalpel in Yurichi's chest. Rising quickly so as to catch Yurichi off guard, she swung her fist and punched the enemy nin into the air. Leaping after her, Sakura drove her heel into Yurichi's solar plexus. The missing nin oofed and went crashing back to earth. As she lay there, stunned, Sakura, her green eyes glistening in anticipation, picked up a rather large rafter, fully intending to crush her rival where she lay. Yurichi, reading Sakura's intentions, threw her head back and laughed darkly. Sakura froze, eyes wide. Oh! Yurichi chuckled, the little blossom has grown some fangs. Or is it thorns? She glanced up, her brown eyes narrowed in amusement. Going dark, are we? Sakurura-chan, front gate. Team 8, previously known as Team Kurenai until their sensei was killed in an attack soon after her lover's death, stood ready at the gate of the city. Surprisingly, the gate hadn't been attacked yet except for in small forces. Indeed, it had been decided that this was the place that was least attacked, and thus many of the tired troops were being sent here to rest up. Team 8 was on their second round. However, Hinata, tall and willowy, her form the envy of many women, watched apprehensively. It looked like their well-deserved rest was going to be cut short. Kiba was astride his mighty, gigantic dog Akamaru, who was even larger than 2 years previously. Kiba still claimed that he couldn't see it, after which Naruto had politely suggested that he go to Sakura to get his eyes checked. The dark-haired boy grinned savagely as he watched the approaching sound nin. Shino! You getting this? Let's make a bet. Whoever gets the most sound nin wins. And loser has to buy the winner sake for a month. He laughed uproariously. Shino sighed, his bugs buzzing quietly. This would be childish. Instead, we should focus on our job. Setting foolish goals of short-term work such as this is something only genins would do. And also, I do not drink sake. Instead, if I win, you buy Hinata and I a free meal. What? Kiba protested. Do I look like I'm made of money to you? He grinned. You're on. Hinata watched her teammates turn brothers in amusement. She knew very well what Shino was doing. Kiba, for all his good points, was hot-headed and sometimes easily unfocused on real goals. Something like this would aid him in staying clear-headed. Especially with such a large amount of money on the line. The war had been going on for 2 years. Sieges, sabotages, a decrease in shipping, and the sheer number of villagers no longer planting and growing food had cut down the food supply to the bare minimum. Despite the Akimichi family's best efforts, only a small percentage of the warehouses in Konoha were full. Food had become more valuable than gold. On the other hand, sake had thrived. Sake dulled hunger, warmed you on cold nights. It was cheap and easy to find. You could share sake, while food was hoarded. For 1 plate of food, you could buy 14 bottles of sake. Thus, Hinata thought in amusement, Kiba's distress over Shino's bargain. Food for 3 was a small fortune nowadays. Silver eyes, large and luminescent, zeroed into the suddenly close enemy nin. Shapely eyebrows curved downwards. Kiba! Shino! The boys stopped their playful bickering, instantly becoming alert. It was time. Blood filled the air. Residential Area 16. Naruto growled, his frustration and impatience getting the best of him, before he kicked off the wall where he sat, perpendicular to the ground, and flung himself at the 2 twin sound nin. His hand was stiffly outstretched, the wind running across the sides of his fingers forming a sharp blade. With 2 swipes he had pierced one man's heart, and cut through the lungs of the other. The enemy fell to the ground as Naruto landed in a kneel, his black and orange trench coat billowing behind him before settling on the ground like a train. However, not 6 seconds had passed before the men were on their feet again. Naruto swore darkly. Why can't you just die? Now, began one, his brown eyes twinkling merrily. A smile played around his mouth. Why would we, continued the other, his long, shoulder-length brown hair twisting around him, do something as stupid as that? They chorused, lifting their knives. Now you on the other hand? The first one trailed off suggestively. That was definitely a smirk. Naruto could have sworn again, but he settled for hissing. He abruptly back-flipped onto his feet and changed stances so that his weight was balanced on the balls of his feet, which were wide spread apart, so that his shoulders were straight and upright. His hand moved rapidly. Tiger, boar, dragon, horse, tiger. The wind picked up and began to spin around him. Leaves and dirt lifted as the tornado tore into the ground. It spun around the blonde, the sand staying away from him as if hitting an invisible shield. Futon, kaze kansei, wind trap. The wind moved. It circled around the brothers, trapping them inside, cutting them with the dirt and chakra-charged leaves whenever they tried to move. Dust attacked their eyes, stung against bare skin. Leaves, charged with chakra so as to be as sharp as razors, cut glancing blows into their torso, arms and legs, ripping their skin and clothes to shreds. Naruto, his own clothing battered by the wind, reached out a hand. Futon, kaze tuken, wind swords. The wind, still circling the brothers like a cyclone, reached out and pierced them like 1,000 blades. It caught their bodies as they fell and sent them flying in opposite directions. One brother managed to stay conscious long enough to glance at his twin, horror, dread and dismay filling his face. However, his strength soon gave out and he collapsed into the dust. After 2 minutes, and they still didn't return to their feet, Naruto relaxed. He slumped slightly, and moved backwards to lean against the nearby wall. Twins. Brothers. Why did he always get stuck with the emotion-provoking enemies? Sakura never got trapped with 6-year-old killing machines, or confused teens in their rebellious years. Kakashi never had to face revenge-obsessed idiots who thought Orochimaru could give them power. Okay, except for Sasuke, but he didn't count. At least, he consoled himself, they had died together. He turned away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Dodged the knife. The future Rokudaime hurled himself into a somersault. He came up running. Chakra-filled feet carried him up a wall and helped him fling himself over the brothers' heads to land behind them. That was very, very mean, little shinobi. The brothers were angry. Well, at least he had gotten an emotion other than amusement, Naruto noted, pleased with himself. The next second he was scowling again. Kyuso. How had they survived? Naruto had aimed at every single vital spot. You nearly killed him. One brother growled. This gave the blonde-haired jounin a pause. Why would he be so upset? Why was he so worried? Could he use it to beat them? Did it relate to their survival? It couldn't be. Unless. He felt like hitting himself, muttering curses, some of which made the brother on the right raise an eyebrow. He glanced over at them. What are your names? He asked, even while getting ready for his next attack. The brothers were taken aback. Names? One repeated, glancing at the other. Why would a leaf shinobi be interested in this? We are tools, all of us. We have no need for names. Naruto paused. You don't have a name? His eyes softened. Monster, idiot, doe. Only no one should be without a name. Demon. You there, the brother on the left scowled. We are merely Orochimaru's experiments, tools at his disposal. Names are unnecessary. Names cause attachments. However, Naruto noticed sadly that he seemed unconvinced of what he was saying, as if he were simply repeating something said 100 times before and desperately trying to believe it. Do you really think that? Or is that just something Orochimaru told you? Naruto was beginning to regret starting this conversation. Better to keep to taunts or insults. Better to not sympathize. Better to not have feelings of compassion. How old are you? This time the brother on the right answered. Why do you want to know? This will give you no advantage over us. In fact, Naruto didn't know why he was doing this. To prove a point? To try to convert some sounding? To understand? It wouldn't give an advantage. Naruto replied seriously. However, he smiled brightly. I have a friend who you remind me of. I guess I just want to see if. He stopped, deciding that this type of conversation would get him nowhere. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm 18, almost 19, and hopefully, I'm gonna be Hokage. Naruto laughed, savoring the confusion on the brothers' faces. I guess I should name you, huh? Well. He glanced between them. You on the right. I guess that mark on your face isn't gonna heal, so. The brother, startled, reached up a hand to touch his face, his eyes showing a hint of fear. I'll call you Zanato. Zanato's eyes became wide. Boy, kid sure startled easily. Naruto turned away. And your twin? Well, I guess you opposed to the term team. So. Nashiato. Both brothers exchanged looks. What are you trying to do? They chorused. Name you, Naruto answered nonchalantly, putting his hands behind his head. And why are you doing that? They deadpanned. Naruto paused and glanced at them, his gaze piercing and unreadable. Because no one should go through life or death without a name. Now, he straightened and grinned cheerfully. Let's see how you survive decapitation, shall we? Residential Area 14. Kakashi glanced up from the dead bodies of his enemies to see Naruto strolling toward him. Oh? Finally finished? It took you longer than usual. Shut up. What's your status? Are you injured? Kakashi stared at him. What? Naruto rubbed an arm across his cheek. Do I have something on my face? No. Kakashi smiled sheepishly. It's just strange to hear you sound intelligent. Oh. Naruto rolled his eyes and nodded sagely. Sai can grow a personality. Sakura can actually grow a figure. You can arrive slightly on time, but I can't be smart. He glared at his sensei. Where, exactly, is the logic in that? No logic. Kakashi's eyes turning into upside-down U's. Only reason, the younger Jounin growled. Sensei, Kakashi laughed, waving his hands submissively. Just kidding, just kidding. The men began walking, scanning left and right for any concealed ninja, their eyes darting to any shadow or movement. Trash blew across the road, and a popkin rocked slightly up ahead. So, how do you beat them? Who? Naruto asked. Boys of regeneration back there. Oh. Them. Naruto's face was blank. Then he smiled brightly and shrugged his shoulders. I didn't. Kakashi face vaulted. What? Front gate. Hinata gasped, trying to suck in any oxygen that she could. It hurt. Kami, it hurt. Her ribs were broken and every breath of air brought into her lungs rubbed against them. Hinata knew that pretty soon she would be risking a punctured lung as well. Bruises covered her face and torso, gifts courtesy of a rather nasty Rockneen turned sound. Her ears were ringing, and a rather annoying nosebleed just wouldn't stop. Hinata snorted to herself, wincing at the pain. Wouldn't that be a dignified death worthy of the Hyuga head? Death by nosebleed. Not. Her legs seemed to have turned into jelly, and Hinata couldn't stop her descent onto the ground. Hinata! Are you okay? Kiba-kun. Hinata glanced up at her leather-clad teammate. She schooled her face to be jovial. I am fine. You, just great. He smirked. Final count, 87. He glanced up over her head. What about you, tough guy? Can you compete with the king? I find myself at the humble number of 94. Shino said calmly, coming up to stand behind her. Was Hinata imagining it, or was that sound satisfaction? Of course, anyone would be satisfied to put that look on Kiba's face. What? The Inuzuka floundered, his hands motioning frantically, his mouth moving soundlessly. How? He finally gasped. Hinata hid a smile, and knew that Shino was using his large collar to do the same. There was no question if Shino was cheating. Shino didn't cheat. Do not worry, Kiba-kun. Hinata rushed to encourage him. There are still many hours left in this day. I am sure that you will be able to narrow the score. Hinata's kind words only seemed to depress the wolf rider even more. Even Hinata's against me. Hinata! Kiba groaned, face palming himself. Shino sighed. Come now, Kiba. This was only a bet. You will not pay much. Ha! Have you seen how much your bugs eat? Kiba retorted hotly. For the first time, Shino's face flashed with annoyance. Insects. Not bugs. Insects. Baka. Hinata grinned, even as she cringed inside from the pain of taking breath. If she could only hold on just a little bit longer. Just a little bit. Residential Area 1, 12 hours. 12 hours of blood, sweat, and tears. 12 hours of battle. Tsunade grunted as she slammed her foot into an approaching enemy. Heh. Of course the Hokage has to get involved. Because nothing about the Hokage job is ever easy. Because that would just be too unfair. Another building crashed into rubble, and Tsunade could feel her pocketbook getting lighter. She jumped onto a wall. Shock. Astonishment. They riveted through her in waves. This was Konoha? This was her beautiful village. What? What the had happened to it? So few buildings remained standing. Bodies covered the ground like fleas on a dog. Blood ran freely, the ground so soaked with it that it couldn't absorb more. The streets and walls were literally stained with red. Kami. Tsunade breathed. Was there anyone left? Panic seized her for a second. Where was Naruto? Where was Sakura? Calm down, They're very capable. Sakura'll take care of Naruto. Don't worry. And they have Kakashi inside with them. Now, what about the others? What about? Tsunade froze. For one instant her senses stretched out to their limits. The next instant, she was airborne, flinging herself headlong off the wall. Orochimaru's sword sliced into the place where she had been standing, leaving a deep gash. Oh. Feeling lucky? Tsunade sneered, her lip curling back in plain distaste. The sound of wood clicking against tile and the brush of familiar chakra alerted her to Jiraiya's presence. Well, she quipped. If it isn't the perverted traitor. Strange, I thought you would be back at home playing with your boy toys. Pedophile, Jiraiya guffawed behind her, even as Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Such a pity, Haim. I didn't think you would descend to the level of the idiot behind you. Such humor is below you. Tsunade tsh'd, looking to the side, and Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Okay, let's get this on with. I got places to be, people to see. Especially, Tsunade glared at him, and he cut himself off sharply. Let's just get one with it. Weapons District 3. Sakura swore loudly as she slammed her fist into the ground. The earth splintered and shattered. Yuruchi lurched, swearing vilely as she grabbed for a handhold. Sakura quickly made seals and plunged her hands into the ground, turning the earth before her into quicksand. However, Yuruchi was able to rise above it, hurling herself over Sakura's head. She flipped, her heels digging into the back of Sakura's head, flinging her forward. Swinging around, she roundhouse kicked Sakura up into the air. The Konoha Jounin felt herself hurl through the air. Then pain blossomed through her side, ballooning from her chest, sparking down to her kidneys. Blood, red and bright, pulsed from her lips, dribbling down her chin to trail down her neck. Sakura swallowed, choking down her desire to cough. She looked down and became pale. When Yuruchi had kicked her, Sakura had flown to one of the shattered roofs. A rafter, splintered and pointed, was positioned in exactly the right position to stab her on her landing. She was impaled on the rafter. Haruno gasped in shock and pain. Her mind, trained and accustomed to analytical assessments, quickly diagnosed her situation. The rafter was large, probably having pierced her intestines and breached her lungs. Her kidneys. They hurt, but they wouldn't kill her. No, her greatest problem was, well, several things. Choking on her blood, intestines falling out, bleeding out. Was her sternum damaged? No, it wasn't. Good, that meant that she wouldn't die the moment she was off the post. What was her chakra situation? Well, Sakura could answer that question immediately. It was poor. Very poor. She only had a small percent, perhaps 2 or 3, before she entered into chakra exhaustion. It would be great to heal her wounds only to die from that, now, wouldn't it? A dark chuckle reminded her suddenly of why she was here, suspended 10 feet off the ground, and hanging from a rafter. Yuruchi, madness and bloodlust dancing across her face, her eyes dark and dangerous. Her lips were stretched into a feral grin, heaves which lifted her chest up and down, also bringing dark laughter. From her ankle, spreading like a whirlwind of cherry petals, the dark marks of a cursed seal crept up her leg and across her face and body. Looking into the countenance of her now insane rival, Sakura swallowed thickly. This had just gotten more complicated. Hokage Tower 1. Sarutobi Konohamaru, a young Chunin dressed in the normal Chunin vest and a blue scarf, ran down the streets. He had just come from the Hokage area. However, it was now, as were many areas, either overrun or a silent battlefield filled only with the carcasses of the dead. The Chunin coughed. Many of those corpses were friends. Some family, some were closer than brothers. Udon. Smart, clumsy, snotty Udon, whose mathematical mind had always figured interesting ways out of many situations. Gone. Just like Ebisu-sensei, pervert that he was. Why was the road so blurry? Thud, 2 bodies slammed into each other before falling to the gory ground. In a flash, both were standing, kunai drawn, stances prepared. However, the bodies froze suddenly. Moegi, Konohamaru, the Chunin teammates stared at each other for a second, before the boy rushed forward to support Moegi as she slumped, her hand pressed against her side. What are you doing out here? I thought I told you to get away from the Hokage area, and since when, Moegi muttered, standing up straight, have I ever listened to you? She snorted, placing a hand on her side. Besides, despite what it may seem, it is only a surface wound. It is not life-threatening. It is certainly no reason to have your teammate dragged off by some genin to a medical area so that you and Udon can go off and fulfill the call of your testosterone. Moegi paused, her face flushed. She had been poking him in the chest, becoming more aggressive with each hit. Then she looked around. Where's Udon? Is he coming along? She turned to Konohamaru, her eyes meeting his. She froze. He didn't know what his face looked like. He didn't know if his eyes darkened, or if his face paled, or if his jaw tightened. He didn't know if she could sense the cold feeling that seemed to wrap around his throat, soak his stomach and steal the strength from his bones. However, whatever she saw, Konohamaru knew that it was enough. She fell silent, except for a quiet, "Oh God, not him too. Not him." They stood there, Moegi staring at the ground before her, face white except for 2 red spots right on her cheeks. Her bottom lip was caught between her teeth, and Konohamaru knew the signs well enough to know she was trying not to cry. Her back straightened. At least, he won't have to see what's become of us. What would become of us? Konohamaru protested. Don't talk like that. You still haven't seen what Nissan will do. And I don't intend to die until I see Naruto on that mountain as the Rokudaime. And certainly not until I see my face on there right beside him. So, don't give up. He turned away, flinging his scarf over his shoulder. He turned away muttering, "Tch, this thing is so troublesome." That's my line. Hanging out with Shikamaru much, Konohamaru-kun? Konohamaru and Moegi turned around to see 2 jounins. Or rather a jounin and a half walking up to them. "Shikamaru! Ino!" Moegi cheered. "We lost track of you. Where's Cho?" She stopped, wondering if perhaps she shouldn't ask that. However, when Ino rolled her eyes and Shikamaru sighed as if the world was looking at him to hold it on his shoulders, she grinned. "He's taking a breather, eh? Never mind that." Sarutobi cut in. "We need to get you to the hospital, Mo." And then, the female Chunin rolled her eyes and hit him on the shoulder with a clenched fist. "Stop that, I told you I'm fine." "Konohamaru," the Sarutobi felt himself fall. Pain. She actually hit him. Right there. On the wound. Ouch. He thought absently. Hands caught him and lowered him to the ground where he could lean against the nearby wall. It was dark. Why? Oh, my eyes are closed. Blurry vision. The outline of a head. Blue eyes. A halo of gold hair. Ino. Moegi. She was talking. Always. Talking, he winced, and you were lecturing me about going to the hospital. You hypocrite. Cheat. Liar. Deceiver. Insensitive gout. How could you? We need to get you to a hospital. The medic center, it's no good. Ino broke in, unzipping Konohamaru's Chunin vest. We just came from there. It's completely overrun. Deft hands exposed the large wound that cut into his shoulder and down his chest. However, while I'm nowhere near Sakura's skill, I have some training. I'll do what I can. Near Residential Area 1, Shizen gasped, her eyes staring at the battle in front of her. This could be a war in itself. 3 Kage-level nins of equal power. A triangle. Not one greater than the other. Shizen watched, her eyes wide as they battled. Never before had she seen them this passionate about winning. Jiraiya wasn't as good as he used to be. His injuries, courtesy of Akatsuki 2 years prior, still hampered him. After all, one didn't just recover from being dead for 18 minutes, an unheard of record, then having a boatload of chakra pumped into you from 2 very panicked sources, Tsunade and Naruto, and then be nearly killed again, not 6 weeks afterwards by a vengeful Akatsuki in the final battle, as it was affectionately named. Or, as Naruto called it, the final battle to end all battles and help us save the world from being taken over by crazed, power-hungry maniacs with gender issues. However, that was an incredibly long title, so after being pounded by Sakura, Naruto had agreed to the final battle. This was much to Sai's disappointment, as he had already made the banner. Tsunade was slower than 2 years before, stress, age, and an overabundance of sake taking their toll. Her movements were slow, but her hits still packed a punch. However, Shizen and Sakura knew what no one else did. Tsunade was losing her eyesight. Her peripheral vision was fading quickly, and her left eye had lost depth measurement. Orochimaru, on the other hand, looked as good as he always did. Shizen, after watching her mistress being hurled headlong into a wall, clenched her teeth. This battle wasn't going to turn out like the last battle. Not if she could help it. She gritted her teeth and threw herself off of the wall. She was halfway to her mistress when a hand wrapped around her ankle and flung her to the ground. She smashed into the gravel spectacularly. Her face quickly turned raw with scrapes. TSK, a smooth voice reproved. A little girl like you shouldn't get caught up in the debates of adults. Why not come play with me instead? Shizen grunted, gravel biting into her face before she pushed herself up. Kabuto. You low-down, slimy, double-crossing, two-faced traitor, Kabuto grinned, unruffled as he pushed up his glasses. It's so nice to hear the last words of a friend, Shizen sneered. That's nice. However, I could never be friends with a medic who so abuses his art. Nor will I die to one. Kabuto raised an eyebrow. Well, when you meet Kami face to face, you can complain to him. Shizen watched him warily, knowing she was no match for him. He was younger, more skilled, and had regeneration ability. He was also more brutal, had killed more, and he wouldn't hesitate. She knew, as she studied him closely looking for a weakness, any weakness, she was going to die. But maybe, just maybe, she would take him with her. Shizen rose to her feet, determined to meet her death fighting. Tsunade gasped as her handmaiden's chakra signature disappeared. Shizen's signature had been implanted into Tsunade's mind from the day Shizen had come up to her, bag over her shoulder, hair stuck to her face, and had told her flatly that, no, she was going into exile with Tsunade, and nothing the drunk blonde could say or do would stop her. If she had to, she would just follow behind by a day until Tsunade eventually had to say yes. Looking into the wide, dark eyes, and seeing the reflection of her fiancé in the passion held there had made her say nonchalantly agree, expecting the girl to give up in a month. She never expected to gain a life companion, and now, she watched helplessly as her friend, surrogate daughter, niece, and companion fell to the dust. Those same eyes, once so filled with heartfelt passion, so often filled with concern and exasperation, were now dulled. No! Tsunade felt a piece of her heart die as she saw the limp figure. She had so many things she wanted to do. Open a tea shop, have a dog, be able to sleep in 2 days in a row. Marry that one punk. Genma. It's not fair. Not fa. Tsunade. Move. Jiraiya's warning barely came in time and Tsunade sank into the ground as the large snake landed where she had stood. When she rose again, dirt sticking onto her face where her tears had trailed, she heard the sound of Orochimaru's snickering. Getting old, Tsunade? You should pay more attention to your surroundings. After all, that just might kill you someday. In his glee, Orochimaru failed to notice the growing shadow until it was nearly too late. Gamabunta landed where Orochimaru had stood just moments before. Setting his foot up, he rested an elbow on it, and with a smirk stated, "Better pay more attention to your surroundings, Orochimaru. That just might kill you someday." As Orochimaru growled, Tsunade looked at the body of her handmaiden, noticing with pride that she had taken Kabuto down with her. Slowly, she looked over her village. This was her home. Hers, Orochimaru. She hissed, causing both men to look at her. "I think today would be a great day for there to be only 2 Sanins, don't you think?" She turned her head to glare at him, her forehead marked with seals. The sound of a summoning broke the silence. Close to Weapons District 3, Kakashi and Naruto landed close to where they sensed Sai and Sakura. 10 minutes before they had felt Sakura's chakra spike in a way they hadn't sensed since. That time, Kakashi reached up to his ear mic, which was, for once, clear as hundreds of chakra explosions, spikes, and failings contributed to interference on the headset. However, at this distance, it was likely that Sai would be able to hear them. Sai, Sakura, report. They continued to walk down the remains of what once was the main street. Except for the sounds of occasional explosions, screams, and jutsu in the distance, all was silent. Sai, Sakura, this is Kakashi. Code in. Static. Naruto glanced at him, his eyes concerned. No answer? Kakashi glanced at him, and then tapped the mic again. Haruno, Sakura, Sai, report. What is your status? This, Sai. Brea up. Locat, weapon shop. Status. Tired but well. By this time, the other half of Team Kakashi was already on the move. Keep speaking, Sai. We're coming to you. How's Sakura? I'm fine. Sakura's voice came clearly over the mic. Just. Having a little. There was a large crash and the sound of a wall crumbling. Naruto glanced up to see one of the few walls left in Konoha collapse. Trouble with a gnat. Sai, what are you doing? Naruto asked, finally turning on his own headset. Are you in combat? Negative. I'm just watching 2 ugly hags have a cat fight to prove their superiority to the common dust mop using housewife. As Kakashi and Naruto exchanged sweat-dropped, deadpan looks, they heard the roar of, What? Come here and say that to my face, you. You're supposed to be on my side, you two timing, double-faced. Naruto rolled his eyes. Well, that answers who she's fighting. You'd think she'd learn not to get so emotionally involved. Kakashi snorted. Pot. Kettle. You get emotionally involved if you just see someone you think you recognize. And what about those twins? Naruto glanced at him. No comments from the ramen gallery, please. A spike of chakra, so strong that it was nearly suffocating, swept over them and Naruto froze, his face becoming an inexpressive mask. His eyes darkened and became red while his face twisted. Orochimaru. The blonde crouched and vanished, appearing several yards away only to vanish again. Naruto, wait! Kakashi yelled, running forwards a few paces. However, the blonde ninja either didn't hear him or chose to disregard the call. Growling in exasperation, Kakashi reached over and tapped on his headset. Sai, Sakura, the Sanins are fighting. Sai, help Sakura end that fight soon. I'm gonna go after a certain knucklehead. Acknowledged. Tsunade-sama? Understood. Naruto sprang from rubble pile to rubble pile. His teeth gritted. His eyes were narrowed. Ba-chan. Ero-senin. Don't do anything stupid. Don't die, Tsunade gasped, her chest heaving. I'm getting too old for this. Her weary eyes met those of Jiraiya. He was badly hurt. He had taken 2 strikes by Orochimaru's sword to the chest. One arm was nearly severed. He wouldn't last long without help. She wasn't doing too well herself. Her regeneration jutsu, while giving her an extra boost for a while, was beginning to drain her. She was running low on chakra. She knew she had at least 4 broken ribs. Internal bleeding definite. However, she derived satisfaction from the fact that Orochimaru wasn't doing so well either. His breath was coming in wheezes. One of his arms was disabled, a fair exchange for Jiraiya's limp one. A bad limp slowed down his movements. She was sure that she had given him some internal bleeding with that last punch. However, he still had more reserves in chakra than her, and a greater number of jutsu. Jiraiya had more chakra than the both of them. She had more control than both of them combined. Snake trumps frog, frog trumps slug, slug trumps snake. More jutsu, more control, more chakra. We really were the 3 parts of a whole. Where did it go wrong? Where did we fail? Orochimaru started laughing. The sound grated on Tsunade's ears. He sounded insane, like a maniac. This has been very fun. However, I think it's time I wrap this up, don't you think? He reached up a pale hand to his face and pulled. Skin came off like rubber, revealing a very familiar face. Say hello to your old comrade. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto landed in a crouch, his hands brushing against the ground. His trench coat trailed behind him, its orange flames kicking up dust. His cat eyes easily picked up the signs of battle. Fresh blood, not yet brown with the setting of the sun, led him to what used to be a busy, crowded living area. Now, it was an open field. He arrived just in time to see a blur drive a long sword into the godame. Tsunade's eyes opened wide in shock. Her lips parted as if exhaling. Her eyes met those of her attacker, and for a second she pretended she could almost see regret. Why? She gasped. Why? Orochimaru didn't answer except to withdraw his sword. She fell to the ground lifeless. It was about then that Naruto took in the face of her killer. Sasuke! No, not Sasuke, Naruto realized as the figure turned towards him slowly. Sasuke's eyes had never been that cruel. That hostile. Even at the end, the last time Naruto had seen him, his eyes had been cold. Dead. They had never been hate-filled except when directed towards the disaster that was Itachi. Sasuke's companions, what remained of them, had already disbanded. Only he had remained, 2 years ago, 1 mile from Konoha. What are you going to do now? The dark-haired teen didn't answer. He just stood with his head bowed and his gaze fixed on the ground. Naruto came to stand beside him, putting an arm on his shoulder. You know that you can always come back with us, right? The Chunin didn't want to force him. He didn't want to make Sasuke feel trapped. Cornered, Naruto sighed and flopped onto the ground. 2.5 years ago he had returned from his trip with Jiraiya. 2 years and 4 months ago, they heard that Sasuke had found his brother. However, Naruto had been called off the search to save Jiraiya, who had foolishly gone into Akatsuki's lair to face pain alone. However, he had heard from Sai that, after fighting through Sasuke's companions, they had arrived to see him standing over his brother, the sword held at his throat. He let him live. Even now, Naruto didn't know why. 2 months later, Sasuke paid Naruto a visit. It lasted only 5 minutes, but it was enough for Naruto to see something was missing in Sasuke's eyes. Purpose. The visits became more regular. 5 minutes became 10, 10 became 15, and 15 became 30. Naruto never told Sakura and Kakashi except for days after, when he knew Sasuke wasn't going to come back. He didn't know why not. Naruto knew that Sakura still loved Sasuke. However, despite how much he looked for it, Naruto didn't see any hint of Sasuke returning those feelings. Until now, Bachan wouldn't be opposed to it. And well, your name will slip you by the elders. Naruto trailed off. The fact is, I still think of you as my best friend. Sasuke stiffened, the first sign of emotion Naruto had seen in, well, a long time. Black eyes met blue. A second seemed to become a day. In Sasuke's eyes, Naruto saw a kaleidoscope of emotions. Pain, longing, betrayal, hope, despair. Then they hardened. Sorry, Naruto. Sasuke turned away. Can't go back to Konoha. That ship sailed a long time ago. He paused. For what it's worth. You were my best friend too, and Sakura? Sasuke paused again. Perhaps it's best if she moves on. I'm not who she thinks I am. Yes, you are. Naruto said softly, not looking up at the dark-haired teen. Sasuke didn't answer. Goodbye, Naruto. Become a great Hokage. 2 years ago, the war on Konoha started. Orochimaru had returned, and now, no. Naruto shook his head. You're not Sasuke. Orochimaru. He bared his teeth. How did you survive? Sasuke told me he overwhelmed you. You failed to take over his body. Orochimaru chuckled. Oh, that is true. Unfortunately for the boy in question, he could only suppress me as long as his will remained strong. Without a purpose. Well, it was quite easy. Such a pity. He so wanted to join Konoha. Unfortunately, he already felt me in his mind and didn't want to endanger you. It took a moment for Naruto to identify the grinding noise as his teeth. His eyes became scarlet. Fangs elongated. You dash. I'm gonna kill you. Chapter 2. By the time the rest of Team Kakashi arrived, the desolation was almost complete. Only 2 things remained untouched: the green and red-clad bodies of the 2 loyal Sanins, as Naruto had moved them into a safe location soon after the battle started. Tsunade-sama! Sakura gasped, surging forward. Sai grabbed her before she could take 3 steps. The journey had given her time to recover, and Kakashi had given her some food pills to refresh her chakra enough to heal her wounds. However, Sai knew she was at her wit's end. Fighting with Orochi always made her lose her common sense, and he didn't think she had ever fought someone for 4 hours straight before. Besides, it's too late, Sakura. She's gone. Kakashi didn't have to see her face to know what it looked like. Her eyes would open wide. They'd blank out and become a very pale green. Her face would become sheet white. Her eyebrows would be raised in shock. Her mouth would fall open. And then, her eyes would darken to a dark green. A flush would rise from her neck to her face. Her teeth would grit. Eyebrows would furrow. Finally, she would charge. Orochimaru. Naruto wasn't aware of time or space. His mind was completely focused on one thing. Orochimaru. He did this. He destroyed Konoha. He killed Sasuke. He killed Jiraiya and Tsunade. He was going to die. The Jounin wasn't even truly aware of his teammates when they joined him. However, his subconscious mind soon recognized their presences and began to react accordingly. He didn't even notice when he sprang onto one of Sai's ink monsters to gain leverage, or when Sakura gave him extra boosts of height. Patterns of combat, such as combo attacks with Kakashi by mixing the Chidori and the Rasengan, were hardly noticed. They were simply natural. Instinct. Oh sure, somewhere in the back of his mind Naruto knew they were there. In fact, it was knowing that they had his back which kept him from going completely berserk. All at once, Naruto became aware of another chakra signature. It was familiar, less familiar than Team Kakashi, with whom he had spent most of his time, but it was still familiar nonetheless. Keeping most of his attention on Orochimaru, Naruto attempted to identify the arriving people through his battle-clouded mind. Hinata and Kiba were the first he identified, just moments before they transported into the battlefield. Hinata charged into the battle screaming, something that startled him. She was crying, tears running down in a constant, unceasing stream. Her eyes, pearl white and usually so calm and forgiving, were wide and furious. Chakra emitted from her in waves, and with hair unbound and flowing, and her usually white and pristine clothing stained with blood, the Hyuga head was terrifying. Kiba, for a change, was silent. There was no brash talk, no proclamations of an easy victory, no bragging. Instead, his face was stoic, white. His eyes seemed almost dead, and he fought as if he were dreaming, his glazed eyes staring beyond the snake nin. His leather jacket was torn to shreds, and his tattoos were hidden behind the red liquid that streaked his face. Beside him, Akamaru shot worried glances at his master. The next chakra signatures sensed were that of Niji, and as seen beside him, Lee. Lee had so little chakra it was impossible to sense him, something that was helpful on recon, and he surprised Orochimaru by popping out of the woods. Tenten provided Niji and Lee with cover fire from the trees with an archaic bow she had recovered, until she deemed it too useless and drew a scythe. Chuji, with his samurai armor and long hair, came running after her, a battle cry already roaring across the field. It would have been more intimidating if it hadn't been something to the extent of, for Konoha, the food, and my friends. And for big-boned people everywhere. Chuji had become more eccentric after he reached Jounin. Naruto wasn't sure when the actual acknowledgement of his allies entered his consciousness, but he soon stopped just realizing they were there, and started working with them instead of around them. It was probably when a very annoyed Shikamaru and a strangely passive Ino saved him from meeting his maker. Shikamaru leveled him with a glare and practically commanded him to order the rest of the shinobi around. It was then that he realized he needed to start strategizing instead of just leaping around with his instincts. Sigh. Paint some chains. Shikamaru tried to catch him. You only need to hold him for a little bit. If you have a better idea, tell me. Sakura, I'm going to need that new technique you've been working on. Everybody else, we've got to occupy him. The plan was, frankly, easier said than done. Shikamaru approved of the basics, having a working knowledge of what was going through Naruto's head. He did refine it, such as ordering the X-Route to hide on the outskirts, or having Tenten keep up a barrage of arrows and darts to the left, even though she had protested that she might hit one of their own. Shikamaru had calmly answered that the day Tenten missed was the day Naruto rejected ramen. Injuries were given. Wounds were received. The Konoha 12 were knocked down, beaten up, and flung around, but they were never crushed. It seemed that for every step they took forward, and for every snap decision Shikamaru ordered, they took 3 steps back. Nevertheless, the battle raged on. She was in position. Orochimaru was distracted, his eyes on Lee, who had dropped his weights early in the fight and was darting around like a depraved and sugar-high chipmunk. The only signs of Lee's passage were the trails of dust and the impacts on Orochimaru. Every once in a while, Orochimaru would reel back and stumble. Now was her chance. Sakura flew through the air, her eyes passing over Sasuke's face. Sorrow and heart-wrenching pain passed through her eyes, but she didn't hesitate. Aisu, Sakura Kengoku, ice, cherry prison, water sprang up from the ground, circling around Orochimaru. Even as he struggled helplessly, furious that he couldn't break out, the liquid, fortified by her chakra, encompassed him and froze in the shape of a cherry blossom. Sakura whispered a soft, "Goodbye, Sasuke." Before the ice sealed him in and glowed blue, no one, not even Tsunade, could have broken through. Coat billowing behind him, eyes red, and mouth pressed tightly shut, Naruto appeared from behind the ice, a futon Rasengan in his hand. "Forgive me, Sasuke." With a cry of rage and grief, he slammed his hand into the glassy ice, shattering it and the figure inside. Pieces of Orochimaru flew in every direction, still frozen in the shards of ice. Naruto landed in a kneel. The battle was over. Orochimaru and Sasuke were no more. It was the coughing that caught their attention. Deep hacking coughs that had never come out of the mouth of any corpses echoed across the field. Tsunade, quickly, Naruto and Sakura rushed to her side. However, even as Sakura began to gather chakra to heal her, the Hokage waved her off. "It's too late, Sakura." She smiled sadly even as blood trickled down her chin. "I guess. I knew," Tsunade coughed. "This would happen. My choice. Foolish choice, really? However. Konoha." She turned to Naruto, her brown eyes glazed in pain, gazed up at him for a moment, before she slowly reached up and grabbed the necklace that hung down. "Gomenasai, Naruto. It seems that there is no village for you to become Rokudaime. I hope, someday, you can forgive me." Naruto shook his head, a tremulous smile forcing its way to the corners of his lips. "There's nothing to forgive, Bachan." His tanned hand brushed back some of the hair from her face. Tsunade smiled. "Always so forgiving. Bakagaki." She sobered. "I'm afraid that it's over now." Brown eyes sharpened and she pulled his head so his ear was by her lips. "Listen to me, Naruto." Her coughing became suddenly pronounced and her bleeding increased. "There is a SC scroll under my desk. It has a jutsu which can stop this from happening. You can go back in time. Jiko Tempest Rasen." She swallowed thickly against the rising blood. "You can change all of this." Naruto nodded, his face serious and focused as his eyes scanned her face. "Memorizing it." Tsunade smiled gently, her hand reaching up to brush her necklace, and then, the blood-stained hand moved to Naruto's face. She cupped his cheek. "You would have been the best Hokage, Rokudaime." Dropping her hand, she struggled to sit up as Sakura moved behind to support her. "Hear me now." Tsunade's voice rang out. The rest of the Konoha shinobi crowded around, many of them already wet around the eyes as they watched their beloved Hokage slip away. "This is the last order of your Hokage. See care of each other. Protect each other." She gagged, blood cutting off her air, and Nada quickly joined Sakura in trying to help the Hokage. Tsunade smiled at her, before her eyes passed over the rest of the group. "It isn't fair. I have so much I want to tell you, all of you. You are the elite generation. Yo. You are the best shinobi this village has ever produced. The kindest, bravest, and the most just. Do not fail this final mission. Godspeed. All of you. Her body racked with a coughing fit, and her face twisted in pain. Then, as if an angel had touched her, her face smoothed. Her voice trailed off and her eyes dimmed. The only sound was the wind, soft and gentle, blowing across the flattened village. It whistled over buildings and inserted its cold fingers through their clothes, causing them to shiver. Slowly, Naruto reached out to close the lifeless eyes. Hi! Hokage-sama! Hi! Hokage-sama! The group chorused. The next 4 days were spent burying the dead and trying to pick up the shattered, scattered, and utterly destroyed slivers of what remained of their lives. For 4 days after the attack, name after name after name was carved into the stone. After the marker was filled, they started on the ground around it. It was on this ground that Naruto now sat, tracing names of beloved friends and companions while contemplating the last few days. After the burial of the Hokage, Naruto buried Jiraiya and Iruka. He also personally buried Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udan, the Konohamaru Corps. Ino told him how Konohamaru had died like a true Sarutobi trying to protect Moegi. However, Naruto could have told her that himself from the positions of the two when they retrieved them. Konohamaru's body was so marked and mutilated that only his blue scarf, stained to nearly brown from blood, identified him. Naruto delayed their burial until he could find what remained of Udan, and the three were buried in the same mound, together as always. Iruka was reported to have taken the killing blow while protecting his students from a mad Sannin. He had delayed the Sannin even as the other teachers made a dash for the Hokage mountain and presumed safety. Those who made it were soon slaughtered in an ambush inside the stronghold. Iruka's death had been in vain, but his image of courage had given the students the strength to fight. Naruto was proud of Iruka, but he still spent 4 hours ranting and raving about how stupid he had been. Naruto also buried Ichiraku and his daughter, Ayame. They were only 2 of the 500 civilians, but they had been, at least to him, the most important. Numbered among the slain were members of various cells and teams which he had joined. He found numerous friends and acquaintances in the ruins. Naruto was sure that he had survived the battle only to die of grief. He had been with Sai when the painter closed Genma's eyes, or when they had found Reida's body in the middle of several slain Sannin. Enko was found laying eagle-spread with dull eyes staring straight into the sky by Ino, who had wept bitterly but proudly as they surveyed the damage the insane chick had meted out. As he looked around, Chuji thought that it was no wonder she had died with a smile on her face, and he reflected that in many ways, Enko had been a mentor to Ino, teaching her a lot about what it meant to be ruthless. Members of the Konoha 12 would never again walk among them. There, on the memorial stone, lay the names of Abdurrahim Shino and Tenten. Abdurrahim Shino had died in the battle for the gate in the last-ditch effort to save it. Naruto had gotten to know Shino well. Spending 2 weeks trapped in the same cave with only Shino as a companion had ensured their friendship, or their eternal hatred, but fortunately, it was friendship. In fact, after they had begun talking, Shino and Naruto discovered they had a lot in common. Both were excluded for things that lived inside of them. Both were incredibly loyal to their companions. Both had similar precious people. Neither of them thought Uchiha Sasuke was the hottest thing to ever come along, and thought that all girls who believed so were stupid. This also caused a shared respect for Hinata, who had never thought that way. To be concise, Naruto liked him. Teammate was devastated. Shino had been a quiet guy. He had been reason in the flesh. Sometimes he didn't get a joke, and sometimes he was just too serious, and many times he didn't understand things such how it could rain cats and dogs when clearly it was water falling from the sky, but he had been a friend, a companion, and a brother to Teammate. He had boosted Hinata's confidence, toned down Kiba's arrogance, kept balance between the peace-seeking Hinata and the passion-filled Kiba. He was their teammate. Kiba was especially hit by his death. Apparently, Shino died only 2 feet away from him. Naruto didn't know where Kiba was, but he would bet that he was still in Training Field 6, sitting silently, watching the wreck with Hinata holding his hand. Tenten had died in a similar way, leaping into Niji's blind spot and knowingly sacrificing her life to protect him from Orochimaru. Niji hadn't even realized what had happened until he had heard Lee cry out. When he had turned around, she had already been dead, a contented smile already fading from her lips, the light gone from her brown eyes. It had been painless. That was all the comfort Sakura could give them. Both teams were. Well, you didn't spend years living together, fighting together, and sleeping in the same tent, without learning to live with each other. You didn't help each other with your problems, listen to their rants, and run laps together where there was nothing to do except learn about each other, without coming to feel like family. You didn't eat with their families and make friends with their families, listen to dreams and aspirations, and tell your own ambitions in return without getting to know each other at a deep level. It wasn't possible to do these things and not learn how to tolerate, and even like your teammates' quirks. Having a girl on your team meant going through terrible cycles of hormones which you had to learn how to tiptoe around. You didn't save each other's lives over and over again, and create thousands of inside jokes, and not feel as if a piece of you had been killed when your teammate was. In a way, both teams envied the Konohamaru Corps. They, at least, had died together. Naruto clenched at the scroll left in his hands. This will change that. All it takes is one jutsu, and this will never have happened. He looked to the memorial stone. All those names, he was ready. Falsified identification from that era, food, clothing, and medical supplies were all packed in the small case beside him. He had a basic timeline of when Orochimaru went bad to guide him and an outline on a plan of how to stop him. Exhaling, he opened the scroll and spread it before him. His hands flashed. Boar, horse, dragon. He cringed as a fist slammed into his head. You self-sacrificing, selfish, moronic, pea-brained idiot. Ino roared, her voice ringing in his ears. This was soon seconded by Sakura's. What were you thinking? Baka. Aho. Brainless idiot. The two girls began to lecture him, twin-talking like no other. You are the most difficult, hard-headed, block-headed idiot to have ever walked this earth if you think that we are just gonna let you leave us behind. You dash and dash hashtag dash. They chorused. Naruto glanced between them, confused. How did they? Oh. Kiba's hearing. It seems you were correct, Shika. Sai quipped, ducking out of the trees. He was going to try and leave us behind. The painter rapped Naruto over the head as Shikamaru appeared from the shadows. That is, he came up from a puddle of shadows. Mendokus. He muttered, keeping waist deep to allow Chuji to follow him from the inky blackness. Naruto. Scatting are you? Chuji opened a rare bag of chips and offered them to the group. Living 2 years with even hot water being regulated had curbed the last of any hoarding tendencies. You had to rely on others sharing with you to survive. Good luck with that. He stomped over to the blonde's side. We aren't baggage that you can just leave around, got it? Want a chip? Good old Chuji. Compassionate, sensitive Chuji. For him to say something that acidic, Naruto knew he had screwed up. He became aware of a figure in white kneeling before him as Hinata's silver eyes met his sadly. Naruto. How could you? She looked down and bit her lip. Would you really abandon us? Would you truly? She met his eyes again. Would you truly leave us in this desolate place with no hope, no chance of regaining our lives? Would you just leave without saying goodbye? Without giving us a choice? Her pearl-white eyes glared into his red-flecked blue. Do we really mean so little to you, that you would do this? Naruto paused, his mouth open. Hinata. Her eyes, pained and betrayed, pierced him. He looked down. It had to be Hinata. Anyone else I could argue with. Gomen. I guess I was pretty foolish. He scratched his head. This burden belongs to all of us. Hinata's eyes softened and, after hesitating for a moment, she reached out to hug him. Thank you? She whispered into his ear. For what? He whispered back. For trying. After Kiba had punched him for trying something so stupid with a capital S, the surviving Konoha ninja began preparing for their trip. Shikamaru and Kakashi spent hours going over the timelines of the war with the Wagakure, and the things that happened afterwards. Chuji was put in charge of gathering enough food supplies to last them until they arrived at a restocking area. Sakura and Ino gathered all medical supplies and herbs that they could find, while Sai spent his time preparing as much ink as possible. It was interesting to see how 2 years of war had changed people. Sai was not nearly the emotionless jerk that he had once been. Instead, sometimes it seemed that he was almost too full of emotion, especially in regard to his precious drawings. When it came to gathering weapons, Kiba had naturally assigned that duty to Tenten, until he had remembered that Tenten was a face they would never again see among them. He had fallen silent, his face paling and his fist clenching the piece of parchment. Kiba's eyes stared straight ahead dully. Niji plucked the piece of paper out of his hand and quietly said that he would do it. He had been Tenten's fighting partner long enough to know which weapons were useful and which were not. Then, he had walked away silently with Lee and hadn't been seen for the rest of the day. Naruto. Well, Naruto spent the day talking to Kyuubi trying to figure out a way to keep it from attacking Konoha again. After all, they reasoned, if Kyuubi didn't attack, the Yondaime wouldn't die, Naruto wouldn't become a Jinchuriki, and they would all be saved a whole lot of trouble. He sat Indian style on top of the water, the dark gloom of the sewer darkening his eyes. His chin rested on his fist, and he leaned forwards. Kyuubi, his tall red figure calm and falsely sedate, lay behind the bars. Unlike years ago, there was no obvious animosity between the two of them. They were not quite, well, friends, but not enemies either. In fact, if one had to put it into words, one would say that they were partners with a healthy respect and fear for each other. Over time, as Naruto used more and more of the fox's chakra during his younger years, Naruto and Kyuubi had started merging before he had figured out a way to stop it. With the merge had come memories from both parties. Thus, Naruto knew exactly why Kyuubi had attacked Konoha. It was because of this that the blonde sat in the sewer listening to the quiet drip-drip of water from the pipes hitting the floor below. Shadows flicked as the imaginary light wavered. Is there any way to prevent it? Naruto asked quietly. He didn't need to specify. Only if you can keep that -0-0 Uchiha from learning my name. Kyuubi growled out curses and Naruto smirked. Neither of them liked the Uchiha, arrogant brats that they were. If not, I'm afraid my younger self will be trapped within you again. As Sasuke said, after Madara learned my name, I was a puppet to his every whim. Naruto looked down. Revenge sucks, huh? Madara did it to get back at the Shodaime, and Sasuke killed him. Sasuke betrayed the Naruto's voice cracked. Village to get revenge on Itachi. You got mixed up in this business trying to avenge your mate. He trailed a finger through the water. And now look where you are. Kyuubi growled. Watch it, brat. Naruto glanced up at him innocently. What? Kyuubi sighed and crossed his giant paws beneath his chin. The point is, brat, the only way you will be able to convince my younger self is by meeting him before I sign the contract. You'll either have to convince him that revenge is not the way. Or. Kyuubi trailed off. Kill him, eh? Naruto stayed silent for a while. What about after the contract is signed? Is there any way? I mean, I know we've discussed this before, but. Kyuubi stayed silent for a moment, peering suspiciously at the boy below him. Then the giant fox let out a shuddering sigh of resignation. There might just be. They didn't have a table or chairs. In fact, they didn't even have a room in which to meet. Instead, they were camped around a large boulder with Sai's carefully drawn timeline laid out before them. The neat black lines were filled with scrawled red marks showing what they planned to change. Kakashi, perpetually dressed in his blue mask and Jounin uniform, looked around the table at his fellow time travelers. Naruto was the shortest guy of the Konoha 9, being around 5'7", built like a brawler and blonde. Very, very blonde. Blue eyes with flecks of red, and slitted irises ensured that he could never be mistaken as a normal person. Brown skin made the blue of his eyes stand out. He wore the standard Jounin vest over a black shirt with an orange strip down the right side. Black shinobi pants covered his legs and were rimmed in orange. However, his newest addition to his wardrobe was a black, long-sleeved, Yondaime-style coat with orange flames on the rim. Naruto was still the pranking, joking, light-hearted boy of years ago whenever he could be. However, Kakashi had noticed a gradual severity creeping into him over time as his subordinates were constantly placed in dangerous and deadly positions. He became solemn whenever he had to do paperwork, fight, or keep people calm. To put it simply, Naruto had become more responsible. At times it was a little bit nostalgic. That is, until Naruto decided that the kids needed a laugh and did the sexy no jutsu in front of a bunch of ANBU, promptly destroying any semblance of respect the elite faction retained. Naruto carried a pouch with the pictures or memento of all the friends he had made. For Tsunade he wore the necklace. For Jiraiya, he wore his gloves. He had a dagger from Tenten, and a kunai from Shino. From Irika he had his height. Konohamaru's scarf was also in the bag, as well as a few photos of the Konohamaru Corps in various stages of their ninja lives. Chopsticks from the Ichiraku ramen stand, and a senbon from Genma were also in his treasure sack. From Sasuke, all Naruto had from his old teammate were worn-out memories and an old ragged team picture. Sakura, who sat to Naruto's right, was dressed in white and red. A white medical-looking trench coat with short sleeves and many pockets which often held supplies and medical tools was slung across the ground as a seat. She wore an outfit similar to her genin days, except with a shorter skirt and longer pants with white stripes down the sides. The Haruno insignia was woven prominently into the back. A Jounin vest and a leather pouch held her fighting supplies. White gloves that went past her elbows completed the wardrobe. Sakura had remained the same size, growing only 1 inch over the 2 years, and that was due mostly to her shoes. Her hair tended to circulate between being long and short because it grew quickly. Right now, Sakura had it shoulder length and up in a messy bun by a senbon. One would think that she would keep it this way for a while, but Kakashi knew her well enough to know that she would soon chop it off, deeming it too much trouble. Long bangs hung down past her shoulders. It was well known in Konoha that Sakura was equal to her master in combat and healing. What was not known was that Sakura had surpassed Tsunade in genjutsu and in some ninjutsu. Sakura was no longer some little girl pretending to be a ninja. She had become deadly, earning her own page in the bingo books. Sai was the member of Team Kakashi that was the most changed. He could actually smile now, a genuine smile. Emotions came more easily, as did compassion. 2.5 years had done much for his understanding of social skills. He could still insult you with the best of them though. Sai had become almost temperamental. At times he was as pleasant as could be, and then out of nowhere he was suddenly raging about small things. Kakashi compared him to a PM woman, not that he would ever say that to Sakura. Sai had become loyal, not to Root, but to Cell 7. Sai thought of Sakura as his little sister who he just had to tease, Kakashi as the perverted uncle you had to tolerate, and Naruto as the younger brother which you didn't really want but were stuck with, so why not have fun yanking his chain? However, if you were skilled as Kakashi was at reading the underneath, you would see that Sai genuinely respected Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. He was loyal most of all to the boy who showed him how to have emotions and bonds. Sai wore leather nowadays along with a long, heel-length leather coat. His gloves remained the same, and his katana was always strapped to his back. He had his ear pierced though as it was, he said, something new. The largest change was a great tattoo which covered his back, sides, climbed up his neck and rested on the top of his head, the snout covering the upper right side of his face. It was a dragon which he could activate whenever needed like a summon. Naruto thought it was hilarious, and wanted one as well, but Sakura's less than subtle rejection of that idea stopped it from becoming a reality. Naruto had a healthy respect for her fists after all. Kakashi's attention was abruptly drawn back to the conversation as a small dispute broke out over how many changes to make between Kiba and Neji. Kiba wanted to change as much as possible, while Neji wanted to let certain events run their course. Things were about to get touchy after Kiba stated that Neji just wanted to prove his theory about destiny right, and Neji responded that someone who lived in a dog pen couldn't possibly understand the finer workings of a genius. Or at least, that's how Kiba translated it. We have to be careful, Hinata broke in, firmly staring down both boys before reaching to point out a few drastic changes. If we were to change too much, we will be unable to predict following events, which would disrupt any future plans. Shikamaru nodded to her, acknowledging the point before changing things around. He glanced at her, and she nodded. Better. Teammates sat to the left of Sakura. Of them all, Hinata was perhaps the most changed. She wore white now in the form of almost robe-like thick tunics and pants that looked like they would hamper her movement. However, one only had to watch her sparing to know that she was incredibly deadly at taijutsu. She was also the creator of a new juken technique, which she had designed after being unable to use the kaiten. She had also added a chakra whip to her accessories. Her long, wide sleeves hid saban and poison, while tall white boots hid a throwing knife. Hinata, with her white eyes, soft mouth and curvy figure, had become beautiful. In fact, she was acknowledged as the most beautiful kunoichi of Konoha. Tall and graceful, bangs framed her face while long dark hair spilled down her back when freed. It was usually put up in an elegant design at the nape of her neck. The largest change was Hinata's opinion of herself. She was the Hyuga head and had been for a year and a half. In that time she had figured out how to disband the caged bird seal, and made a law abolishing it from the clan. Reforms, such as teaching the Hyuga other ways of fighting than the Juken, were also mandatory. Over years of having friends who valued her, Hinata had bloomed into her natural wisdom and leadership. She was still incredibly loyal to Naruto, but she had become the Hyuga head in every way, shape, and form. She was quite able to take down someone a few pegs, and wasn't ashamed of it. Kiba sat beside her, their hands still clasped. Tall and clad in leather, he hadn't changed much. He was the third tallest of the Konoha group, under Neji and Lee, who had grown like a weed after hitting 18. Even then, there was only an inch difference between Neji and Kiba. No one was even close to Lee. No one really wanted to be. Following this train of thought brought Kakashi's attention to the two boys of Team Guy, who were in the middle of a serious discussion about the advantages of tea over coffee. Lee, apparently, was following Guy's path of coffee addiction, claiming that it was capable of growing barbed wire on your chest or some such nonsense. Neji calmly shot down that argument with the question, who wants hair like that anyway? Guy doesn't count. Lee and Neji were, as stated before, tall. Both of Jounin rank, they had become quite a fighting force. Neji was dressed in white in the tradition of his clan. His forehead was clear now that he was free of the seal, and it seemed that with the disappearance of that curse what bitterness remained in Neji had likewise vanished. He was more carefree now, if incredibly protective of Hinata. Or rather, overprotective. Many boys and men had complained that they couldn't get within 10 feet of Hinata-sama without being on the receiving end of a death glare. Neji and Lee had become friends instead of just rivals. In fact, they were more like brothers with a sibling rivalry. That didn't mean that Niji didn't hit Lee over the head whenever he felt Lee's behavior merited it, or that Lee didn't see it as his personal duty to warm the frozen iceberg that was Niji. Niji had been the chosen replacement for the ANBU commander to replace the one under Tsunade after Naruto became Hokage. Unfortunately, now he would no longer have that chance as there simply was no ANBU. Niji's slow yet steadily melting ice mask around those he trusted caused a deepening in his friendships with most of the Konoha 12. Niji never got along with Sai, but that may have been because of some exchanged words when they first met. However, Niji and Shikamaru managed to get along alright. That is to say, they never had any arguments, and both sides of the party greatly appreciated that the other side of the party was logical and reasonable. They never had any problems, except that Shikamaru was the most laid-back man you would ever meet and Niji had the award for most uptight 4 years running. That being said, it was unsurprising that Niji and Kiba got along terribly. They just rubbed each other wrong. Niji thought Kiba was an uncouth, loudmouth idiot and Kiba never managed to forgive Niji for beating up his teammate. However, whenever there was a fight they knew how to put aside their differences. Kind of. Sort of. Not really. The most surprising friendship Niji made was with Naruto of all people. To everyone's undying shock, Niji openly stated that when Naruto became Hokage he would have a loyal supporter in Niji, and that when that happened, no one should even think of disrespecting the man in front of the Hyuga X branch member. Naruto had laughed it off, but later told Irika that it had warmed him to his toes to hear one of his friends saying that Lee no longer dressed in spandex. He couldn't now that all the kunoichi had gotten together and banned all spandex from being sold before burning the entirety of Lee's wardrobe. Still, that was as far as Lee would let their makeover attempts go. He still had large eyebrows, still wore green, and still loudly and passionately proclaimed the beauty of the fires of youth to any willing and unwilling ear in Fire Country. Ah, guy. I think you would be proud of him. Kakashi grinned from under his mask. TCH, who am I kidding? You were always proud of him. A finger tapping on Kakashi's wrist brought him out of his contemplation. He sighed. It seemed it was his turn to lay down the ground rules. He lazily sat up from his slouched position. Well, now that we have the bothersome timeline sorted out, I guess we'd better get down to infiltration rules. One thing that we need to do is leave behind all signs of affiliation. No vests, no signs of rank. I won't make you leave behind your height, because that's something that even I wouldn't, couldn't, shouldn't part with. However, those must never be worn, not even in places that feel safe. His eyes met theirs firmly. Rule number 2, we have to leave our names behind. I will no longer be Kakashi. Rule number 3, leave all distinguished techniques from Konoha behind. I will no longer be able to use the Chidori. I will have to abandon the traditional dress of my family. Naruto and Sakura perked up. Does that mean we'll get to see your face? Naruto broke in, leaning forwards with a grin that crinkled his eyes. Kakashi stared at him blankly. Naruto's grin turned sheepish and he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. Kakashi turned to the snickering group. As I was saying, if you are a Hyuga, get used to putting genjutsu or a henja on your eyes. Maybe we should spend some money to pick up contacts. Niji, you may want to devote some time to learning other ways of combat as I know you still depend strongly on Juken. Kiba. Well, find some way to disguise you blood bond with Akamaru, alright? Shikamaru, try and find reasonable explanations for your abilities. That goes for you too, Chuji. I'll teach you both a few things that are common knowledge to help you out. Ino, I'm afraid that you will only be able to use techniques that you've invented, and not something you've been taught. Actually, if you can do that, this goes for all of you. The Konoha Nins nodded in response. Try and invent names for yourself, or nicknames which you can be called. Make them something you and we can remember. If your name is common, keep it. However, family names have to be changed. Understood? Hi, Kakashi smiled behind his mask. Good. Naruto's clones and Kiba have built a temporary wagon. It probably won't hold long, so pack everything on it as soon as possible. Naruto snapped out which Kakashi ignored. We leave tomorrow. Don't be late. With a grin and a ja-ne, he poofed to his tent. Humph. Kiba snorted, standing up. He frowned in annoyance. He's one to talk. He walked over to Ino. I don't suppose that you could, threaten to play with him if he didn't behave. Could you? Ino grinned. Heh. That'd be fun. I haven't gotten to anyone for 3 weeks. Mendokus. Ino with her slick blonde hair, high Euro manicure, and styled clothing was the last person you'd expect to do the dirty work. However, that was what she specialized in, dirty work. She was the 2IC of the Torture and Interrogation Department of ANBU, TNN for short. At the age of 18 she was a well-known terror, known for her ruthless interrogation methods, and when she felt like it, her ability to become friends with someone only to stab them in the back when she was done with them. When at her job, Shikamaru said she was the cruelest, most ruthless person he knew, discounting Enko, who he doubted was even human. Outside work, Sakura stated that Ino was her best friend and anyone who slandered her would have an intimate encounter with the dirt floor. Shikamaru and Chuji had hardly changed at all, except for becoming lazier and bigger respectively. Shikamaru had been the acknowledged strategist, and thus his nickname, who had often provided the Hokage with her major plans, and had been kept at ANBU level security even after he had finished his term. Chuji wore red armor and had become known for his variants of family techniques and his continued aggravation over the F word. Oh, and the L word. And the H word, and of course we can't forget the B word. Or any words that were synonyms for bulky. The next day, they all gathered at the memorial stone. Sai had been awake most of the night making the seal necessary to transport them, so he was exempt from packing the wagon due to exhaustion. All he really needed was his paintbrushes, ink and paper anyway. His precious paintings had been destroyed in the attack. Fortunately, his brother's book had been with him, so that, at least, had been spared. As the ex-shinobi began to put salvaged pots, pans, bed sheets, food and other such things into the wagon and tried to fit it all in, Sai walked over to sit beside Naruto, who was banned from helping. He took off his coat and spread it out to make a bed. With a sigh, he flopped down beside his blonde teammate. "Are you nervous?" Naruto exhaled. He was sitting with his back to the tree, his knees bent up in front of him, his elbows resting on them. "Yeah, you better believe I am." He glanced down. "Do you realize what this will mean, Sai?" Naruto twisted a piece of grass around his finger. "If we play our cards right, we can keep you out of route and save your brother." Sai smiled. "That's true. If we play our cards right. And then you can save Sasuke." The painter smiled, albeit crookedly. "I guess there'll be no need for me to be the replacement anymore." Naruto glanced at him. "We don't think of you as a replacement, Sai." At the dark-haired boy's skeptical and pointed look, he hastily amended, "Well, we did. But you're our teammate now as much as Sasuke ever was." Naruto frowned. "Technically, we've spent more time with you than with Sasuke." Naruto looked confused. "When did that happen?" He muttered under his breath. "But Sasuke is very special to you," Sai pointed out. "Because he was your first bond." Naruto looked down, his eyes dark. "Yeah. Bonds, that's excellent." Sai smiled brightly. "It's outstanding to know that if any of us did something like the thing that thing did, you would do the same thing you're doing now." "Huh?" Naruto looked confused, but the ex-root just smiled and put his hands behind his head. "Nothing." "Chuji. Checklist. Rice?" Sakura called out, her checkboard held in front of her. "Check. Noodles? Check. Dried meat? Check. Corn? Check. Wheat? Check. Rations? Check. Medical supplies. Bandages? Check. Herbs? All ready and complete. A simple check will suffice, Oh, sorry, no problem. Burn salves? Check. Ramen? Check." "Naruto, don't say random things, baka, itei." That hurt Sakura-chan. "And it wasn't random. What about the ramen? What about Ika Paradise? They aren't written in the future. Past. Are they packed? Are they safe? Do we have them? Oh no. We can't leave yet until they are all packed." "Sack, wump, Kakashi-I, Sakura-chan is scary." "But what about the ramen, Naruto? We can buy ramen in town." "Calm down, oh. But what about my sleeping cap, Mr. Mushi? We can't leave him behind, Mr. Mushi?" echoed Niji, Ino and Chuji. And this guy was 18? The cart was finally packed, the seal was ready, and all, even Kakashi, were gathered and prepared. The seal was large. Actually, it was humongous. It stretched 30 feet in diameter and was shaped like a gigantic star with 11 points, one for every shinobi. Kanji and strange designs filled the interior. In the center was a circle where they placed their belongings and the wagon. As one, they moved to the points of the seal where they turned facing inwards. On the count of 3, Naruto called out. 1, 2. This is the last chance for anyone to back out. 3. The group rapidly began making seals, each one responsible for their own. Their movements were synchronized, every movement in perfect tune with the others. As they formed seals, the wind began to rise, kicking up dirt and debris. It swirled around them like a tornado. It spun faster and faster, the whistling becoming a roar. Their hair began to spin and wave as the wind blew through it. Clothes whipped around their bodies, and the ropes on the wagon began to strain against the tarp. However, none of the ninja even broke a stride in their seal making. They didn't even seem to notice. They formed the last seal and at once the wind stopped. Not even a breeze remained. Kiba shifted, and suddenly, everything went to Hades. Shikamaru groaned. What a rush. Time traveling was so troublesome. Why did all these bothersome things happen? If the world decided just to live in peace and harmony, and watch the clouds 24/7, that would be great. Of course, then he would be out of a job. Troublesome, he grunted and rolled onto his side. Well, now he knew why no one ever did something like that twice. The adrenaline rush could kill you. Cracking his back, he stood up. It was night, and the moon hung like a gigantic silver medallion, while stars shone above him silently. The only sound was the wind which brushed through the trees which surrounded the circular clearing. He glanced down and frowned. Shikamaru knelt silently, burned into the ground were the lines and runes of the seal. It was as if someone had taken a blowtorch and cut into the ground. Shikamaru sighed. And of course this is going to be hard to hide. You know, if everyone would just be peaceful, and keep their noses in their own businesses, we wouldn't have to worry about this troublesome stuff. Dang it! He walked over to the nearest of the shapes on the ground and recognized it as Kiba. Of course, Kiba had been beside him. Interesting. He could have sworn they had gotten thrown around when. Whatever it was happened, it had been terrifying, adrenaline rushing, thrilling, and mysterious. It had picked them up like grains of chaff and tossed them around as if they were nothing. It had carried them along in a blue, whirlpool-like tunnel as the landscape changed and mutated before them. Shikamaru muttered under his breath as he shook Kiba's shoulder. Kiba! We're here. Get up. Kiba groaned and buried his head under his arms. Go away, no. 2LYT train. He rolled over. Shikamaru twitched and kicked him. Kiba! Up. Sit. Roll over. Kiba sprang up, surprised. Shikamaru? What are you? He looked around, face brightening in comprehension. Oh. Kiba's face fell. Oh. By this time, Shikamaru was already by Sakura's side. Kiba got up and made his way over to Naruto. Next was Sai. Naruto and Kiba paused a foot away and Naruto picked up a stick. Gingerly he tapped Sai. Sai. We're here. Wake up now. Sai. The stick was abruptly snatched and snapped. Sai sprang to his feet, his eyes dark, while Naruto quickly backtracked with hands held high. Whoa! Calm down, painter boy. No enemies here. A crunch and a whump behind them showed that Sai wasn't the only one high-strung. Kiba winced in sympathy for Shikamaru as the lazy boy groaned and writhed on the floor. The good part was that the racket managed to wake up the rest of the band, if make them a little edgy. Yes, no nosebleed for me. Oh, Ino groaned, holding her head gingerly. What a rush. I have a headache the size of the Hokage mountain in an earthquake. She staggered to her feet, hissing as pain exploded in her frontal lobe. Kami! Sakura, you up? Feel like giving a quick fix? Ugh. Sakura sat up slowly. Did you get the license of the ninja that ran me over? Kakashi sighed. It's good to know they've still got a sense of humor. Though, you'd think they'd be more aware. Niji picked up Hinata and placed her on the cart. She accepted the seat gratefully. Her hair was a mess, she noted absently. She yawned tiredly and rubbed her eyes. The trip had taken a lot out of her, as opposed to Naruto, who had jumped on the cart beside her and was talking at 4 miles a minute. Wasn't that so cool, Hinata-chan? It was like, whoo, and then it went whoosh. And Kiba went, and you went Kiba. And then the ground went grew, and the seal was like, thush. And fire. And then the big phoenix went zoom and eek, and then Kyubi was like, it's Garakax. And then Garakax went fsa, and then the gigantic whirlpool. Naruto grinned. That was so cool. Hinata smiled at him. That was Naruto. What the others would see as a terrifying death trap going into the unknown, Naruto would see as a fun ride to adventure. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye. He was grinning brightly, his face even more fox-like than usual. His rough and tan hands were firm as they hooked Akamaru up to the wagon. The dog was the only one strong enough to pull it, unlike the hands of everyone else which were shaking with chakra exhaustion. Ino looked ready to faint, and she was leaning against Chuji. Chuji didn't really look affected, unless you saw how his feet were dragging. Naruto, on the other hand, looked ready to jump out of his skin. However, despite his hyperactive exterior, Naruto was well aware of how the other ninja were holding up. They're tired. Chakra exhaustion most likely. They won't make it much farther, but we have to get to the caves today. He jumped off of the wagon. Okay, let's take shifts. Who's on the edge of exhaustion? No need for valor here. Come on. With a resigned look, Ino raised her hand. While she might be great while inside the interrogation office, and her fighting skills were jounin level, her stamina was terrible. Naruto helped her up onto the wagon where she collapsed gratefully. Sai raised his hand as well, but was quickly glared down when it became obvious he wasn't tired. In the end, Kakashi, who had used his Sharingan too much during the battle and was still worn out even before the jutsu, Kiba, who had to share chakra to help Akamaru come along, and Shikamaru, whose chakra resources were terrible, got onto the cart. Every 30 minutes the people riding would switch out. Every 2 hours they paused so Akamaru could take a break and eat. These breaks were the longest and most welcome, as the shinobi quickly collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. Time traveling had taken a lot out of them. By the end of the third break even Naruto was getting tired. It could be a study, he sullenly reflected, about how one got so much more tired the slower the journey was. Shikamaru, who had flopped down beside him, sighed. This is troublesome business. We do know where we're going, right? After all, the terrain's changed a lot. Naruto froze. He scratched his head. I think. Shikamaru glanced at him. You do realize that if they think we've been going in circles we'll have a mutiny on our hands, right? Naruto laughed nervously. Don't worry. I know where we're going. Shikamaru looked skeptical. Yo! Kakashi landed in front of them, his hand up in greeting. We're almost there. Huh? Naruto asked while Kakashi grinned. Unlike you, I actually know my way around here. 30 years hasn't changed much. He stood up. Okay, ladies. We have only another mile to go, and we're there. Break's over. A chorus of groans filled the air. Kakashi, have a heart. Kiba groaned. He gingerly picked himself off of the spot where he had fallen. We've traveled 18 miles in 3 hours. By walking. With chakra exhaustion. Now, dog boy, are you a shinobi or not? Kakashi asked. Not. Kiba responded petulantly. Kakashi's eyes turned into the upside-down U's. Well then, he said cheerfully, you can stay here while we go ahead. When they finally reached the caves, everyone, even Naruto, fell to the ground in exhaustion. Chuji crawled over to a wall and fell asleep immediately while Ino used him as a pillow to put her aching feet. Lee wasn't really tired, but he did everything with his fire of youth, so he fell asleep where he stood. Niji carried Hinata over to another wall, and then fainted in a dignified fashion. He had refused any and all carriage rides, heaven knows why. Naruto sighed as he set up a campfire. He would take the first watch as he had the most stamina. Quite frankly, he was amazed at how much that jutsu had taken out of them. Having the most chakra reserves meant he wasn't as tired, but the rest of the shinobi only had the normal chakra levels. This meant that they were effectively drained. At a several-mile trek with still unhealed injuries and mental and emotional wounds, and he was impressed. Naruto sighed as he sat down by the newly made fire. 5 days, and he still couldn't grasp it. His world was gone. He picked up a stick and idly traced designs on the ground. It felt so weird to know that he didn't have to expect an attack at any moment. Orochimaru. Had he betrayed the village yet? No, or at least, not officially. Thus, he didn't have to worry about that pervert attacking them. No one knew about the Kyuubi except for the 10 people behind him, so no random people wanting to get rid of the demon would be attacking him. However, so many friends had died, and so many friends had been left behind. Naruto drew a line through his drawings. The sand parted like water, quickly falling back into itself. Sand, Gaara. Naruto's face was thoughtful and subdued. Gaara. The Kazekage. His friend. His fellow Jinchuriki. His brother in arms. He sighed and put his head on his knees. Gaara. Gomenasai. It seems I won't be able to help you with the political battle you're in now. But they love you so you'll be okay. He glanced behind him. I have to protect my precious people now. He felt tired so he got up to pace. It was already time for Sai to take the next watch, but Naruto knew the short-haired youth needed his rest, so Naruto resigned himself to a long night. They had better appreciate this. Behind him, Chuji shifted, his face creasing as he muttered. Soon his voice escalated, and his movements jerked Ino, waking her. The blonde girl froze as she woke, her hand flying to the blades in her pouch, before glancing up to meet Naruto's eyes. Jaw tight, she gently brushed the hair back from Chuji's tear-streaked face and began singing soothingly to quiet him. Her fingers, which had so often been rough with prisoners, were soothing and gentle as they ran through his brown hair. As Naruto watched, Chuji's face relaxed and his chest slowed its heaving. When she judged that Chuji was in peace again, Ino turned her haunted gaze to Naruto. Lips tight, he nodded to her. He wouldn't mention it. Ever. Nodding back, the girl lay back down, falling quickly back into dreamland. Naruto returned to his watch as if nothing had happened. You didn't wake me up. Naruto glared up at the painter. Yes, I'm sorry. Next time I want to be friendly, I'll restrain my impulse. You didn't wake me up. Sai was not happy. At all. That was stupid. Did you think I wasn't up to it? Did you think I was too weak? Sakura stood beside Sai with her arms crossed and a scowl twisting her face. That had better not be it, nah, are you two? Alright already. Humph. Naruto sulked. Do someone a favor and they return it -10. To Naruto's dismay, only 4 people were impressed with his favor. The other 6 were insulted and they took pleasure at reminding him in all hours of the day. Actually, Naruto had noticed that people had been giving him a lot of grief today over various things: subtle resistance in Kiba to gathering firewood, a sudden hearing defect in Lee, and frozen gazes from Niji. Chuji cooking even when Naruto asked him to help with the bedding, and Sai's blunt refusal to help, choosing to paint instead. Ino ignoring him in favor of complaining about no plugs to plug in her hair straightener, and how her iPod wasn't working, only to be met by Sakura's incredulous, "You brought that thing?" Naruto knew what it was. He was their new leader and they were testing him, perhaps even subconsciously. Not only this, but he knew that some part of them blamed Naruto for getting them into this mess. Not to sound arrogant, but Naruto knew that they had all trusted him to get them and Konoha out of the war alive and whole. He hadn't. Naruto's fist clenched until his nails drew blood. Couldn't, but he didn't blame them for it. Naruto had studied human behavior too long for that. Too long not to expect it. Life on the streets, where you survived another week depending on the goodwill of strangers and by reading reactions to judge whether or not it was safe to approach, had taught him this. Time leading troops out of a defeat had taught him this. Life itself had taught him this. Shikamaru grunted and stood up from where he was basking in the sun, a cigarette drooping from his mouth unlit. "Break it up," he drawled lazily. "We have stuff to do." Sending a final glare over their shoulders, Sai and Sakura marched off, leaving the bemused blonde behind. Naruto glanced over at the Nara, an eyebrow raised. The lazy Nin met his eyes for a second before casually glancing over at Chuji and Ino. Naruto's eyes softened. Shikamaru nodded at him before walking over to arrange the remaining bed, calling for Chuji to help him. While there was no way Shikamaru was going to undermine Naruto's authority and cause conflict, giving their companions a little nudge every once in a while wasn't bad. Naruto smiled gratefully even as he shoved himself into Lee's way in order to get his attention. You could always count on a Nara to be dependable. Leaving the suddenly sound-sensitive Lee behind and rapidly approaching a sullen Niji, Naruto decided that he would let them have their rebellion for one day. One day to get their feet, one day to get it out of their system. After that, the law was going down. Sai unrolled the time chart on the sandy ground where it was illuminated by the light streaming in from the doorway. The scroll stretched 30 feet and was 3 feet wide. Scribblings and handwriting dotted the paper along with lines and smiley faces. With a sigh, Kakashi knelt beside it. "We went back a little further than we thought. We are approximately 23 years in the past, so we have 3 years until the Yondaime is appointed Hokage and 4 years until Kyuubi attacks. Orochimaru abandons Konoha halfway between those two. That means we have 2 years extra. That's a blessing. We can use those years to establish our identities and make connections." When planning our identities, Shikamaru, Ino and Hinata came up with a cover and Naruto approved it. He nodded to Naruto, who pushed himself off of the wall. "Here's the deal, gang. We can't just show up at Konoha and proclaim ourselves ninja. Right now Konoha's in the middle of the Third Shinobi War, thus no trust. And even if we somehow magically got their trust, this would annul our contact in other villages, which would cause several of our other plan changes to fall through. Therefore, we have to have an identity which allows us to remain independent to any village yet still have the freedom to roam. Hence, we came up with..." He paused dramatically, "Shinobi merchants." Huh! Kiba's eloquent statement summed up the question on everyone's faces. Naruto's face fell. "Don't you get it? Shinobi. Merchant? Merchant shinobi?" He sighed, shoulders drooping. "Basically, we pose as civilians selling things to shinobi villages. Tapestries, food, paintings, pet care. Essentially, we become a caravan that sells and performs in shinobi and civilian villages. This way we eventually avoid suspicion. Not only that, but we invent tragic pasts," he struck a dramatic pose, "so that if anyone recognizes that we've had ninja training, we have an alibi. Such as we say we came from a hidden village that was destroyed before it could make its name known. Sadly, this isn't that uncommon." He saw their faces clearing. "Now they got it. I see," Sakura exclaimed, clapping her hands together. "This way our movements won't be monitored as closely by the time we're ready to make our moves." "Right," Kiba exclaimed. "Plus it will give us something to do, Yash!" Lee cried, jumping up and striking the good guy pose. "And we shall also use this opportunity to refurnish our flames of youth so that our departed friends can look down on us with the tears of pride." We shall become stronger by the blood of our hands and the sweat of our brow. And if this doesn't work, I shall run around Kono, the mountain 4 times on my thumbs. No, 7 times. Make that 20. Gai-sensei, I shall make you proud. Flames shone from his eyes while Niji groaned, cradling his head in his hands while the rest of the Konoha survivors looked on in sympathy. This is why we need Tenten. She could always calm him down without resorting to violence. He reached over and slammed his fist into the back of the Gai clone's knee. Urusai Lee. You'll do no such thing. You're going to sit down and rest because you have the least chakra of any of us. And I'm amazed you weren't killed by that whirlpool thing. Lee's eyes welled up with tears. Gai-sensei, Niji-kun's heart is finally defrosting. Perhaps he is embracing the warmth of the flames of youth, Niji groaned. Hopeless. Hinata couldn't help herself and fell over giggling and laughing. Hinata, the girl turned around, her long hair floating around her. Silver and kind eyes lit upon her role model as he walked out of the cave into the sun. How soon can you start making tapestries? I can start immediately. The loom you made for me works wonderfully. She smiled. I'm glad it can be used for something other than just for me. I always felt a little selfish having so much fun with it back in Konoha. Naruto looked at her. I made it for you, Hinata. Actually, I'm the one who should apologize for you having to sell the things you've made. He glared at her. And you have no reason to feel selfish. Did you even keep one of the tapestries you made? Hinata smiled. I always kept my favorite one. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really, which one was that? To his bemusement she blushed darkly. No, nothing. Besides, it was destroyed in the ransack of the Hyuga house. The Hyuga clan head, now head of only one person, lowered her eyes. She had been trying to forget that. Naruto, his blonde locks tossed by the wind, frowned as he hadn't wanted to remind her either. Hinata had taken the Hyuga massacre hard, and had been inconsolable for 2 weeks afterwards. The elected leader of the Konoha survivors and thus the Rokudames still remembered Hinata's face when they had come upon the burning compound. Though they searched for hours, the only survivors were those who had been away, Hinata and Niji. In that one moment the strongest Jujutsu in Konoha was nearly wiped out because the clan elders had been too stubborn to move away from the walls. No comfort could be given, so Naruto turned to the next best option. Distraction. Hey Hinata, did you know that the faster we get things to sell the sooner we'll have ramen? Of course, we're gonna send a team in first to make sure it's secure, just like civilian travelers would do, Naruto mimicked, but hey. We'll have ramen to eat. What should we get first? Miso ramen? Or maybe pork. Pork ramen is good. They were sitting around eating the meat from the deer that Niji had killed when Sai sighed. Have any of you realized yet that we've shrunk? There was silence before Sakura admitted. Yes, I've noticed, but I hoped it was my imagination. She glanced over at Kakashi. However, Kakashi seemed taller, so Naruto exhaled and flung his bone into the corner. It's not that we've gotten smaller, it's that we've gotten younger. He glanced around the room. You guys really haven't figured it out yet? Sakura looked a bit embarrassed. However, some of them, such as Shikamaru and Kakashi, didn't look surprised. I would say, Shikamaru stated, that we are around 2 to 3 years younger. The scroll mentioned that we would decrease in age and grow slower until our goals were complete, until the time when we left. Kakashi elaborated. Kiba snorted. TCH, it feels as if we're in a mixture of Back to the Future and Honey, we shrunk ourselves. Slowly, the rest of the shinobi turned to Naruto. Anything else you want to tell us? Niji growled, annoyed. He had been rather proud of his height. Why are you blaming this on me? Naruto exclaimed, throwing his hands up. You were the ones who wanted to come along. Hinata frowned in concentration as she formed another knot. 3 tapestries had already been finished. 2 more and they would have enough to sell. She sighed and cracked her back. Several crashes, bangs and swearing erupted from the outside, but Hinata ignored them with a practiced ear. After 2 weeks it no longer startled or amused her. She selected another color, a vibrant emerald hue of green, and set about making the leaves of the tree. It was one of her finest works yet, even if she did have to say so herself. It was a tapestry of one of the Hyuga courtyards where Hinata had played when she was younger. White stones paving the ground while clear, blue water sprouted from a silver fountain, and abundant bushes sprouting from garden plots, a childhood wonderland. She remembered when she was a child she would go to the courtyard and wander through the tall reeds that grew on the edge of the indoor pond. She would sing quietly the nursery rhymes that her mother once sang to her, drawing comfort from her childish voice. When she grew tired of her singing she would lay down in the flower bed, something she was often reprimanded for, and watch the clouds above her as the flowers swung with the breeze. After Hinata's kidnapping she had been restricted to the compound and hardly ever left except for in the company of her guards. However, in this enclosed courtyard that was filled with greenery and life, She could lay on her back and pretend that there were no white walls sealing her in. Out of sight, out of mind, and the only thing she could see was the deep blue of the sky with white fluffy clouds reflecting the setting sun. Often she fell asleep there only to wake up in her bed the next morning wondering how she had gotten here. Once she had woken up to see the face of her father, as he picked her up. His face had been the softest she had ever seen it. She had felt so safe and secure in his arms, feeling the gentle rumble of his voice deep in his chest as he spoke to the guards at his side. She wondered if this was the first time he had done this, and decided to believe it wasn't. It made her feel so safe to have him find her and take her to her bed. It was one of her treasured memories. After the war had started, the Hokage had asked the clan to move away from the compound. The small courtyard had been the only thing that drew Hinata to that place which she could hardly call a home. However, the elders and family members were less than willing, and despite her appeals they had voted to remain there. Hinata couldn't deny that perhaps she was a little bit happy to still have her safe haven to turn to when the war got bad. It had been one of the things that had kept her going after her father's abrupt and violent death, and after the loss of her bodyguard and friend, Sato-san. It was the place she could go to cry and remember. She could go to the courtyard and feel safe from the world, like a fragile egg which was wrapped in cotton and velvet. If Hinata could have had her way, she would have never left there. Day in and day out after the guerrilla war went straight to hell, she could be found lying on the side of the enclosed pool, her long, white finger trailing through the water slowly. It had been 4 weeks after her father's death, a week since the death of her guard, and 3 weeks since her sister had been found in the forest with fatal injuries. Hinata had managed to say goodbye before Hanabi slipped away. Hanabi's death had never seemed appropriate to Hinata. Somehow, the elder Hyuga heir had always thought that Hanabi would die with a lot of fanfare and explosions at the end of a great battle. Everybody breaks, Hinata knew. It was during that time when Hinata had reached her breaking point. She had been willing to cast away all hope and strength to huddle in that little courtyard with the memory of her deceased family as her only companion. Fortunately, Hinata mused as she pulled a scarlet thread to make the petal of an up-close flower. Naruto hadn't been willing to allow her to remain there. She still remembered him coming in and sitting beside her, silent and steady, waiting for her to speak. Stubborn and knowing what he wanted to say but not prepared to hear it, she had ignored him in favor of braiding her long hair. She remembered trying to pin it up, but her hands shook so hard that she couldn't get a saban to go through the dark tresses. Naruto had moved behind her, his rough hands gently sorting through the tangles and rat nests until he was able to twist it up. He didn't use a clasp, she recalled with a smile, preferring to keep it up with chakra. When he had finished, Hinata had turned away, brushing back tears roughly. "You can't hide here forever, Hinata. You're stronger than that." His words echoed in her mind even after he had left. Later she sensed the familiar brush of Shino's chakra as he entered the room to pull her out to eat, promising that he and Kiba would split the bill. Hinata looked around the courtyard and silently thanked it for its comfort, before turning away and following Shino out while listening to his report on the happenings in the village. 2 months later she saw the courtyard again, but it had been a smoldering heap of charcoal and ash. The fountain had been smashed, the pond poisoned. Instead of clear blue water it was filled with murky black sludge and the bodies of her clansmen. Instead of the scent of flowers and grass the air reeked of burnt flesh. Instead of a soothing breeze the air was the hot burning of fire. Instead of peace and comfort she was in the middle of a nightmare. Hinata started, shocked to realize that she had been caught up in memories, her hands folded in her lap. Shaking and giving herself a firm reprimand, she picked up her thread again. The swearing was still going on. What was happening out there? Naruto was ready to kill someone painfully. And he would enjoy doing it too, painfully. Where are they? Kakashi was late, which wasn't that surprising. What was surprising was that Lee was late too, as was Chuji. Lee was never late, something that he prided himself for, and Chuji didn't like to keep others waiting. Naruto sighed and put down the hammer. Trying to build wagons was, well, not tiring but taxing even with the Kagebunshin. And he could use someone else's input on how to build it. After all, how was he supposed to know where Chuji's food corner was supposed to come out? And how was he supposed to know where Ino and Sakura wanted the puppet show? And how was he supposed to know where Sai wanted his paintings to be displayed? Naruto groaned as he sat down. Things had sort of gotten into a routine. Everyone had their jobs, everyone had their place. Naruto smiled a little as his sharp ears picked up the sound of Lee and Niji, before he groaned and felt like kicking himself. Of course. Lee got moved to work with Niji because Ino didn't trust him with a hammer. The 2 boys were responsible for building the outhouse or an inside bathroom, whichever they agreed on. Apparently, Lee was convinced the outhouse would be more youthful, but Naruto definitely agreed with Niji that it would be uncomfortable to get to in times of great need. As Naruto listened to their argument and retorts, Feeling the brotherhood between them, he smiled. Niji, stoic as he was, really was a good guy. He had warmed up quite a bit since the first Chunin exam all that time ago. Was it really 5 years? Naruto exhaled. It felt weird to only have to worry about 10 people. In the last year and a half he had gotten used to commanding half of the shinobi forces plus the several sections of the village that were under his soul's supervision. Naruto grinned as he put his hands behind his back and kicked his feet up, remembering. Tsunade had said it was Hokage training, but Naruto suspected that she was just lazy. However, before Naruto knew it, he was recognized as second in command. Even Anbu answered to him. He was respected, looked up to, even, dare he think it, loved. It felt intimidating, daunting, and humbling. There were so many people trusting him to make the right decisions at the right moments. So many people were counting on him seeing the solutions. So many friends looked to him for leadership. So many people were counting on him getting them out alive. Humbling. That was the right word, and Naruto had made a promise. In the big things and in the little things he would do his best not to fail them, or he would die trying, and he wouldn't go back on that. After all, that was his nindo. He picked up his hammer again and started pounding. He had a wagon to finish. 3 weeks later, feet landed on the hillside. The girl gazed down at the village below, her face filled with longing. Blonde hair swayed down her back. She glanced behind her. Are you ready for this? Ready as I'll ever be, her pink-haired companion quipped. Yash! The other companion said. Let us show Konoha our flames of youth. Sakura paused, her foot still in midair. Her gaze was focused on the village before her. I can't do this. Her chest heaved, her hands quivered. I can't do this. Yes, you can. Ino came up behind her and put her arm around her shoulders. You can and you will. The blonde sighed. You told me you were past this, Sakura. You promised Naruto that you would be okay. Sakura pulled away. Of course I did. I wasn't going to make Naruto worry any more than he had to. Especially since he was forced to stay behind. Sakura picked up a stone and hurled it hard. The lethal projectile sunk into the middle of a tree, leaving a hole 7 inches deep. But you don't understand. Ino wasn't sure about that. She knew very well what was troubling Sakura. Sakura had been a medic nin by choice, not by necessity like Hinata and Ino. She had cared for not only the ninja but for the civilians. Sakura had made it a point to make her patients as comfortable as possible by talking to them, asking questions, and telling them about herself. There was not a single patient, be him young or old, that she didn't know their entire life story, even if it seemed mundane. As she had told Sai once, there is a tale in everyone's lives, a precious pearl that you won't find in anyone else. The children loved her, rushing to meet her instead of running away. Old people loved her, knowing they could talk and talk and talk and she wouldn't tell them to be quiet. Dealing with Naruto had taught her that. Sakura made it a point to get to know each and every person she could as much as was possible. And then, when the war started, she was forced to see friend after friend and patient after patient die, many of them dying even as she pumped an inhuman amount of chakra into their bodies. Sakura remembered them. She remembered their faces, their stories, their hopes and dreams. She remembered their names, and she couldn't forgive herself for failing. This was dangerous, as Tsunade had often come to tell her. Tsunade had lectured Sakura constantly about the destructiveness of not distancing oneself. Sakura had been Tsunade's soundbox, a person she could rant about all the things gone wrong in her past. Because of this, Sakura knew exactly what had broken the Hokage and driven out her strength for years. It was the deaths of her brother and lover. However, despite this, Sakura couldn't let go of her failings. She couldn't forget the face of the 7-year-old boy who had been at the wrong place at the wrong time, who loved puppies and wanted to be a cook. She couldn't forget the old lady who had been retired for years and only wanted to look after her garden, and whose life had been stolen by a cruel sound nin. She couldn't forget shinobi who had been rushed in and placed on her table. She couldn't overlook their looks of resignation because they'd all seen injuries like this before, and knew exactly where it would end. Sakura couldn't escape from the genin teams who had left so hopeful and filled with life, believing that nothing could stop them, only to return with the broken body of a teammate and optimistic looks that tore into her because they believed that she could do something, that she would do something even though she knew she couldn't. This was half of the problem. That village, which they were quickly approaching, was filled with people that Sakura thought she had failed. It was filled with people that Sakura thought she should have been able to save. It was filled with friends who wouldn't know her. The other part of the problem extended from that existence which their entire lives seemed to revolve around nowadays, Naruto. TCH. Ino didn't know when exactly it had occurred, but Sakura had begun to notice the attitude toward Naruto. It happened soon after Sakura had discovered Naruto's secret. At the time, only she and Shikamaru had known about Kyubi, Team Guy had found out while rescuing Gaara, and the rest of the Konoha 9 were just beginning to see the reactions of the villagers and start questioning the behaviors of their parents. Sakura quickly became appalled as she watched people she had respected from childhood as decent, caring, kind role models turn into a child's worst nightmare. As she watched in newly opened and shocked eyes, the kind faces of her mentors twisted with hate and disgust. As she stared in horror, the people who acted so kind to her when she entered their stores closed the doors in her teammates' face. Soon, Sakura became almost bitter and disillusioned. Naruto saw what was happening, and even though it felt nice to for once have someone on his side, he begged her to lay aside her resentment and anger. Perhaps, Ino reflected as she put a hand on Sakura's arm, it had been the mixture of both these things which had caused Sakura to snap. Which had caused her almost to refuse treatment of anyone in the older generation, to insult the elders, to rebel. It had been a horrible 4 months, a no-good, terrible, horrible 4 months until Sakura was suitable to tend to people again. Even then, she only tended to people who she had never seen do things to Naruto. Ino glanced back at Lee, who was for once quiet and begged silently for his help. Despite his appearance, Lee was wise. The green-clad teen moved to come in front of cherry-headed girl. Sakura, I know it makes you angry. I know it makes you sad. It makes me angry too, but the people down there are innocent, and they are the same people whose life stories you've heard. You have a chance to change those stories for the better, and a chance to save the lives of those you think you've failed. Sakura kept her gaze firmly on the ground. Sakura, Lee insisted, ducking to meet her eyes. Slowly, one side of her mouth stretched to a wry smile. I guess I need to let go, don't I? She said ruefully. Lee grinned. That is my Sakura-chan. Filled to the brim with the power of youth which will guide her on her journey to seeking the goodness in the hearts of men even as she blossoms into. Ino slammed her fist onto his head. Shut up. Sometimes, Lee's brand of wisdom wasn't the best choice. Konoha. The Chunin looked up to see 3 figures approaching the gates. He reached over and tapped his companion on the shoulder to wake him. Roma grunted and opened his eyes. His legs remained firmly propped up on the desk, however, Ryu knew that the moment Roma sensed any danger, he would be ready. The figures continued to come closer. They made no attempt to hide themselves, but their movements made him worried. Their feet grazed upon the ground, hardly leaving a mark. Their strides were graceful and confident. They carried themselves almost warily. They carried themselves like shinobi. Roma tightened his hand around a kunai. Ryu motioned him off. Don't alert them to our suspicions. Better to let them hang themselves. Roma silently acknowledged his point and forced himself to relax. If they were spies, well, they wouldn't last long. The yellow flash was in town. They were dressed strangely, Sakura mused. It felt weird to be in civilian clothes after all these years. Boots, blue jeans, a black t-shirt with the words "It wasn't me," and her white trench coat. No weapons unless you counted her fists. Ino was in a purple short-sleeve embroidered shirt and khakis. Definitely not shinobi clothes. Lee was posed as their companion/bodyguard, so he was able to wear at least some clothing in which fighting was possible, but even then, they all felt vulnerable. None of them wore their headbands, obviously, and it felt so strange. It felt as if she had cut off one of her arms and left it behind. Lee had taken leaving his height behind especially hard, having inherited Guy's red headband after his death. Lee had never gone anywhere without it after Guy's death a year and a half ago. Or was it in 20 years? Gah! Sakura's face twisted. Time traveling is so confusing, and Ino had on tennis shoes of all things. Those impractical, unsteady monstrosities. Of course, boots weren't much better, she figured. Sakura focused on the village. It looked so new and carefree, and yes, she could see the signs of the war which marred this time, but still, it was a far cry from the smoldering wreckage that Orochimaru had left in his wake. Lee already had an extra spring in his step, only noticeable if you had been around him for as long as she had. Ino was almost skipping, her face becoming more carefree than Sakura had seen in a long time. It was interesting what coming home could do. Lee felt himself becoming more cheerful, more dare he think it, of course he did, youthful. However, this time, Lee thought, it isn't just referring to attitude. It feels as if years have rolled off my shoulders. Ino and Sakura look so young now, and I don't mean because they're 15 either. Ino. She's had to deal with a lot in the last year with taking care of Sakura. And Sakura, well, perhaps this will allow her to let go of the past and embrace the springtime of youth. Not very likely, however. He sighed ruefully. Some people just didn't get it. Guy-sensei, I hope somewhere you are proud of me. Today, I will strive to make a better world for you, one where sadness isn't something shown often on your face. The gates were fast approaching, and Lee knew they would just come so much sooner if they could just run. However, going incognito meant that nothing could link them to being shinobi. There were, naturally, subtle signs that Lee knew they weren't hiding, but no one could truly hide the signs of a trained fighter, especially one which had seen battle. That, Lee knew, would always be seen in the shadows of the eyes, the hardness around the mouth, the cautious looks at bushes, and the way one set one's back to a wall. It was seen in slightly twitchy hands that inched to an imaginary pouch that just wasn't there. It was seen in the melancholy and far-off looks towards better times that everyone, even him, was subject to. Lee had even seen Naruto cheerful, youthful, and rebounding. Naruto pause and sit frozen, staring at his hands as if he were seeing them for the first time. Lee knew what he was seeing. Sometimes Lee saw it himself, the deeds that weren't suitable for remembering, much less mentioning. The sins that they had committed while in the line of duty. Lee knew that Naruto, more than anyone else other than maybe Sai, was well aware of all the genin he had cut down, genin who hadn't even stood a chance against the experienced jounin. Sai was more aware simply because he had been in that life for as long as he could remember. Sai had been trained to be an emotionless weapon since the age of 3. Sai knew darker things than the rest, which he thankfully kept mostly to himself. However, the things that Sai inevitably did reveal, they made Lee shudder to even think that there was someone so twisted, so unyouthful, that they could do those deeds to a child. It made him gasp in horror to know that those people had claimed allegiance to Konoha and that the village that he stepped closer to with every passing second was almost under their control. At the same time, Naruto's situation had made him realize that not all humans were as good as they. Well, let's leave it at that. Where was he? Oh yes, the signs of a shinobi. However, by this time it was irrelevant. The guards had probably seen them, should have seen them a while ago if they were worth their salt, and had probably marked down anything suspicious. That is, if methods of conduct were the same now as 50 years ago. Later, TCH. Time travel. Well, it was time to see how things would go from now on. As Ino had once said, it was time to face the music. Roma could feel his muscles tense. What was it about them that set him off? Traders came less than usual, true, but they still came. They were a shinobi village, after all. They had to make money somehow, so customers were still regular. It wasn't rare for some unknowing family to come to a shinobi village when it was at war. After all, shinobi needed to keep these sorts of things away from the public. However, something just set him on edge. Even as the children, for children they were, he could now see, something just rubbed him wrong. Of course. It might just be that boy. Who on earth wears that horrid shade of green? If it were spandex, I could swear he was an older version of. Roma cut off that line of thought. He shook his head rapidly. However, masochism is more fun when shared, so Roma turned to his partner, Rio. Is it just me or does that boy look a lot like? Don't say anything. The jounin hissed. I'm trying not to think of that, thank you. All he needs is spandex and... Simultaneously, both of them shuddered. What horrors that particular Konoha chunin must have gone through to turn out like that, Rio sighed. They're almost here. You'd think that if they were shinobi, they'd at least do us the courtesy of arriving quickly. Mendokus. Ryu grumbled as he stood up and straightened his height. Or that is, he tilted it more off-kilter. Calloused hands, used to wielding a sword, brushed off his jounin vest. He picked up the jug of sake and set it on the table. Let's make them a little loose-tongued, right? Roma groaned. Why do I always have to be the drunk? Ino paused in mid-step, her face a humorous display of bemusement, bewilderment, and astonishment. A grin spread over her face and she hopped over to the desk, falling easily into the role of a normal, hyper 15-year-old civilian girl. Ugh! She said, splaying her hands on the desk and leaning forward, her eyes fixed on the chunin who was acting drunk. Acting. Always acting. Always. She forced the thoughts out of her head to focus on playing her role. Spunky to the extreme, she asked, is he drunk? She put a finger on her cheek. Never been around a drunk guy before. Well, at this time of the day anyway. Was it her imagination, or did they just tense? Of course it wasn't. She wasn't top interrogator for looking hot, after all. They were suspicious. My daddy, now, he got drunk around 7 every night. Not to mention my brothers. You better get him some headache medicine, or else he's gonna have a hangover the size of a horse. She giggled. Daddy now, he got real temperamental when he got a hangover, Sakura sighed. What are you talking about, Ino? You're just as temperamental as your daddy was. Only his bad day is a great one compared to yours. Ino's face fell and she scowled. What did you say, forehead girl? Sparks flew between them, and then they turned away in a huff. However, in a second, both girls were leaning on the desk again. But really, should he be drunk this early in the day? I would think that would be. Both girls paused before chorusing. Troublesome. Lee bounded up behind them. Ino! Haruka! Not only that, but by being drunk so early in the day means that this poor soul has some deep scar and is trying to drown it. We must attempt to revive his flames of youth which are being crushed by. Ino clamped a hand around Lee's mouth. Lee. Ino just knew, that the shudder which had run through the guards had been from that comment. Was it possible they knew Guy? They seemed disturbed enough. Sorry about that. She laughed nervously. My friend here is a little quirky. She winced. The Jounin seemed suddenly much more sympathetic. Names? He asked. I'm Nawaki Ino, this is Sato Haruka, and this bundle of youth in green cloth over here is Tai Lee. She flipped her hair over her shoulder. Sheesh. He wasn't seriously this gullible, was he? She pushed over her papers even as she noticed the Chunin was suddenly much less drunk, and trying hard to still seem so. Bingo. Caught you. She hid a smirk. Some of the oldest tricks in the book. The drunk man first, and if that didn't work, the sympathetic guard who was so gullible. She felt like sighing. Aren't they in the middle of a war? Shouldn't they be making some new things up? Of course, these old-school tactics might be new for them. The documents were quickly checked out, and after a moment the Jounin looked up. He glanced at them, and then back down. What's a bunch of kids doing so far from home? He asked, scanning their documents a third time. Sakura stepped forward while Ino conceded her place generously. When putting forward a business proposition, Sakura's assertive nature always worked better, especially now that Ino had established herself as a normal hyper-15-year-old. Sakura's body posture was completely serious, her aura concentrated. Business. Sakura started curtly. I and my companions are part of a group in a caravan. We wish to start a business which specialized in civilian shinobi trade. Basically, we come for about a week, set up our stall, sell our wares, buy supplies, leave and go to a civilian village. Then we go to another shinobi village, then another civilian village. We are an impartial party. We take no side in any war, and as long as a village will trade with us, we will trade with them. As the Jounin began to open his mouth, most likely to voice protest, Sakura continued. Of course, we will need permission from your Hokage? Was it? Sakura's green eyes met the Konoha Nin's caramel straight on. Her back was ramrod straight, and her voice was clipped and to the point. The Jounin opened his mouth again, only to stop. He shook his head in amusement. What makes you think that Konoha will want anything to do with an impartial party? For all we know, you could be scouts and Iwas paid to see Konoha's defenses. When we said impartial party, we meant, Sakura leaned forwards. I'm partile party. We will either trade, nor talk, nor give hints about a village to another village, be they friends or foes. Nor will we carry messages, nor will we sell better quality of things to one village and not to another. She looked straight at him, her eyes sharp. Besides, accept or deny us, that isn't your choice, is it? I assume that the similar dress between you two mean that you are not the Hokage. While I realize you are fully within your authority to deny us into the city, you can't deny our business proposition. Only the Hokage can do that. Roma had to fight not to laugh. Ryo-san was getting dressed down by a 15-year-old civilian. And a girl too. It was too funny. She wasn't disrespectful, exactly, but she was forceful. And Roma knew from experience that Ryo responded to force with force. Thus Roma was surprised when Ryo burst out laughing. And not chuckles, but deep belly-aching laughs. The laughter slowed down to a chuckle and Ryo looked down to the girl before him. You've got spirit, girl, he said between chuckles. You remind me of my Makoto. He smiled. Okay. Roma. I think I can guard the gate while you take these business people to the Hokage Tower. Ryo glared at his partner. However, if you're late, it comes out of your salary. Roma felt as if the air had been knocked out of him. What? He gasped. But. He stammered around, gesturing with his hands and mouthing words. Ryo smiled innocently. Do you have a problem? He asked with fake sweetness. Roma sighed. No sir, not at all, sir. Why would I, sir? I live to serve, S.I. Oh? You do? Ryo grinned evilly. Then why don't you pick up my laundry on the way back, eh? Roma watched helplessly as his paycheck flew away amid a sea of delirious giggles. The caves. Naruto spun around to kick the straw dummy. He flipped in the air and came up behind it, raining down punches like a storm. With one final growl he tore the head off. Now, what did that poor straw man ever do to you? Sai asked sardonically, walking into the room. He reached down to pick up the head. Any particular reason it looks like a fusion of Kakashi and Niji? Naruto turned away and stood silently, a quivering package of emotion just waiting to burst. How come they have to be so rational? He growled and hit the wall with a crack. Sai inwardly winced. That had to hurt. Sai sighed and walked up beside the blonde once a man now a boy, whereas the blonde leaned his head against the wall silently. Naruto's red-flecked eyes watched his hand contemplatively as the bones knit and reformed, the skin already growing back to hide any sign of the injury. You know, we're going to have to get used to our teammates going out without us being there controlling the situation. Sai commented calmly, leaning his back against the wall. Dark eyes were fixed on the sky above them, obscured only by stone which jutted out. Naruto glanced at him from the corner of his eye. That doesn't mean I have to like it. He pushed himself off the wall and walked over to scoop up his coat. The coat and pants were all that remained from his original outfit. He wore a bright orange sleeveless shirt as well as a black headband in place of his height. He threw on the jacket and reached to secure his weapons pouch before he remembered. No more weapons pouch. His fingers curled. No more safety. He could feel Sai's eyes on him, watching, observing, and his gaze as sharp as his pseudonym. Sai sword. How appropriate. What's in a name? I just know you're going to rant right now. Sai stated in false exasperation, rolling his eyes. Naruto scowled. Shut up. Emo, drama queen, emotion runt, overblown dumb blonde, cheesy lout, windbag, effeminate artist. Do you really want me to give the logical retort to that? Sai asked, smiling. Naruto puffed in annoyance. Forget it. He made his way towards the exit of the cavern which led back up to their cave dwellings and paused. Do you think that we're doing the right thing? Being here in this time? What else could we do? Sai answered matter-of-factly. Quite frankly, our chances of surviving without Konoha were very slim. Gaara, I know, would have accepted us because of your friendship with him, but I don't think certain members of our party, including myself, could have lasted long under him. Suna has interesting rules after all. Sai counted off on his fingers. And then, when we finally left Suna, we would have been considered missing needs. Then we wouldn't have anywhere to go with a lot of enemies behind. And then, survivor's guilt would grab hold, fling you upside down, and choke you all. I notice you didn't include yourself in that. Of course not. I don't feel guilt, really, Konoha. Ino laughed at a joke the Chunin told her. Roma was funny. Well, in a quirky, corny sort of way. But she would take what she could get. Too bad he's taken. Ino resisted the sudden and compelling urge to sulk. Most of his sentences were taken up with references to Kyoko this, or Kyoko that. Ino sighed. Well, you just gotta pick your battles, eh? Ino had one rule when it came to flirting with guys. Only go after those who were non-committed. It saved her a lot of trouble, despite being so fun. After all, when you went after a taken guy, there was the difficulty of convincing him to flirt back, then the difficulty in urging him to continue flirting back. And then there was the girlfriend who sparked a rivalry which usually ended up with bad rumors for both Ino and the maligned party. Basically, if you were flirting just to flirt, it was too troublesome. Roma gestured around him. Well, this street is the main food section. We have everything from steak to ramen. The dango is good, and the sushi is particularly excellent, but I really recommend the barbecue place over there, if you stay, that is. Lee followed Roma's finger to see the same barbecue place that Chuji so often spent his time in. He had a lot of memories from there, Lee knew, as did all the other ex-Konoha nins. The barbecue place and the Ichiraku ramen stand had been chief gathering places, if only because Naruto refused to go without ramen for a week. Lee smiled, albeit sadly. It is new, isn't it? Roma looked surprised. Hey, how'd you know? Just a guess. Lee turned away and continued walking. Roma watched him, confused, before shrugging it off. After we get off this street, we'll be near the Hokage Tower. Lee nodded to him, his eyes intense. I thank you for your assistance in coming here. I shall hope that you will be able to complete all the tasks your companion gave you. If you do not, I shall walk 14 times down the street on my hands carrying the laundry. And if I cannot, I shall do 100 push-ups with 30-pound weights on my back. Roma shakily nodded his head and tried to smile. Why did that sound more like a threat? Sakura sighed. Lee, I don't think we have time for that. Not, she hastily added, that I don't believe Roma-san can do it, but because we have to get back to the group soon. Lee's shoulders drooped, and he looked at Sakura pleadingly. But Haruka-chan, I have to keep up with my training. If not, how will I protect you and Ino if we happen to be attacked? Sakura's eyes gleamed. Why? Do Ino and I need to be protected? Lee stammered, clearly recognizing he was on thin ice. In the meantime, Ino ignored them and kept her eyes peeled for any cute boys who happened to be passing by. She walked up and leaned at a stall which was selling herbs. Yo, hottie! What's up? The poor boy looked confused and astonished, even glancing behind him to see if the blonde, Blue-eyed wonder was really addressing him. Hi. She grinned, trying not to make it predatory. What you doing? She fingered some of the herbs. Do you sell medicine? Some. The boy's eyes lightened up. We sell a lot of medicinal herbs, but we also sell herbs such as lavender, or rosemary, and ingredients such as parsley. To sum it up, any kind of herb, leaf, or scent that you want, we sell. Ino looked fascinated. Wow. You really know your stuff. She smiled. I'm impressed. The boy blushed, causing Ino to nearly squeal. He's so cute. However, she had matured a lot, somewhat, since Sasuke, and she was not going to act like a fangirl. Not really. The boy admitted. I'm still learning from my mom. Dad was killed in the war, so I help mom around now. Ino's face sobered. He really was young, she knew. She judged him to be around 14 or 15. Yet, his eyes and smile had the same sad edge that haunted those who had lost loved ones. I'm sure that helps her a lot. Ino said sincerely. You know, when my mom was around, I used to help her in her flower shop. It was so much fun. Do you have any dried? Soon, both were deeply involved in a discussion on herbs and flowers. Haruka and Lee weren't doing so well, Roma noted with a grin. Lee kept digging himself into a bigger hole. Finally, the green-wearing boy burst out, I just meant that I'm going to set a goal for myself. Haruka paused in mid-sentence. Oh. She looked a little confused. Why didn't you say that in the first place? And just like that she was nice again. Roma fought the urge to laugh. She really was a spitfire. Especially when she was arguing with the Vtll. Where was the blonde? He spun around, panic starting to swell. Maybe they were spies. Maybe this Ino was planting bombs and making maps as they spoke. Maybe she was charting their weaknesses, and trying to figure out how to collapse the wall. Maybe she was trying to poison someone's food. Maybe he spotted her at the herb stand, a sad, dying business run by a widow and her son. She and Haru seemed to be having a fascinating discussion. Haru was animated, his hands waving around like pistons, while Ino was talking rapidly, her eyes sparkling. And was the blonde flirting? He blinked. She was. A girl that hot was flirting with a guy like Haru? He grinned. Oh boy. Wait until Kyo heard about this. He would never believe it. Roma turned to his charge. Aino-san, right? We need to get going. The girl didn't seem to hear him, even though Haru glanced up. Roma sighed and walked forwards. Your name's Ino-san, right? We got to go to the Hokage-to. If looks could kill, and Roma was sure that there was some Kakai Genkai somewhere that did, Roma knew he would be 6 feet under pushing up daisies while the Shinigami danced the tango over his grave. Who knew such a pretty, delicate thing could glare like that? It was as if her eyes had turned into ice shards. Roma didn't have to stretch his imagination to feel those shards pierce into his heart and freeze him inside. She was still beautiful, he noted absently, but in a cold, ice queen, cruel, wicked witch of the West sort of way. Then, as if it had all been a mask or a bad dream, her face smoothed out, and she spun back to the herb boy. My name's Nawaki Ino. Yours is. She waited expectantly. The boy looked stunned, as if a girl had never asked for his name before. Roma silently acknowledged that probably none ever had. Minasuki. Minasuki Haru. Ino grinned. Well, Minasuki Haru-kun, next time I pass by, how about we get a bite to eat? She winked. What'd I say? With that she turned back to the Chunin, cast a royal glare on him like he was the scum of the earth, and walked over to the other two who were almost but not quite huddled behind a telephone post. Roma was confused, and turned to Haru. What just happened? However, Haru was on cloud 9, so Roma decided to ask Lee, who, despite the argument a moment ago, seemed to really know what was going on. You interrupted her flirting. Lee answered, as if it were obvious. Roma looked confused. And how did that explain it? Then he paused. Oh wait. Maybe that was all the explanation needed. The boy watched the group with interest. He'd never seen them before. And he knew everybody. With a grin he hopped off the stool. Oh Roma-kun. Who've you got there? Roma spun around, his face lighting up when he saw the caller. Just some guests, Obito-san. Ha! I knew I'd never seen them before. Obito laughed. Hi. I'm Uchiha Obito. Who are you? Sakura felt as if the wind had been knocked out of her. Uchiha, Sasuke's family. Obito, Kakashi's teammate. However, none of this showed on her face, fortunately. Instead, she answered. Sato Haruka. It's nice to meet you. Obito grinned at her. Wow, Ino noted, he really does look like Naruto, except with black hair. And dark eyes. And whiter skin. But he has goggles. She repressed a giggle. Obito was, Sakura knew, around 10 years old right now. That meant he was a genin, having been promoted to chunin at the age of 11, only 2 years before his death. What are you doing here? Roma asked. I thought you and your team started missions again today, eh? But right now I'm eating with my team. He jabbed a thumb over his shoulder, before asking rapid-fire questions about who are they. What are they doing here? How old are you? Do you like cats? Because there's this one really annoying cat that always is running away, and then my team and I. And the jerk is Kakashi. Don't listen to anything he says. All he does is stick to rules, train, stick to rules, train, stick to rules, nag on me, train, Lee perked up. Would it perhaps be possible to find a place to train my taijutsu? Obito glanced at him, curious. My sensei always stressed that one must take each and every opportunity to enhance one's skills. Obito looked skeptical. You know taijutsu? But I thought you were civilians? Civilians have fighting skills too, Lee answered calmly. Just because we don't use them as an income source doesn't mean we are completely helpless. I think, Lee-kun, you think that everyone has a background like yours. Ino cut in. Lee's dad was a taijutsu expert. She explained to the genin and shunin. He taught Lee everything he knew before he died. Lee continues to practice it as a way to remember him, though it does come in handy if we ever face bandits on the road. Obito nodded. I get it. So basically it's family techniques. Lee sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. I guess you could say that, Obito-san. But my father also liked to study other people's styles and tried to integrate it into his own. Lee's back straightened and he frowned fiercely. He never stole techniques, of course, but he did try to adapt them so he could use them. Over time, Lee had developed a distinct distaste of copy jutsus, taijutsu, or genjutsu. He viewed copying or stealing someone's manner of fighting as cheating or dishonorable, and said constantly that such things had to be earned by hard work. Even then, to copy something without the original owner's permission, in Lee's mind, was theft. He believed that even if you took something from the enemy you had to change it, albeit only slightly. This way of thinking had actually helped him to surpass Guy even when he had been at his peak. This way of thinking had also caused Lee to distrust Sasuke for more things than just the betrayal of the village, which was already very bad in his opinion. Lee had viewed Sasuke as a cheater of himself and others and one who sought strength through shortcuts and dishonorable means. It would be interesting, Ino reflected, to see how Lee would react to a village full of uchiha. He seemed to be taking it well, so far. So, you're a taijutsu specialist. Obito summarized. You could say that. Lee answered. But like anyone else, I must sharpen my skills with hard work and practice. Obito nodded. Sounds good. Hey, do you feel like going down to a training field and helping me out with my own skills? 'Cause they kinda need a little bit of help, and I want to beat my rival, Kakashi. Oh no. Sakura and Ino echoed in their minds, exchanging horror-filled looks. He said the forbidden words. Lee's face screwed up tightly. His mouth pressed into a thin line and his eyes squinted. Obito glanced from him to the girls, worried that perhaps he had offended someone. Then, all at once it seemed as if a sunset had been placed behind the boy in front of him. Great large tears rolled down the boy's cheeks as Lee began sprouting about rivals and prodigies, and how wonderful it was to see someone full of the flames of youth. He loudly and passionately commended the youth from the fountain before him for his desire to improve. He proclaimed with fervor that Obito would surely learn from him as he hoped to impart the teachings of youth to a new generation. He vociferously pronounced the beauty of rivalry, and how overjoyed he was to have found someone so filled with the fires of life as to engage in this activity. Obito stared at Lee, his face shocked until he felt one of the girls tap him on the shoulder. Ignore the fountain of youth, okay? Ino guided him away from the oblivious taijutsu expert. Roma was staring at Lee, shocked and wondering what jutsu had placed the sunrise and sunbeams there. And where was the music coming from? Namake's Minato glanced behind him, his expression curious. He had, of course, noticed Obito's departure, but he knew about Obito's open and friendly nature, so he assumed he was seeing friends. However, that explosion of enthusiasm hadn't quite been expected. He spun around to lean against the ramen counter, resting his weight on his elbows. Obito, it appeared, was being accosted by a miniature volcano in green. Minato grinned. The expression Obito was wearing was hilarious. The pink-haired girl calmed down the boy by a rather hard tap on the head. Minato winced in sympathy while reaching over to pick up his ramen bowl, because, after all, the only way to make an enjoyable situation more enjoyable was experiencing it with ramen. Obito seemed to have gotten over his shock and continued his conversation with the thick-eyebrowed boy. Minato couldn't hear what they were talking about, and he pouted for a bit before something else caught his attention. His eyes narrowed. What the? Kakashi wasn't a chunin at his age for nothing. He was accustomed to being on high alert and keeping track of the slightest changes. Years of being around ninja had taught him to read the subtle changes in posture. He could find someone's tell in minutes, find someone's weaknesses in less than an hour. He could find a person's nervous habits just by observing their appearance, and could sense sudden shifts in behavior instantly. He had to do these things to survive. Thus, when Minato-sensei tensed slightly, his chopsticks froze for a fraction of a second, and his eyes narrowed, Kakashi knew that Minato was concerned. Over what, the chunin still didn't know. However, he extended his senses behind him, not turning around in case the enemy would be alerted. Obito, Roma, one of the gate guards, and 4 chakra signatures. Tightly controlled. They were high, nearly Ju. No. They were low. Not even genin. Wait. What? Kakashi spun around on his stool. Sensei, Minato confirmed quietly, his gaze fixed on the visitors. Minato couldn't exactly put his finger on it. Maybe that was why it bothered him so much. They didn't feel like civilians, but they didn't feel like shinobi either. There was little to no chakra whatsoever in the boy, and the chakra levels in the girls were either incredibly controlled or hardly there. However, this wasn't what worried him. After all, civilians usually had these chakra levels. No. It was the way they acted. Minato had a hobby. He liked watching people. He liked guessing at what their jobs were, how they lived, what they were like. He liked observing them, and picking up the small nuisances which made that person unique. He liked seeing identical twins and knowing which was which just because of the way one of them moved their hand when talking. He liked comparing civilians to shinobi, shinobi to samurai, samurai to civilians. In all his observations between shinobi and civilians, even those who had fought before, civilians generally had one of 3 reactions when first entering a shinobi village. They screamed when the first person darted out a window onto a roof, or appeared suddenly. They stared in shock, their eyes locked onto the strange figures which roamed the streets. Or they fainted. But to sum it up, non-shinobi who were exposed to the shinobi world reacted. They did something. The children in front of him didn't glance up when an ANBU appeared out of nowhere, dressed in full gear. They didn't gasp when a shinobi threw herself out of a 4-story window to the ground in front of them. They didn't even blink when someone used a cat-on to warm some soup, as useless as the adventure was. There was no awe, no fear. And he wasn't just saying this to flatter his ego. It was just wrong. The second thing was the way they moved. Their feet were confident, their movements smooth. Every foot was placed in such a way that it gave way to a forward or retreat. Their eyes darted occasionally, marking exits, entrances, people, and things. Hands. Hands were calloused. Scars ran up arms and around fingers. Nicks, marks, and dashes. Of course they could have been made by adventures climbing trees or romping in the wild, but their movements made him doubt that. That was the 3rd time the pink-haired one's hands brushed her leg. If she had been a shinobi, Minato bet that was where her weapons pouch would have been. He didn't like it. He didn't like it at all. On the other hand, he sensed no ill desire. No killing intent. No obvious recordings of the walls or the positions of the Konoha guards. They weren't enemies, he didn't think. But they certainly weren't friends. With a sigh, the Jounin sensei pushed himself up from the stool and walked over to the group. Ohio, Roma-san. Obito, you should probably finish eating. Minato tapped him on the glass of the goggles. You need energy for the next few hours. Obito pouted for a second, before he gave it up as a bad job all around and enthusiastically introduced his new friends. Oh, Namikaze-sensei. Meet my new friends. The pink-haired one is Haruka, the blondie is Ino, and the strange one full of the... He looked in askance, flames of youth is Lee. They're on their way to see the Hokage, cause they want to start a business working as liaisons between shinobi villages and civilian villages, basically. The girl identified as Haruka shrugged. Basically, we're a traveling caravan. She summarized. Namikaze Minato nodded absently. Well, if you have a few moments, I suppose I could escort you myself. He glanced at the relieved Chunin from the corner of his eye. Knowing Kyo, he probably has you picking up some things for him, and taking any delays out of your pay, right? Roma nodded rapidly and Minato hid a smile. He had been Kyo's partner once, 7 years ago, when he had been a Chunin, and Minato was willing to bet his tactics hadn't changed much. As he watched the Chunin rapidly make his way to the laundry office, smiling slightly, Minato extended his chakra to test out the visitors. Even at close range the reading was just as confusing. As he walked the group back to the ramen stand, all the while exalting the wonders of Ichiraku ramen, a bright grin on his face, the Jounin hid a frown. I just knew I should have stayed in bed this morning. The caves. Niji pounded the dummy, his hands punching chakra into it like a cannon. He spun on his heel and knocked the figure into the wall with a resounding thud. After many days of searching, the survivors had found the perfect training spot. It was in a ravine, the top of which was surrounded by chakra-absorbing rocks. No chakra could get in or out. Niji stood the dummy on its feet and pulled out his sword, examining it intently. It was too large now, almost unfamiliar to his hands even though he had memorized the slightest scratches or nicks in its surface. The sword had been with him for 3 years now. A gift from Tenten. At first he hadn't worn it to battle, thinking it was a dishonor for any self-respecting Hyuga to take a primary weapon to battle. In his way of thinking, if he had the Jukin, what need did he have of weapons? That was before a cataclysmic mission which ended in the near death of Guy. As Niji examined the sword, he remembered how Guy had saved Niji from a sword-wielding witch by placing himself in front of Niji. Lee had managed to get Guy back to Sakura in time to heal his wounds, but Guy's lungs had never been the same. He was never able to use the gates again, after being expressly forbidden by both Haruno Sakura and Tsunade, as they told Team Guy, if he uses the gates, his body won't be able to keep up. He'll die before he can open the third one. Don't let him. Niji remembered the following days with black sentiment. They were days of depression, of guilt, of begging the leader to wake up and reassure them that they were okay. Niji felt guilt. The swordswoman had been so good that only another swords master could have beaten her. If Niji had swallowed his stubborn pride for once, Guy wouldn't have been laying in that hospital bed, so motionless, so lifeless, all the fire out of his face. So wrong! It had been about that time when Naruto had barged in, hit Niji twice, then picked him up off the ground, dusted him off, and shoved the sword into his hand. You made a mistake. Now mend it. Niji tossed the blade up in the air and caught it. With his gaze focused, he concentrated on the dummy. He blurred. He appeared on the right wall, on the ledge, on the bottom of the overhanging cliff. He switched hands, and drove his sword straight down into the head of the dummy. He landed on his feet. It had taken 2.5 seconds. Too long. Niji sighed and lifted the sword to his eye level. It seemed he would have to spend more time practicing. Where's Tenten when you need her? How's it going? Niji spun around to see Naruto leaning against the cavern wall. How long has he been there? Niji switched the sword back and forth. Not so good. I'm not used to it being so large. The blonde-haired jounin slouched his way over to examine the sword, his sharp gaze taking in its length compared to Niji's considerably shorter arm span. He cocked an eyebrow and leaned into Niji's face. Shorty. He smirked. Niji felt a burst of irritation. Naruto, as always, paid him no mind and just laughed. Niji didn't know what had sparked his loyalty to the blonde. He knew it must have started years ago, back in the first Chunin exam when Naruto had more or less knocked some sense into him. It might have grown in the following weeks where, curious about the red chakra, Niji had begun stumbling upon the attitudes of the village. It might have been when he witnessed Naruto walking away cheerfully after having his money thrown at him. It might have been when he saw Naruto's determination to retrieve Sasuke. It might have been even earlier, when he realized that Naruto saw people's hearts and not their outside attitudes. Usually, it had been a shock to Niji when he woke up one day and realized that he trusted Naruto. He remembered feeling ridiculous for trusting someone he rarely worked with, for trusting someone who had been gone from the village for 1.5 years. However, when Naruto came back, stronger than ever and determined to save Gaara, his friend, Niji had known, somehow, that the trust hadn't been misplaced. As 2 more years passed and Niji saw the world around him evolve into hell, he and the others had seen Naruto grow and become a pillar of strength for them. When they had all been depressed, ready to give up, Naruto would come along and make some idiotic comment, do a prank, or just give a wise remark. It encouraged them. They fell down, and he would pick them up. He would be cheerful when they were sad, silly when things were serious and dangerous at all times. He gained wisdom. To be fair, all of them had to in order to survive. But Naruto really grew in that area. He was, of course, dense at times, but soon Niji, and many other in the Konoha 12 began wondering if it was just another mask. They learned that Naruto was an expert at masks and donned them almost continuously. Eventually, most of them could see past many of the masks. Only Sai, for some strange reason, could see past all the masks with ease. Of course, Niji thought sourly, that's because he wears so many. As Naruto continued to make inane comments, Niji would make sharp sarcastic comments back. Naruto was his Hokage, even if not in title. That was all that mattered. As Sakura watched the Chunin walk away, she felt herself crying inside. The moment he had introduced himself, Sakura had put his name and face through her inward roster. During the war, Sakura had been in charge of remembering the names of those in active duty and their brief specifications so that they could be placed in positions accurately and quickly. After the war started, Even retired shinobi were recalled to active duty. In the 6 years she had been working with Tsunade, Sakura was sure she had never seen him before. She hadn't seen his name on the retired scroll that went back 10 years either. Sakura forced herself not to react, not to show any other emotion than joy and freedom as she walked with the Konoha shinobi. If he wasn't on the rosters, and if she didn't remember him from the deceased scroll, only one thing was possible. Sometime in the next 13 years, probably either in war or the Kyuubi attack, Roma was going to die. Konoha. The 3 teenagers walked in front of him with his team, joking and playing with his kids, elbowing Kakashi, giving Obito a noogie, and teasing Rin. The pink-haired girl and the blonde, Haruka and Ino, if he remembered rightly, joined forces with Obito in teasing Kakashi. Lee apparently decided that Kakashi's attitude was hip, whatever that meant, and that Kakashi needed to learn the flames of youth. Somehow, all of them, even Minato who didn't know about the flames of youth, were skeptical that this would sink into Kakashi, as he was coping by ignoring the black-haired youth. Despite his best efforts, Minato could feel himself softening towards the mysterious teens. He knew that there was a large chance that they were spies, but he also knew that there was a lot of tragedy in the world nowadays, with the war destroying villages, people, and lifestyles. He had received intelligence that civilians, tired of not being able to defend themselves, had begun training and fighting. Minato didn't blame them. It only took a few destroyed villages before people learned that shinobi wars weren't just shinobi affairs. If these kids really were civilians, this explanation would explain their movements to some extent. The only problem was that they were just too comfortable with moving like fighters. They moved as if they had been born this way. However, Minato concluded, watching as Rin and Obito laughed at Kakashi's expense, he supposed he could give them the benefit of the doubt. They seemed to be making Obito happy, to say the least. Obito was enjoying himself. After all, usually it was him who was getting lectured about his behavior, and it felt good, really, really good, to see Kakashi getting a taste of his own medicine. And for once, he had someone helping him tease Kakashi. This was great. 1 year ago, Konoha. Obito remembered the first moment when he saw Kakashi. It was the day after the genin test, and Obito had finally passed. No longer would he be called dead last. He was going to conquer the world, just watch him. He was gonna get out and show them what an uchiha, even a dead last one, could do, and then, maybe his father wouldn't think of him as a disgrace. Just maybe. But first he would need a good team, a team that he could support and that would support him, and they would be best friends. Putting his hands behind his head, Obito strolled down the street confidently until he realized, "I'm going to be late," Kyoko sighed. He was late again. And to make matters worse, this was the day to assign the genin teams. You'd think he'd make an attempt to come early. Kyoko resisted the urge to snap at the other kids' classroom in front of her. It wasn't their fault that Obito was a victim of chronic lateness syndrome. And he was just 9, he was a kid, so she couldn't get too angry. But she so wanted to go on that date with Roma today. As the teacher groaned silently, watching her hopes of a romantic day go down the drain, the door burst open to allow a short, dark-haired genin into the room. "I'm sorry I'm late, Kyoko-sensei, but there was this old lady and her cat who told me that she needed help with her groceries and that it was on the way, so I thought, hey, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But then she told me that she was wrong and then we were lost, and so she began to tell me about the road of life, but then..." Kyoko held up a hand, silencing the boy even as her other hand tried to smooth away the growing headache. "Okay, Obito, just take a seat, okay?" Obito nodded quickly, glad to be off the hook, and sprang into the seat beside his friend Sotomura Hate. Beside him, Amichiki Choyo kindly extended an offering of food which Obito gratefully accepted, having skipped breakfast to get here relatively on time. Meanwhile, Kyoko sighed in relief, hoping that maybe just once she would get out of here moderately on schedule. "Yash!" she said, calling the class to attention. "Congratulations. If you are in this class, you have graduated. You may now pat yourself on the back." Hate grinned and reached behind himself to do so. Choi rolled her eyes. "Baka," she whispered. Kyoko-sensei continued speaking, ignoring the exchange for now, having decided that her speech was more important. The sooner she got this over with, the sooner she was free. "Now you are going to enter real shinobi life. Remember, this is not a game, and we have a war going on right now. When you get out there, try your best not to get yourselves killed, alright?" When everyone nodded, Kyoko grimly began searching through her papers. "From now on, you will be divided into teams of 3 until you are promoted to Chunin. Even then, working in teams of 3 or 4 is encouraged, and you usually stay with the same people. So, try to make things easier for the people you work with now, right, Obito, Hate?" The 2 boys glanced at her guiltily and turned their attention away from their pranking plans. Obito grimaced once he realized she was really aiming her comment at his inability to arrive somewhere on time. It's not like it's my fault. Obito whined mentally. Things just happen. As Kyoko-sensei began dividing teams, the three genins crossed their fingers. Do you think we have a chance of getting on the same team? Choyo asked nervously, twisting her chubby hands together. Hate laughed and patted her on the back. No worries. Do you really think they'd split up the three of us? Hate radiated confidence. However, Choyo looked less than convinced. And if they do? Hate paused for a second, before Obito cut in. We'll be friends forever and wait until we're chunin so we can go on missions together. After all, friends never leave each other behind. So you guys better keep up with me. The other two laughed, tension bleeding off of them. Team 6, Amachiki Choyo, Sotomura Hate and Obito leaned forwards in anticipation. Fujimaki-han. Obito's eyes opened wide, for a second not believing what he heard, before slumping in disappointment. Hey! Hate yelled, jumping onto the desk. What are you doing, you crazy old hag? You can separate Obito from the trio. Especially to pair us up with Kami's gift to Konoha Fujimaki-han. Hate glared at Kyoko as if he were going to attack her, anger coming off him in waves. Redo it, Kyoko-sensei glared right back at him. No. Final is final. I'm sorry you don't like it, Hate-san, but what's been put down stays down. She glanced at the other two members, her eyes landing on the dejected Uchiha, and her face softened. I'm sorry I have to separate you three, but someday you'll learn why, okay? She glared back up at Hate, and Hate, she got into his face. Get off my desk and sit down. As Hate scrambled down, Kyoko turned away. And apologized to Hansan, okay? Hate stuck out his lip crossly, and Obito and Choyo knew that there was no way he was going to obey that order. Glancing at each other, they sighed. Kyoko returned to her desk as if nothing had happened and picked up the list again. Team 7, Rin, and Uchiha Obito. You'll meet your third teammate with your sensei. Obito perked up a bit. Well, at least something good was coming out of this. Choyo nudged him and whispered. Hey, isn't she the girl you like? Immediately Obito flushed red and glanced around the room hoping no one had heard, while Choyo, who knew how to read him like a book, smiled knowingly. Hey, maybe she didn't need to feel quite so bad after all, Obito groaned, leaning his forehead against the desk. He hated waiting. Hated. Team after team had been taken away by a Jounin sensei. At first, Obito had been wide awake, his attention caught by all the powerful shinobi coming into the room. However, after Choyo and Hate were led away by a reserved-looking man, he had lost interest. Kyoko-sensei. Obito groaned. When are they gonna to get here? Kyoko didn't answer, too caught up in her own misery. Just when she thought she was going to get off easy, the Jounin sensei was delayed on his mission. Which meant waiting with the genin hopefuls, which meant missing her date, which meant no Roma. Kyoko sank her head to the desk, a storm cloud hovering above her head. This is not my day. Of course, genin send-offs never were. Nowadays, the standards for accepting students were lower than it had been in the past because of the war, which meant at least half of those students were going to end up on a battlefield, most likely even before 2 months was up. It was always hard for her to watch them walk out the door, so full of hope and grand ideas, filled with innocence, knowing that one day they were going to walk back through that door, their eyes dark and wary, untrusting and their hands tainted by blood. Kyoko looked at her clenched fists, tainted just like hers. That is, if they came back at all. Sometimes, not all blood was from a foreign party. Sometimes it was from friends. The opening of the door awoke her, and Kyoko gratefully tore herself away from those dark thoughts. She glanced over at the masked face of the boy, only to flinch slightly. He wasn't older than Obito, but he already had them, killer's eyes. Kyoko stood up. Hatake Kakashi? She gave a friendly smile. You're right on time. Come in, Konoha, present day. Sakura laughed genuinely as she watched Lee tease Kakashi. It was so funny to think that this stoic little squirt was Kakashi. He was so small. And he was trying so hard not to get annoyed it was funny. She and Ino exchanged glances and shared a mischievous smile. As one, they swooped upon the stoic 10-year-old. Ah, Kakashi, began Ino. Me and Ino were thinking, Sakura continued. You know, you've got a really hip attitude. Sakura grinned at Lee, who quickly caught on and backed away for distant sympathy. However, Ino continued, your clothes are just not up to par. Both girls shook their heads and sked. Then, like predators, they sprang upon their prey. So, how about, Sakura grinned, you let Haruko and me bring you up to style. You can keep the mask though. Sakura added generously. Kakashi glanced between the two of them, his face a study of disbelief and incredulity. At Sakura's comment of the mask, Kakashi's hand twitched. Ino carefully kept her triumph off of her face. Mission 1, start. 2 weeks before. Kakashi sighed, rubbing a hand across his chin uncomfortably. They wouldn't let him wear his mask and it was making him very uncomfortable. Masks were a tradition in the Hatake family, a custom born because of the family's keen awareness of body expressions. Despite Naruto, Sakura, and to his shock, Sai's claims that he had hidden his face just to spite them, there was a deeper history to the customary Hatake masks. The man shook himself. It was no use crying about wasted chakra. He couldn't be recognized, so he wouldn't be. His silver hair dyed dark brown, his mask gone, and his uniform put away. Kakashi could honestly say he hardly recognized himself. He glanced up at Ino, trying hard to ignore her glare. For some reason, Ino seemed to have taken it as an insult that he had worn a mask to hide his features. Ignoring the urge to hide his lower face behind his hand, he explained his request. The situation is like this. My younger self is an emotionally dead, conceited fool with issues he doesn't want to deal with, has a hard head and doesn't like to listen to reason. He waited for Ino to react, almost feeling her smirk hidden behind that facade of indifference. And that is different from the current you. How? She asked blandly. Kakashi really missed his mask. It would be one thing to be around Naruto or Kiba, or even Chuji, who didn't understand the minute twitches in the face or the small, millisecond emotions that passed by. Kakashi had been trained from before he could walk to read those emotions. It had been the gift of the Hatake lineage to be able to see those things at a glance. Ino had trained with Marino Akibi and Anko. She was probably just as good as he was, and he had no doubt she was recording every emotion, every chosen word, every involuntary movement to memory. That was her job, after all. Kakashi forced himself to be nonchalant and laid back. Imagine you have the mask on. Don't flinch, don't blush, don't twitch. Relax. Kakashi smiled, his eyes becoming the usual upside-down U's. Well, let's just say I took the Rule 25 and the phrase, mission before comrades, a little too literally. Now Ino looked intrigued. She leaned forward, her eyes lighting up as they always did when she had a hunch. Or a victim. Eek. Don't think like that, Hatake, that's interesting. She purred. It's totally different than your ideals now. Kakashi met her eyes for a second before turning away. They remained in the stillness, Ino's eyes fixed on the fire, and Kakashi's eye fixed on the past. All I'm saying is that it would be nice if whenever someone is at the village they would try to break the younger me out of my shell. Kakashi couldn't help the small smile that formed at the corners of his mouth. Acting like guy would work, actually. Ino drew back. EW. No. I am not acting like that. Kakashi smirked. Well, I guess it's good you have Lee with you then. Ino kept an eye on the 3 genin before her. She now saw what Kakashi had been talking about. He really was a cold, emotionally dead kid at this age. Not to mention the dark-haired boy, the uchiha. Boy. Was he different than she expected? Sure, she had heard the story behind Kakashi's Sharingan, but she had always assumed that all uchiha were like Sasuke, cold and heartless, easily abandoning their friends for their own goals. However, this kid reminded her more of Naruto than of his relatives. He had the same sunny smile and the same look of determination. He was in a rivalry with an opponent of higher skill who was just as cold as Sasuke had been. Colder, actually. However, as she watched the two of them react together, she couldn't help but smile. It was like it was meant to be. Like Sasuke and Naruto were supposed to have been. Now, Kakashi, I think I understand a little of what your eyes said. The Hokage Tower, tall, majestic and foreboding, with white walls, a red roof and green trim loomed over them. Behind it the Hokage mountain with the faces of the 3 Kages watched over the village. Lee resisted the urge to salute them out of the habit he and the others had formed during the war. A salute to the Kage mountain to remind it that they hadn't died, a salute to their comrades who had died, and a salute to themselves, who had lived to die another day. As the group ascended to the Hokage office, Lee was struck by how similar, and yet how different the tower was. There were different guards, different placements of desks, different tapestries. A wall had a rough patch here, a construction team there. This wall was old, so Lee knew it hadn't been affected by the war yet. The stairs were rougher and more worn, so Lee knew that they had to have been replaced sometime before he became a genin. A few faces he recognized. That was Niji's dad, Hayashi, and there was Tenten's uncle. He recognized Inoichi, the Yamanaka clan head and Ino's father. If Lee remembered correctly, he was in intelligence. A few faces remained in the same places as when Lee had been a shinobi, but they were younger than the ghosts that haunted him. As they approached the doors, Lee could feel himself becoming sadder. If all had gone well, if they had won, if they had just killed Orochimaru faster, the Hokage they saw when they opened those doors would have been Tsunade. She would have been either asleep on her desk or looking out the window. Either way, she would scowl at them, give them a few orders, nag them playfully, and then wish them good luck. Or perhaps it would have been Naruto, who would grin at them cheerfully, make a few daring comments and a joke at his own expense, before issuing their orders. He wouldn't really wish them good luck, Lee knew. Naruto would just expect that they would have the ability to make it back without it. If. Guy had taught him not to think of that, Lee reminded himself. There were no ifs. There was only is, and will be's. He walked between the two girls, talking loudly, knowing he was drawing stares and looks of disgust. He wasn't oblivious. He just pretended to be. But the shinobi could stare at him all they wanted, could mock him all they wanted. That didn't change the fact that Lee the idiot was distracting Sakura and Ino, that Lee was keeping them from dwelling on the past, present, or future. It didn't change the fact that by embarrassing them, he was keeping them from being sad. If it took Lee making himself look like a fool to help his friends, Lee would gratefully, gladly and passionately make that sacrifice. The doors came ever closer, and, after Minato-san checked to make sure the sandame was free, Minato led the group into the office to where a familiar figure in a red hat, smoking a red pipe, looked at them with wise, tired old eyes. It was a figure from their past, one who had played with them, taught them, acknowledged them, and lectured them. It was one which had died to save them 6 years ago. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi's day had started out like it always did. He was up before the sun rose, and after paying his respects to his long-dead wife, he would dress in the Hokage robes, put on his hat, and with a quick shunshin no jutsu arrived at the office. After greeting the chunin at the desk with a nod, he sat down at his desk for a long day of paperwork. He would then continue doing paperwork with minimum disturbances until noon, when he would go out to wander around the village, appearing wise and knowing just as a Hokage should. He would return, only to have one of the replacement hopefuls take his place at the desk so he could go home to spend time with his family. A nice, slow, peaceful, almost boring existence. Or at least, that was his dream. Certainty, Sarutobi did get up early every morning. Always, before the jeweled stars had hidden themselves behind the dark blue velvet tapestry called the sky, the aging man would find the strength to get out of his bed. He would bow towards the picture of his wife, taken when she had been young with speckled brown hair, laughing eyes, and nary a wrinkle, before closing the door quietly behind him. He would stop at his son's door and wish that he could find the time to spend with Asuma, a genin of only 10 years of age, growing up so fast that at times Sarutobi didn't recognize him. He would arrive at the Hokage Tower just as the stars began to disappear, would nod the chunin at the desk, open his office, only to be called the minute he stepped through the door to an emergency meeting regarding the deaths of an Umbu team, or the disappearance of several chunin, or the advancement of IWA towards their borders, or perhaps there was a shortage of medicine which would quickly bring Tsunade banging down his door, literally leaving splinters behind. When the sandame could finally drag himself to his towering paperwork, which crowded the desk in the shape of a mountain, he would soon forget his relief. Paperwork, the bane of his existence. However, it wasn't for the reason it had been 5 years ago, before this accursed war. No, then, it had been a task hounded by routine and inane job requests, filled with consequential facts, and complaint after complaint from various apartments about water, heat, or draftiness. Now, Sarutobi thought grimly, it is because with every sheet I see the face of another good shinobi who will no longer be with us. I see the faces of youth, gone in an instant before they could even experience life. Just today he had received news of a genin team annihilated on a supposed C-rank mission. Now, instead of tedious work that could occasionally make him smile, every page was filled with heart-wrenching news of war damages, food shortages, clothing shortages. Medicine was running out, the new genin were being sent out too soon, and shouldn't that chunin team have reported back by now? Sarutobi sighed. War was hell, and even with all his power as the Hokage, he couldn't do a thing to change it. The door opened quickly, and Sarutobi looked up expectantly, already knowing who it was. Only Minato had that concentration of chakra. He was not disappointed. Minato stuck his head through the door, grinning. You busy? Sarutobi smiled back. Oh, just paperwork. He stood up and walked around the desk, watching as the rest of the group filed in. It would be wonderful to have a break, however. Minato nodded sharply, replying, yeah, well, just watch. Someday I'll be sitting in that seat. Sarutobi laughed. Minato didn't know how close he was to the truth. You're welcome to it. In fact, if you want, you can do some of that paperwork for me. Sarutobi trailed off suggestively. However, Minato quickly backed up a little bit. That's okay. I think I'll wait. Good answer, the sandame said approvingly. You know when to draw back. He turned his dark eyes to the new people. They had already been reported to him, Ryo having sent a message as soon as they had been out of his sight. A trio of 3, their movements smooth and panther-like, eyes shadowed and old, darting to exits and entrances, measuring him up. Yes, he could see the danger in them. Yet, unlike his subordinates, he could also sense the longing inside of them, the longing for peace and tranquility, the longing to get away from death. It was evident in the very way that their chakra rolled and rushed inside of them, sparking and subduing. They were as world-weary as he was, the poor children, if children they could still be called. No, the trio was not truly a danger. Not to them. Not to Konoha. Ah yes, Lee-san, Ino-san and Haruko-san, correct? Sarutobi smiled at them, noting their non-shocked expressions. Oh, certainly, they attempted to look shocked, and Sarutobi would be willing to bet they could have fooled most shinobi, especially Ino-san. However, he wasn't called the professor for nothing. I am Sarutobi Sasuke. I heard that you have an interesting proposition for me. He gestured towards the 3 chairs before his desk. Have a seat. They moved forwards without a hint of fear or uncertainty. Fascinating. The Sandaime was almost the same as she remembered him. Ino remembered the dignified old man from her younger days. She remembered coming to him for advice about Sakura, or about her mom. She remembered him buying a popsicle for her, or when he had sat down to play that dolls one time. She remembered that even during her genin days, when she believed that she could do no wrong, Sarutobi had always been so wise and directing. He knew not to tell her she was going about something the wrong way. Instead, he would help her come to that conclusion. At the age of 12, Ino had believed that Sarutobi had the answer for everything, the wise old codger. It was strange seeing him. At least, she had expected to see the same. She certainly hadn't expected to see him with brown streaks in his beard, fewer wrinkles and no age spots. She undoubtedly hadn't expected that instead of a frail, wispy body made wiry with age, Sarutobi would be lean and muscular, his hands still calloused from gripping the kunai and shuriken. On the other hand, Ino reflected, one thing had not changed. He still had eyes that could look right through you. Ino brought up all her training not to look away guiltily, and took a seat. Let's get this over with, okay, Sakura? Preferably before I spill all. Sakura quickly took her seat in the middle with Lee sitting bolt straight on her right, and Ino slouched on her left. Ino yawned, her body posture molding into the chair like a cat's. For a second, Sakura felt a flash of irritation. They were in the presence of a kage. Couldn't Ino try to be a bit respectable? Sakura squashed that thought cruelly. Ino had to be Ino for this to work, whether Sakura liked her attitude or not. Sarutobi leaned forward on his desk and rested his chin on this interlaced finger, and sat patiently, his eyes intent, waiting. Sakura gathered her resolve and set about bargaining. She charged straight in, her tone no nonsense, yet there was no disrespect in her manner. She gestured rapidly with her pointer finger, are part of a small traveling caravan. We wish to start a trading business between shinobi villages and civilian towns and cities. We plan on going to different places for about a week or 2 before moving on to the next village. During that time, our caravan will sell food, herbs, medicine, toys for kids, artsy things, portraits, give vet care for cheap, and have games and the like for the children. She stressed this word, to play. Sakura smiled cheekily. We aren't naive enough to think that the shinobi won't be able to hit a dartboard. She felt Minato and Obito grin, and she saw the Hokage smile. That is true. Sarutobi looked at her. When you said trading with other shinobi villages, what did you mean? Exactly what I said. Sakura answered, leaning forwards. We aren't going to commit ourselves to any one village. Doing that would be business suicide. Our caravan goes to shinobi villages, buys wares such as pottery unique to that village, for example, then takes it to either a civilian or shinobi village to sell it. Art from other countries is bought and sold. Hey, this way people who would otherwise be restricted to their own backyard will be able to expand to other nations. The original vendors receive a small % of the money gained, naturally. It's important for you to know that we won't take any sides in any war. That means that we won't involve ourselves, carry messages, or sell weapons to one village and not to the other. The only way we would blacklist a village was if it had done something to us. The Hokage nodded. Sounds reasonable. He leaned back in his chair. So, in summary, you want to be a caravan, going from village to village for 1 to 2 weeks, making a fair of some sort for the village. You buy the village's merchandise, and sell the merchandise of other villages. Games for children, herbs, food, and clothing, decorations, trinkets. Sandaime stood up and walked around the desk thoughtfully, his finger and thumb rubbing his chin. He turned to look at the trio. You do realize Konohagakure is at war as of 3 years ago, correct? Sakura nodded. And you realize that this will cause a lot of suspicions of your motives? Not to mention we won't guarantee the safety of your person coming or going. Once again Sakura nodded, and Sarutobi nodded along with her, black eyes locked on hers. Very well, I shall have to make a few requirements, as I'm sure you understand. I can't have security breaches in my village. That's fine, Ino broke in, waving a hand nonchalantly. Her gaze was firmly fixed on two playful birds outside who were darting in and out of view. We knew that different villages would have different precautions, so we're flexible. Sarutobi glanced at Sakura, who nodded. The Hokage's face remained stoic, watching them from under the wide brim of the Kage hat. He relaxed subtly. Ah, good. The Sandaime broke into a wide smile which made his face look younger. Good, good. I will be frank with you, Haruko-san, Ino-san, and Lee-san. My village has been in need of something light-hearted for quite some time. I fear that as the war has continued, many of us have become, jaded. His eyes looked past them, but Lee knew that he wasn't just looking at Kakashi and Minato. He was seeing the entire village. It would be wonderful to have something fun, something that the children can do to distract them. The Hokage continued his walk to the window and leaned against it. And I'm sure that the women would love taking a look at your clothes. However, he looked at them, his face obscured by the shadow of his hat. You will have to bring your own food supplies. This is a time of war, and we are on war rations. This time, it was Lee who answered. We understand. Once again, we expected it would be like this. However, if I may say so, the flames of youth in the village are still very strong, and you shouldn't be discouraged yet, Hokage-sama. Sandaime looked at Lee from under his eyelids, a small, secretive smile at his mouth. Is that so, Lee-san? He turned back to Sakura. In that case, may we get the tiresome details out of the way? You are dismissed, Minato. Lee was bored. Politics was never something he had been good at, but Ino and Sakura thrived on it. He knew from experience that the girls loved taking words and twisting them around, or putting them in different orders to mean things different than what they said. They loved hearing other people's words and trying to figure out any traps or tests that might be involved. Ino in particular loved reading body language. She loved guessing the emotions someone was feeling from slight signs and then using those emotions to manipulate them. But Lee just wasn't a politician. He liked things straightforward. If you meant something, you said it. If you were saying no, you said no. If you were agreeing, you agreed. If you liked someone, you told them. You didn't play around with words and make someone wonder if you were saying that the sky was green and that you agreed that the grass was blue and that yes, you didn't deny that you weren't positive you liked grasshoppers. And you agreed to disagree with the Jounin who was actually a Chunin, but that meant that he was ranked as a Chunin and was very good. Or was it that he ranked Jounin and was incompetent? These word games gave Lee a headache. In his opinion, which no one asked, these games were useless. However, the other three occupants in the room seemed to think it was fun, or at least a good idea, so Lee bore with it. It seemed to be going well, until the Sandaime asked the question which caused Lee no end of unease. To ease my mind, Sarutobi said quietly and solemnly, please answer this truthfully. Were you once shinobi? Sakura stopped, her mouth open part way. With a reluctant glance towards Ino and Lee, she answered, some of us have had combat training of some sort. Some of us come from hidden villages that were destroyed before they could make a name for themselves. Nevertheless, we aren't going to take sides in any war. Sakura looked down at her hands, half imagining, half remembering the blood that dripped from them. We're tired of war. The old man looked at them for a second, his face not believing, before he nodded slightly. You swear that you and your companions mean no harm to my people? Sakura looked up, gaze steady. We swear, Sarutobi nodded. Good. I will keep that little tidbit out of your profile then. I don't necessarily trust you, but I am willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. Out of curiosity, are you the leader of the caravan, Haruko-san? Aye. Sakura replied cheerfully, tilting her head to the side. The Teotari Shirdai is. Teotari Shirdai? Sarutobi questioned. Random? Why would he be called random? He's the one that I and all my companions would give their lives for. Sakura explained, still smiling. I think you'll understand when you meet him. He wanted to come but, well, something came up. Sakura couldn't restrain the snicker, and she could feel Ino giggling beside her. Lee tried to keep a straight face but ended up looking a little constipated. He had an. She searched for the right word. Accident, I suppose you could say. Sarutobi glanced from one giggling teen to the other, and decided he didn't want to know. Obito grunted in exertion as he swung at Kakashi only to have Kakashi dodge without even bringing up his hands. Obito swore and crouched to the ground before leaping at the young Chunin. Kakashi simply ducked and allowed the uchiha to fly over his head. When Obito was still off balance he struck, pinning his teammate to the ground and placing a kunai at his neck. You lose. Kakashi deadpanned. Again. The Hatake got up knowing his point was accepted. Obito swore violently and pounded the ground. Gah! No fair. Why do you always win? Kakashi snorted. I always win because you are so pathetic that you defeat yourself for me. Dead last. He walked away without looking back, his hands stuck deeply into his pockets, while Obito pounded the ground again before springing up. He stood with his feet spread apart, and pointed to Kakashi. You think you're so cool? Just you wait. Someday I'm gonna kick your Obito-san. Kakashi-san. The boys looked down to the end of the field where they saw the new people arriving guided by a rather young Chunin. What ya doing? The blonde called, waving an arm over her head. Obito felt himself cheer up while Kakashi watched them approach coolly. The Hitaki watched them for a little bit longer, before hining and turning away to walk back to Rin and Minato-sensei. Obito ignored him in favor of watching his new friends approach, only to feel Minato come up beside him. You know, Kakashi's right. You'll have a better chance if you don't act impulsively. Now it was Obito's turn to huff in annoyance. It's not fair, sensei. He's been a Chunin for years. He can't call me dead last just cause I'm a few years less experienced. Obito crossed his arms sulkily. Besides, he doesn't have to be such a jerk about it. Minato ruffled his dark-eyed student's hair playfully. I know. But try to understand a little bit, okay, Obito? The Uchiha rolled his eyes and went to join the trio, muttering, yeah, sure, whatever. Minato watched him run towards them with a grin before using a Shunshin no Jutsu to take him over to Kakashi and Rin. Hey Rin, why don't you go say hi, yeah? Rin was a smart lass, and after glancing from her sensei to her teammate, she nodded and ran to the group. Kakashi remained still, leaning against the tree watching her go. The Jounin and Chunin stood in the quiet, either of them moving or speaking. Minato shifted slightly. Kakashi, you know it's alright to have friends, right? Kakashi looked away from the children for a second, his eyes focusing on his mentor for a moment before he returned his gaze to the party below. Friends are useless, Minato-sensei. He said this calmly, his voice unchanging from the everlasting monotone. His eyes neither widened nor narrowed, and a resigned Namikaze knew that Kakashi believed what he said. Minato silently cursed the shinobi rules along with irresponsible fathers who couldn't take a little shame, and he even cursed at Kakashi, who had let his 6-year-old logic rule him for the last 4 years. He cursed the war which had made it acceptable to graduate children at such young ages, and he cursed the village which was so judgmental and unforgiving even around children. Minato didn't really know what to do about his emotionless student. Namikaze Minato had known Kakashi since he was a little child, scarcely 3 years old. When Kakashi had been younger, he had rarely been seen without a smile, or without a grin. He ran and played like a normal shinobi-raised kid, except with kunai and shuriken instead of stuffed toys and action figures. However, as time went on, and Kakashi became the genius of his generation, graduating from his class at the age of 5, his smiles were replaced by an emotionless mask, his laughter replaced by silence. Eyes that once were filled with innocence became colder, deader, and blank, killer's eyes. At the age of 6, Kakashi already had several kills under his belt, and had taken several C-almost B-rank missions. Minato still remembered that one painful day when Kakashi's last illusions of his father had been destroyed. Kakashi had just been promoted to Chunin, and he had shown so much excitement, running to his dad to boast of his accomplishments. But instead of meeting a congratulatory dad who would pat his son on the head and pronounce, "Well done!" in proud tones, Kakashi didn't see his dad at the Chunin exam. He returned home with his spirits crushed to find his dad drunk to the bone, slouched in his chair, not even able to remember Kakashi's age, much less the important events in his son's life. Soon after that, Sakumo had committed seppuku with his son as his decapitator. 2 days later, at Sakumo's funeral, Minato saw the last of the cheerful boy he had known. In his place was a blank killer in child's form. He stood behind his young student as Kakashi swore on his father's grave he would keep the shinobi rules and that he wouldn't be trash, even at the cost of his comrades. After that the Chunin lived with the yellow flash, but as far as Minato could tell, Kakashi never broke his vow. From that day on, Kakashi's nindo was simple: those who break the rules are trash. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the last year had sparked a subtle change in the Chunin, starting with the meeting of a clumsy, rule-breaking genin who was always late. It had started with the meeting of Uchiha Obito, 1 year ago. Genin exams. Minato and Kakashi walked down the halls silently, the only sounds the nearly silent whisper of their feet and the laughter of the children outside. Kakashi stared straight ahead, his eyes not darting to the left or to the right, his foot landing at the same spot in front of him, his expression blank. His movements were almost robotic in nature, and Minato found himself glancing at his student from the corner of his eye. They were quickly approaching the classroom door, and Minato found himself becoming slightly tenser. It would be a new experience for him, teaching genin. Sure, he had taught Kakashi for a long time, but Kakashi was, well, Kakashi. 2 new genins with no field experience. one who was the dead last of the class and the other who was a girl, would be an occurrence which Minato wasn't sure he would like to have as a regular event. Not that he had anything against girls, of course, or dead lasts, of course. Kushina was new to him if he did. They stopped at classroom 2B, a nondescript door somewhere in the middle of the hall. It seems like such an ordinary door, Minato absently noted, for covering the entrance to a dragon's den. He withheld a shudder. Just one more step to Hokage. Just one more step to Hokage. No fear. You have no fear. With a shudder, the yellow flash, terror of IWA, Hokage candidate, and Jounin extraordinaire sank back against the wall. Yeah, right. Liar. As the Minato sank against the wall trying to muster his courage to face the terrifying children inside, Kakashi calmly opened the door. Quickly, Minato rearranged his posture, crossing one leg behind the other, and folding his arms confidently. Kakashi shot him a disgusted look before entering the room. Tamaki Rin, Uchiha Obito, please accompany me. Minato smiled slightly as he heard a loud voice ask if Kakashi was really a Jounin, and how could that be? This was a prank, wasn't it? And if the silver-headed weirdo didn't stop playing games, Obito was going to march over there and stop them for him. Minato tilted his head to the floor to hide the growing grin when he heard the boy demand from Kyoko-sensei if this really was their teacher. And why was he asking them to follow him if he wasn't? And who did the silver-haired boy think he was to be ordering them around? And why did he have such weird hair? Did he dye it? What about his mask? Did he have something to hide? The girl was trying to get her teammate to be quiet, her voice very gentle and easily overwhelmed by her new teammate. Indeed, it only added to the chaos. When Kakashi finally got a word in, Minato was pleasantly surprised to hear a bit of exasperation. If you would let me speak. Now that was a tone the Namikes thought he would never hear. He could almost perceive the hidden idiot that he was sure Kakashi wanted to tack on. When the three children walked out of the room, Minato waited for them to line up in front of him before glancing up. A dark-haired boy with fire-filled eyes, a sulky face, and practically humming with energy, and a brown, purple-cheeked girl who watched him warily, her eyes soft and kind, stood before him. Kakashi stood stoically as ever, though Minato could sense the hint of irritation that the Chunin couldn't extinguish. Slowly, Minato's grin widened. If these kids passed, maybe it wouldn't be so bad after all. Several weeks later, Obito is late. His eye twitched. Again, Kakashi could feel the disgust burning up inside of him. That kid was an Uchiha. He should know the rules. He should know the importance of obeying them. He should know the necessity of punctuality. One single delay could cause you to fail your mission. One single minute could mean missing the target. 1 hour could mean the difference between winning a war and losing it. Warily watching the Chunin's frail hold on his patient snap string by string, the blonde Jounin decided not to waste time. Kakashi, practice the summoning jutsu some more, okay? Rin, why don't I have a look at how far your medical studies are going? Kakashi h-ed and walked away tensely, while Rin glanced up at her sensei worriedly. Sensei, Obito isn't going to get into trouble, will he? He truly doesn't mean to be late, things just. Rin gestured vaguely. Happen. Minato patted her on the head. Don't worry. I completely understand. Rin looked relieved. Oh, good. Once assured that Obito wouldn't get in trouble, Rin giggled. In class he was always driving Kyoko-sensei up the wall. He was always late because people know that they can ask him to do chores and he won't protest, usually. So we were always late starting, so she got special permission to end later. But then she was always missing appointments because the council wouldn't reschedule just for her. She was always complaining that she was out of the loop. So one day she up and decided that if they made new rules without her and not caring for her vote, she wouldn't follow them. Of course, she quickly turned around and took that back. But the academy headmaster had already heard, so he called her up to make a confession, and Kyoko nearly had a breakdown. Rin frowned severely. She could have gotten fired. But then, Obito and Hate stepped forward and they were like, no. She didn't mean that. But he was going to fire her anyway and blacklist her. That means she wouldn't be able to get a job, sensei. And then Anko, you know her, right? She's Orochimaru's apprentice now. But anyway, she was like, take that, you old windbag, you can't do anything without proof. And you have 2 people giving her defense. But then he was like, they're pranksters, and always late. They're not reliable. So then she told Kai, who told me, who told Arashi-kun, who told Genma-san, who told Motoko-chan, who told Dashi, who told Irika-san, who told Aim-chan, who told her parents, who told the Amichiki parents, who told the Aburain parent because of Shibi, who really likes Kyoko, and the Aburain parents got together with the Inuzuka and the Sotomura clan who were told by Obito and him mom. And so they decided to ask the Hyugas to help, and then they all got together with the kids and boycotted for Kyoko-sensei to keep her job. Rin took a deep breath. And that's why Obito is always late but never means to be, Rin finished matter-of-factly, as if the entire story had anything to do with Obito's tardy habits. Minato blinked several times, tried to get the facts straight, and then decided that perhaps it was better if he pretended nothing happened. So, Kyoko's your favorite teacher, huh? When Rin nodded rapidly without even waiting to think. Yep. She's the smartest teacher in the entire world, and no one, not even you Minato-sensei, can measure up to her. She's wise and smart and strong, and she knows how to make people be quiet, and she's really responsible, and no one can be as good as her. Minato's sweat dropped. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Rin-san. He quickly decided to steer the conversation to safer ground. Fascinating. Shall we work on your genjutsu? I think we'll put off the medical skills evaluation until a little later, okay? If I remember correctly, genjutsu was a weak point for you in the academy, right? As the blonde-haired wonder guided his female student into the steps of releasing and placing genjutsu, he wondered about how 3 weeks with the kids could have changed him so much. Minato was known as a determined shinobi. Concrete and usually down-to-earth, he was generally very reasonable and no-nonsense. Of course, he wasn't against a prank or two, occasionally, or even witty humor, but to him, everything had a time or place. He was known for giving straightforward reports, and for demanding such in return. He didn't accept sloppiness easily, or at least, he hadn't until his introduction to a certain red-headed whirlpool nin, but that was another story. Minato was the person people called when they needed to get his old sensei away from the bathhouses without making a scene. He was dependable and level-headed, spiced up with an ironic sense of humor. Yes, humor. He did have humor, thank you very much. Still, he had found that working with kids confounded, confused, and upheaved him until he didn't know whether to be joking, serious, playful, or deadly. Once, he even thought he had to be all four. It would have been so much simpler if the children were all the same, like cookies. If they could just put the kids into a cookie cutter, and then bam! A new kid would pop out the same as the rest of them. Minato would be so relieved. Okay, he would be disturbed too, but relieved was a close second. However, unfortunately for the Jounin, children are no cookies, and thus we're all different. Obito had to deal with flexibility because pressuring him would just put him under stress and make him later. He learned through demonstrations, preferring to be shown several times with someone working beside him. He almost craved approval, and was willing to do almost anything to gain it. At the same time, he was stubborn and headstrong, unwilling to accept constructive criticism. Rin wanted to heal. She didn't want to see others in suffering, nor did she want to hurt anyone. She often ran interference between the growing arguments of Kakashi and Obito, not wanting to see her teammates fight. She got frustrated easily, but instead of screaming or shouting like most girls Minato had experience with, Rin burst into tears. It didn't do much to Kakashi, but it sure got Obito's attention fast. Rin wanted to heal, but she was in a profession in which killing would soon be a part of life. She wanted to be strong, but she became anxious at the slightest hint of tension. He didn't know how she would manage on a battlefield, but Minato was worried. And Kakashi? Well, Kakashi, Minato was pleased to note, had shown more emotion in the last 2 weeks than in the 5 or 6 years he had known him. Now, if he could only steer his outburst in a more positive direction. Instead of muttering things he would like to do to Obito, such as gut him, or string him up, or kill him, or torture him. Those weren't exactly the best of emotions, but hey, it was an improvement. Frankly, it amazed Minato that in the span of 2 weeks, Obito was able to get more of a reaction to Kakashi than most people did in 3 months. Kakashi was dedicated. No, that wasn't even the right word. He was robotic. Yeah, that was a better way to describe it. His motions, his actions, his beliefs, his life. Everything was dedicated to one thing, his village. Not even that actually. The rules. Those cursed rules. Kakashi didn't care about his own life, he didn't care about his comrades' lives, he didn't care about his friends' lives. Actually, Kakashi probably didn't even know he had friends. He probably didn't know that the reason Asuma was always hanging around wasn't just for training. He probably didn't know that young Genma looked up to him, or that Gekahate had Kakashi as one of his role models. Kids. He hated them. Minato, that is, he was pretty sure Kakashi didn't care. Present day, Konoha. Minato sighed as he watched Kakashi slowly move to where the rest of the group was. Unfortunately, Kakashi had seemed to come to a halt at annoyance and anger, and this was only in free time. Kakashi never truly opened up to Rin, apparently classing her as fangirl and leaving it at that, despite remarkable growth in the child since her pass of the Bell test. However, as good as she was becoming and as nice as she was, she didn't have what it took to get Kakashi. What? Hot-headed? In a bad mood? Minato groaned and resisted the urge to tear his hair out. Despite having known Kakashi for so long, he still had trouble reading him. The blonde girls spotted Kakashi walking towards them and waved him over while Kakashi pretended to ignore her. However, Obito spotted him over his shoulder. The Uchiha darted out of the group and dashed towards the teenager. Ducking over Kakashi's shove, the dark-haired boy latched onto his arm and pulled him towards the group. Minato repressed a laugh at Kakashi's expense. The silver-haired boy was quickly hauled to the group where Rin grabbed his hand to hold him as Obito slung an arm over his shoulders. Kakashi was good and expertly trapped. His face was the picture of annoyance, and if the Jounin were closer he was confident that he would witness Kakashi's firm jaw clenched beneath the mask. Still chuckling, Minato turned away. He would trust the visitors to Kakashi. Minato had something to attend to. The caves. Kiba pulled the bandage tight, using his teeth to make a good firm knot. Hissing slightly as he lowered his arm, he reached over for his shirt. Nice, Kiba. Real smart. No sparing for a week because of chakra exhaustion. And what do? You tried to climb the mountainside over razor-sharp rocks. Kiba growled, his eyes fixed on his bloody hands, raw from scrambling to get a handhold, when his chakra had faltered. Boy Shino, what would you say to me right now? Head, you'd probably stare at me and smack me over the head. Then you would help me make up some lie to keep Hinata from getting worried. And then you would bribe me for a week. Shino, you idiot! Kiba bit his lip furiously, ignoring the bitter taste of blood that filled his mouth as he struggled to stop the tingling in his nose and the itchiness behind his eyes. He stood up with his shirt still in his hand to wander to the opening of the small cavern which he had claimed as his room. The cavern was empty right now as the rest of the Konoha survivors were adding the finishing touch to the wagon, or lazing out in the sun, or reading Ika Ika Paradise. Normally he would be with them. On any other day he would welcome a chance to become distant from his thoughts and memories, welcoming a chance to escape from the grief that seemed to cling to him. But today wasn't just any other day. Today was Shino's birthday. He would have been 18 and deemed head of the Aburane clan, along with being merged with a new colony of boo insects. Insects, not bugs. Get it right, Mutt. Don't call me Mutt, bug boy, you are an idiot. Calling insects bugs, charging headlong without waiting to think about the consequences. Hey! You're the idiot, mister. I don't know what raining cats and dogs means. It is a Colorado. You know what it is, but you don't know what it means. You, Kiba. Shino, stop fighting. Please. Besides, it's your birthday, Shino. Okay? Kiba smiled as he remembered, his fingers brushing against the scar that covered his side. It had been a year ago, and it had definitely been the one birthday Kiba would never forget. They had the rotten luck of being recalled onto duty on their day off. All three of them had given up considerable privileges and free time to have Shino's birthday off, but unfortunately, a report had come in which necessitated Konoha's top tracking team. Apparently a quartet of sound hunter neens had been spotted on Fire Country's borders. It had been only 1 month before the final battle, and tensions had been high. This contributed to rather tight emotions as disappointment set in for the team. Kiba remembered snapping several times at Shino, getting more annoyed with every passing moment because he didn't respond. That is, he didn't respond until Kiba had finally snapped at Hinata, snapping out quick orders and reproof to the K-19. Shino had added fuel to the flame in Kiba. Before either boy knew it, they were on the edge of a brawl. Their nerves were rubbed raw and neither of them had good grasp on their tempers. In their anger, none of them noticed the figure surrounding them until Fines had sprung up from the ground and wrapped around Hinata holding her captive. To the shock of the two boys, the 4 sound neens slunk out of the shadows, blank expressions pasted on their faces. Kiba didn't remember the battle that followed courtesy of a severe adrenaline rush and a blow to the head that caused him problems for months after. He distinctly remembered thinking, oh man, we are so going to die. He recalled fast-paced and blurry images and the sound of Hinata's cries as the vines grew thorns and tightened around her. Shino had drawn his blades, 2 long knives that curved sharply in the middle and had taken on the leader, leaving Kiba to deal with the 3 other Umbu. There was no chatter, insults or quips in that battle, just adrenaline, blurs of movement, and fear. One of their team was captured, and that was never good. Kiba remembered forcing himself to concentrate on the battle and what was, not on could be's, not on what had been. What was? He managed to down the first ninja and was trying to engage the second while Akamaru took chunks out of the third. It was in his single-minded determination to finish this neen off so that he could help Hinata that Kiba made a rookie mistake. He forgot to watch the ninja Shino was working over. Sure, Shino was a jounin, and a good one at that. However, there was always a chance of a ninja getting past, even past Shino. He had been shocked when, with stinging pain and a hot flash, a sword came through his side. Kiba remembered gasping, his eyes widening in shock. Distantly he heard Hinata's Kiba and Shino using words that would make a Miss Neen blush. I didn't even know Shino knew those words. For the first time ever, Kiba's life flashed through his eyes. Akamaru as a pup, running and barking, chasing the flightly butterflies over the field. The firm hands of his mother straightening his jacket, a sad but proud smile on her face as she thumbed his height. A picture of a man long dead, but still his mother shed a few tears for him. Hana, Shino and Hinata. Kurenai-sensei. Konoha. Naruto Shikamura Choiji. Hinata had broken out of her bonds, finally managing to kill the chakra that ran through the vines. She quickly dispatched the ninja which had been fighting with Kiba as Shino lobbed off the head of the sword-wielding one. Kiba remembered being held onto the ground. The plant had drained Hinata of most of her chakra, so chakra healing was out of the picture. That left only one option for stopping the bleeding, and Kiba knew he wasn't going to like it. Shino had used a katon to head the kunai, blowing onto it until it was red hot. Hinata pushed a stick between Kiba's teeth before running her hands through his hair to calm him down, talking quietly about how the blade had missed vital organ but cut an artery, so that this was the only choice. And as Kiba gritted his teeth, trying to get ready for the inevitable, the burning blade was pressed on his wound. The twig snapped between his teeth as his cries had rung in his own ears. Muffled screams, grunts that tore at his throat. Pain. Pain, pain. Pain, 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 pain. The smell of burning flesh. Oh please, just let it end. Kiba snapped out of the memory, his eyes tight. The shirt was still clenched in his fist, the knuckles white from the tension. Swallowing thickly and shaking his head to clear it, he pulled on the shirt. Shino had never mentioned that mission again, but Kiba had noticed a different stance in his teammates fighting. Suddenly Shino had begun taking risks. Calculated risks, sure, but they were completely un-Shino-like, and it was only after Shino's death that Kiba realized he had been trying to protect the canine-wielding shinobi, perhaps trying to make up for that near-fatal mistake. Walking briskly out of the dark cave into the light, Kiba forced himself to relax and look sociable. Memories were meant to stay dead and buried. So keep them there, Kiba. Konoha, Hokage's office. Sarutobi signed his signature quickly before adding the paper to a growing stack on his left. He quickly grabbed another page and scanned it, his experienced eyes looking for anything unobvious or hidden in the words. Finding it acceptable, he quickly added his signature with a flourish, and turned back to his ever-growing stack. Not glancing up from the paper he was reading, he called out, "Come in." The door opened, revealing the sheepish face of Namikaze Minato. "Ohio, Hokage-sama. How did you know I was there? I would hardly be a Kage if I couldn't sense someone in front my own door." Sarutobi glanced up, his eyes wrinkling into a smile. "Would I now?" Minato sighed, his face sobering. "No. I guess not." The Hokage studied the jounin in front of him for a moment, before moving his paperwork aside. Paperwork would always be with him. Time with his shinobi, on the other hand. "What's wrong, Minato?" Sarutobi asked, lighting his pipe. Sharp black eyes watched the jounin carefully as Minato ran a hand through his hair and flopped into a nearby chair and leaned his elbows on his knees. The blond man met his eyes head-on. "What can you tell me about our visitors, previously in Holding Destiny?" "What's wrong, Minato?" Sarutobi asked, lighting his pipe. Sharp black eyes watched the jounin carefully as Minato ran his hand through his hair and flopped into a nearby chair. He leaned his elbows on his knees. The blond man met his eyes head-on. "What can you tell me about our visitors?" "Oh yes. Them," Sandaime said, stroking his pipe and leaning back into his chair. Sharp eyes gazed into the distance, the hint of fogginess betraying his distraction. "You know, Minato-kun, it has been 10 years since someone as young as those children has made an impression like that on me?" He chuckled. "Perhaps the council is right and I am getting too old." Dark eyes flashed to the solemn blonde. "If you tell anyone I said that, I'll deny it and court-martial you." Waiting until Minato stopped grinning, he continued. "They are hiding something. Something big. Something I really don't think I want to know, but I feel as if I should know. Are you following?" Minato nodded, standing up to grab the chair and spin it around so as to straddle it. He folded his arms on the backrest to support his weight. "I know. But at the same time, they don't quite feel malicious." The Sandaime snorted and coughed out a mouth full of smoke. "That doesn't mean anything. You can plot to do someone harm, but not do it out of malicious intent. But I agree with you. Now, we have concluded that they are hiding something. We have concluded that they don't feel malicious. So can we conclude that what they are hiding doesn't have malicious intent?" "Yes?" Minato tentatively ventured. Sarutobi sighed. "No," he replied, eyes rolling. "But we can give them the benefit of the doubt." Minato stared at him. "The benefit of the doubt? No offense, sir, but we are in the middle of a war here, and those people who are hiding something have taken an interest in one of my students. We can't afford to leave our backs open, especially with the upcoming attack we're planning." The Namikaze leaned forwards. "Hokage-sama, please, we can't take such a foolhardy risk, especially when the answer seems so obvious?" Sarutobi interrupted. He cocked an eyebrow. "Strange, I somehow remember you taking a different approach when a certain redhead was accused of abandoning her village." The blonde reddened and looked away. "That was different. We knew Kushina, or at least, knew her enough to know she would never abandon Whirlpool without cause." "Oh? We did we?" The Sandame snorted. "Strange, all I remember is her dyeing my hair hot pink and spraying my walls bright orange. And let's not forget installing cameras in the boys' side of the hot springs. Or tying up several of our genin and leaving them to hang by their underwear." Minato laughed. "Okay, you got me. But I guess we did deserve it." He sobered. "But we had known her for at least a month. These newcomers just appeared out of nowhere. I mean, a non-existent village, the way they move, talk, act, react. I can't just ignore that," Sarutobi sighed. "Very well, Namikaze-san, what would you have me do?" "Say no, and if they were simply harmless travelers trying to make their way in life, let them take their business elsewhere? That would hardly help us." He touched the brim of his hat. "Very well, Namikaze Minato, I hereby designate you the observer and watcher of the traders. Anything suspicious, anything wrong, you report it to me. If at the end of 6 months our suspicions come to naught, they will return to typical surveillance." Dark eyes glanced at the lax blonde. "Is that acceptable?" "It is. I will begin at once by tracking down where they came from." Konoha borders, a year into the war. Purple hair floated in the water gently, the current running through it like wind through grass. Tall reeds were tangled in it, and fingers, stone cold and white, were lax. Red surrounded the body like a puddle inside a puddle before being gently carried down the stream. Eyes, so dark blue they almost looked black, were glassy as they stared up, straight into the sky. Her face was pale, a grayness around the mouth signifying that the corpse had been dead for a while, 4 hours at the least. Her neck was slashed, a wide line of red showing where the blade had stepped in its deadly dance. Her clothes, Umbu's standard uniform, were unmoving except for the dark blue pants which waved slightly in the gentle current. Gentle. Ha! A mockery. Naruto could feel his throat closing. "Yugago. Tell the men to retreat," he said harshly. "Sir?" The nameless Chunin questioned, tilting his head quizzically. "There's nothing left for us to save." Naruto bent down to pick the limp body of the woman, ignoring the way her arms hung lifelessly, or the way her long hair damped his shirt. A few slick strands hung down, water running down them in a constant stream that splattered the ground. She looked so fragile, so non-Yugago. She looked nothing like his Umbu Taicho. His strong, hard-nosed, my way or the highway, unbreakable Taicho. Shikamaru stood still while Naruto passed him, the spiky-haired special jounin scowling fiercely, his teeth firmly clamped on a homemade cigarette. Chuji stood beside him, his dark eyes sad. In his hands he held the crushed remains of what had been a cat's mask. Naruto knelt to lay the woman on the ground, forcing himself to ignore how her bleeding had stopped after being lifted out of the water, meaning that her heart hadn't been pumping for hours. The pasty white of her skin had already told him she was bleed out. With callous fingers he closed her eyes. "Go to your lover, Taicho. He's waiting for you." Standing up, he nodded to the Akimichi. Chuji flashed several seals and the ground around the 12 Umbu bodies softened. Their bodies sunk through, the mud taking a life of its own to slither around their legs, shoulders, and stomach, dragging them down into the depths of the earth. Naruto forced himself to watch until nothing was left of the woman who had taught him so much was gone. The ground hardened and Naruto turned away, already issuing orders to the shinobi who remained. He wouldn't dwell on it. Couldn't. A hand fell on his shoulder after the rest of the ninja had faded away into the shadows. Naruto turned to face the kind face of Chuji, who was looking at him with compassion, and he couldn't stop the gasp that broke from his lips. His throat felt tight, and Naruto rubbed his fingers harshly against his eyes. He hadn't cried in 15 years, and he wasn't going to start now. But somehow his legs failed him, and he sank to his knees, his head bowed. Hands traced the hard dirt which now hid the body of his Umbu captain. "She would have hated the way she died," Naruto said quietly. "Who knows," Shikamaru said, lighting the cigarette. "I never understood what went through her mind." He blew out a stream of smoke. "You know what they say, Naruto. She was always searching for death, but not like this," Naruto countered. "She wanted to go out saving lives that wouldn't be saved otherwise. Not in some random, happen-chance skirmish which left no one alive." Shikamaru didn't answer, choosing instead to take a drag of his smoke. Chuji kept his hand on Naruto's shoulder, not saying anything. "Of course, any platitudes Chuji could say would have been met with much less grace. He hadn't been a member of the Umbu team, having never had the coldness necessary to do the job. However, Naruto and Shika had been on her team, and as Naruto erected a pile of stones over the grave, he couldn't help feel that he had failed her. If he had had the grit to remain in Umbu, she wouldn't have. Naruto woke up, the weight like a 10-pound stone settling in his chest. Cursing quietly as he rubbed his face viciously, he sat up. It took a moment to orient himself. He was in the cave where most of the guys slept, Kiba and Kakashi being the only exceptions. Kiba because Akamaru stunk after a few weeks of no bath, and Kakashi because the man had nightmares rivaled by none. No one wanted to be killed because of shadows of the past. Quietly making his way out of bed so as to not disturb someone, a feat when in a room of ninja, Naruto carefully made his way through the maze they called home and to the outside. Reaching the fresh air, he inhaled deeply and felt the tension fall from him. Away from civilization, the stars were free to shine brightly, and the nearly full moon made his blood stir. "What are you doing up, Naruto?" A tired voice spoke behind him. Naruto, having sensed him long ago, didn't start. "Mendokus, if you were going to take guard duty anyway, why bother waking me up?" The lazy teenager slunk to the blonde's side, hands buried in his pocket and shoulders hunched. "Couldn't sleep." Naruto answered the unspoken question quietly, looking up at the stars. Shikamaru snorted. "Obviously." He yawned. "Not that I care or anything, but what woke you?" Instead of answering, Naruto returned the question with a question. "Do you have a strategy for beating nightmares, Shika? Or bad memories? Or flashbacks? I could ask you if you knew if there was a way to change time, but hey, we're already doing that." Naruto chuckled morbidly. Shikamaru sighed, jabbing his glowing cigarette against the stone wall to extinguish it. The boys sat in silence, before Shikamaru uttered a "Nightmares, eh?" Mendokus. Shikamaru knew about nightmares. He had plenty of them to keep him occupied in the night, which was why he hadn't complained about guard duty quite as much as he had in the past. Asuma's death plagued many of those dreams. While Kurenai's death was another recurring nightmare, he suspected that it was because of his feelings of guilt, having failed his promise to Asuma of taking care of his child and wife. The boys sat in silence, neither of them feeling comfortable enough to talk about the trauma that sat underneath the surface. Instead, they began to talk about funny incidents in the war, rookies with cocky attitudes, ridiculous orders, pompous council members, and the like. Neither of them elaborated who those rookie mistakes had cost lives, and how those ridiculous orders had sent many shinobi to their deaths. Instead, they concentrated on the humorous aspects of the war. People who had bet all of their food rations off for a week, or people who had tried tampering with the cold water to make it hot, and ended up setting off the attack alarms for the whole block, resulting in a lockdown until it was cleared up. They shared stories of new recruits acting as if they owned their new position and breaking face in embarrassing ways. They remembered experiences on the Umbu team, or recalled missions with Ino or Chuji. They talked over battles, refreshing the strategies and tactics. Shikamaru scoffed once, saying that a certain battle had been played by a complete nincompoop, and if Shikamaru had been in charge, the outcome would have been completely different. He criticized the placement of the troops, the location of the battle, the stupidity of the leader, and even the weather. It was the closest Naruto had ever heard Shika brag. They didn't talk about bloody hands, war crimes committed in the name of circumstances. They didn't talk about holding comrades as they lay dying and screaming in their arms. They didn't talk about the times when they had reached their limit, when they had been unable to look at a kunai without flinching, or glance into a mirror without wanting to smash it. Times when suicide was a very real thought. Times when they were psychotic. They were insane. They were broken. "Everybody breaks," Yugo said quietly. "You, me, your best friend, everybody. There's only one rule: never break in the field. If you do, you and everyone depending on you will die." Shikamaru watched the stars move slowly above. It was 3 hours till sunrise, which meant that it was almost time to wake the next guard. For a few moments, the special jounin toyed with the idea of waking Niji earlier than agreed, but quickly discarded it as foolish. There was no need to earn the Tachihyoga's wrath before midday. Unfortunately, Shikamaru found that the quiet of the night allowed too much time for thinking. Now, normally, the genius wasn't averse to time to reflect on matters of life, and pondering the mysteries of the universe, not to mention deep questions such as which came first, the chicken or the egg? Okay, to be truthful, Shikamaru often thought that thinking about deep and profound subjects to be troublesome, but when one had an IQ that was well in the high hundreds, one's thoughts tended to drift to a deeper direction whether you wanted it or not. Thus, against his will, Shikamaru found his thoughts drifting back to Konoha. Shikamaru would have liked to delude himself and say that Konoha was another version of heaven. Everything was perfect, no one was cruel or unjust, and no one was ever mistreated or discriminated against. Unfortunately, this was wishful thinking, and Shikamaru Nara, being a Nara, knew better than to cheat himself like that. Fortunately, the opposite wasn't true either, and Shikamaru found lots of people he could truly call good. Chuji was one of those people. The Nara didn't even want to know what he'd be without his friend. Chuji was stability. It wasn't for nothing that his Churka nature was rock, and Shikamaru had to admit that Chuji was a main reason the Nara was still sensible. When it seemed that the world had lost logic, reason and sanity, and the strategist was at the end of his wits, ready to do something quite bothersome, drastic, and quite possibly somewhat deadly, along came his ruddy friend with the compassionate eyes, a bag of chips that he had mysteriously procured, and a listening ear. Chuji didn't offer platitudes, false reassurances, or well-meant but poorly placed comfort. He just listened as the Nara ranted. His typically calm and bored exterior snapped. Chuji was also the one who could set Ino on Shika's tail in seconds. Ino was scary when she was concerned, and to Shikamaru's fortune, or misfortune, she was an expert at cracking the surface to get under someone's skin, and Chuji wouldn't hesitate to alert her to any problems the lazy special jounin was having. Chuji didn't have any problem with laughing from the background the entire time either. She was the second reason the Nara was still relatively intact, with her uncanny ability of pinpointing the exact problem and offering a good solution. And then there was Naruto, tch. 10 years ago, when Shikamaru was still skipping out of class with Kiba, Chuji and Naruto, if Shikamaru had told himself that Naruto would be the leader he followed without resentment or hesitation, Shikamaru would have cocked an eyebrow, classified them as insane in one of the numerous lockers Ino insisted made up his mind, and forgotten about it. Naruto was, in a few words, unpredictable, savage, and troublesome. Not to mention a taboo around the adults. Shikamaru might have been only 8, but he was smarter than adults 3 times his age, and he knew instinctively when something was a secret. Secrets meant trouble, and trouble was such a drag. At the age of 11, Naruto was a casual friend. Good for entertainment? Sure, none better. Good at anything else? He'd have to get back to you about that. Trying to figure out the dilemma named after a whirlpool was far too much work, and to be frank, Shikamaru wasn't sure it was worth the effort. After all, what if he spent all that time digging and only found something as useless as Naruto's exterior? It wasn't worth it. Harsh, to be sure, but logical, and the dilemma Nara were nothing if not logical. However, at the age of 11, Shikamaru's world was rocked when Naruto stood up for Chuji in an excluded playground where he had nothing to gain from it. Well, nothing except a black eye, a broken arm, and a missing tooth that somehow wasn't missing 2 days later. It was about then when Shikamaru started his close evaluation of Naruto. Everything from the clothes he wore ragged, worn, most likely hand-me-downs, to his masks. Why is he cheerful? Shouldn't he cry? To the way the villagers treated him. Sakumo-san has never been that harsh with me, or even with Ino when she put graffiti all over his wall. All Naruto did was try to pay for his food. It may have seemed strange for the Nara to begin observing his acquaintance of so many years, but anyone who stood up for Chuji was worth it, in Shikamaru's humble opinion. It was soon after that incident that Chuji and Shikamaru began hanging out with Naruto, and suddenly, while Shikamaru couldn't honestly say he was Naruto's friend, he found himself wanting to be. Naruto was like that. He made you want to be his friend and want to believe in him. He definitely had undeniable charisma. And when Naruto beat up the Hyuga prodigy and defeated Gaara, Shikamaru could honestly say he wasn't surprised at all. What did surprise him, however, was his own contribution to that victory when he knew he would have never contributed only 3 days prior. Shikamaru sighed heavily. Mendokus. The last time Shikamaru had been shocked by Naruto, or at least allowed himself admit to being shocked, had been when Naruto returned from his training trip. He had expected something from Naruto for when he heard about Gaara, declarations of arrival, or angry swearing perhaps. Looking back, Shikamaru acknowledges that he shouldn't have been surprised. Naruto's reaction had been so Naruto that he should have expected it. A challenge to himself and a cry of happiness for his friend, tch. After that, Naruto and Shikamaru found themselves working together more. It started out with briefings, talks of strategy, but soon they found themselves sharing missions. When Umbu had been desecrated, losing more than half of their troops in a single ambush, Tsunade had asked people to volunteer for ENBU. Shikamaru had somehow found himself roped less than a month after making special jounin, and he was immediately placed on the same team as Naruto, who had more or less jumped on the opportunity. As Sakura had declined, knowing she wasn't Umbu material, Sai had been sent as a spy in Danzo's court, and Kakashi had been assigned a long mission. Shikamaru had the feeling that the former Umbu captain would have declined. Naruto was the only one of his team to become Umbu. Being the only person he knew, Shika guessed it was natural that Naruto and he would gravitate together, especially when the days got rougher. After Umbu, Shikamaru could sincerely, logically and truthfully say he knew Naruto. He could truthfully say he was friends with Naruto. After that, Shikamaru found himself doing all sorts of troublesome things for the blonde, even to the point of putting his life and his team's lives at risk, even going so far as to go behind the commander's back. That's why, when Naruto began this harebrained crusade to change the past, a very troublesome and work-filled crusade by the way, Shikamaru hadn't protested, but began planning. A small part of him would have liked to see Asuma as a kid, he wouldn't mind pushing Asuma and Kurenai together a little earlier in life so that they could get over the denial stuff sooner. So he planned and he plotted, put down dates and considered motives, used Ino to judge how different people would react, and figured out times for different things to happen. He pulled the strings from the shadows. It was always the small things that caused the greatest movement. In Game of Go, it was usually the small and inconsequential moves won the victory. In a game of chess, sometimes the pawn that captured the king. Planning a strategy, it was the subtle movements behind the curtain made your opponent fall into your traps. A single stone causes ripples all across the pond. Shikamaru was a genius. He was a genius of the shadows, and he was holding all the strings. Uzumaki Kushina, a beautiful jounin whose hair went down past her waist, clear eyes and a full mouth, smiled as she pinned the announcement on the bulletin board. She stood back with a satisfied smirk to admire her work. Ladies' night. When? 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where? Takiri Bar. Requirements. A sense of humor. Don't be late. No men allowed. This means you, Minato. Smiling in satisfaction, she spun around to find the object of her ire, one Namikaze Minato, leaning over her shoulder to examine the article. Kushina screamed, jumping in surprise, and punched him with a closed fist across the jaw. The blond man reeled back, his hand flying to his jaw. Blue eyes widened in shock. Hello to you too, Kushina. Minato lifted a large calloused hand to his aching jaw. Don't sneak up on me, moron! She growled, poking a finger into his chest repeatedly. Brown eyes flashed in ire, and Minato retreated with hands held high. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Calm down, Kushina-chan. Why are you calling me, Chan? Did someone give you permission to call me, Chan? Because I know I certainly didn't. The fiery redhead glared at Minato one more time before pushing past him. Aren't you supposed to be somewhere? You know, training your team, perhaps. I gave them the day off. We have some visitors and Obito took a liking to them. Minato answered, following after her. Kushina rolled her eyes. You know, in my village, we weren't given a day off. No, you just snuck off instead to dye the hair of the resident Kage pink. If I remember correctly, you were also charged with taking all the underwear of the esteemed Takari clan and strewing it across the roofs of the village. Minato retorted, grinning. Kushina froze, turning around with an evil grin. What's this, Minato-kun? Are you volunteering? For the second time that week, Minato found himself doing an abrupt U-turn. No, no! Not at all. I just meant. Kushina turned away with a snort, flinging her long hair over her shoulder. The fiery locks smacked the blonde in the face, where he received a mouthful. Sputtering, the tall man blinked several times, before registering the rapidly disappearing back of the red-headed woman. He dashed after her. Kushina, I said I was sorry. Mentally scolding himself for how childish that sounded, the Namikaze skidded to a halt when Uzumaki froze, her back rigid. Sorry? Sorry? She turned around, her eyes ice cold as she glared at him. Sorry would be missing a date. Sorry would be coming to a party uninvited but leaving soon after. Sorry, my dear Minato-kun, would not be completely blowing off our meeting to go to a bar with friends, then crashing my party with my friends so that we can resume our meeting, she made quotation marks, right this instant because it is important. Parties can come later, Minato blushed. It was a month ago, he exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. And I didn't blow you off. Tamaki-sen really needed. Oh really? I was sitting there for 3 hours. 3 hours, Minato? Hazel eyes flashed. Do you know how frustrating and embarrassing it is to be sitting in one of the top restaurants of Konoha waiting for someone, who, by the way, said he'd pay, and then 3 hours later people begin to give you pitying looks, and then the waiter gives you your bill which is like, what? Over 5,000 yen, when you had lowered your pride to accept someone's offer to pay because you couldn't pay your rent fee that month. A funny look crossed Minato's face. You accepted because you couldn't pay your rent? Kushina reddened, her face coming to rival her hair. Never mind, I didn't mean it. She spun around and began to march off. However, Minato could be like a dog with a bone when he wanted to be. Wait, you couldn't pay your rent? He quickly walked up to her, his considerably longer legs eating up the distance in less than a second. Well, Namikaze, not all of us have a big salary, you know. Or the ability to take on 3 S-class missions a month. She groaned, pulling her long hair up to braid, and thus, Uzumaki Kushina, jounin of the Whirlpool Village, resident of Konoha, master of Kage Bunshin and other such techniques, leading terror of pranksters anonymous, found herself with a serious-eyed, concern-filled tag along. She wouldn't put it past him to do this out of revenge for not accepting the date as a date, and that was how Minato, future candidate for Hokage, the Yellow Flash, and hero extraordinaire, found himself forced to buy 7 servings of dango, 14 shish kebabs, 2 servings of steak, and a week's ration in ramen. So what would you accept as an apology? Minato asked, a while later when they were both filling out paperwork for their genin teams. Obito had lost an entire stash of kunai and needed to get some more refunded. Rin needed a restock of medicine and more bandages. Glancing at Kushina's report, he blinked to see that she needed a refund on over 40 items. Kunai, shuriken, wire, matches, blankets, sleeping bags and socks, of all things. What are you doing? Buying out the armory? Kushina rolled her eyes. You know, for someone trying to buy his way back into my good graces, you could have a little more tact. Minato shuddered. Yellow Flash he may be, immune he was not. Kushina fought dirty. She could tear down someone's pride and self-esteem as easily as one ripped the petals from a rose, and whenever she deemed that too docile she gave kick to person in places that caused men all around to groan in sympathy. In battle she was ruthless. Her ruthlessness with enemies was only evened out by her sheer loyalty to her friends. She would go to the gates of heaven or hell for any one of them or commit herself to suicide missions, disobey direct orders, and Minato had on good authority, personal experience, she had turned into a missing nin to help one. Also, surprisingly, whenever she wasn't plotting revenge or in the middle of a temper tantrum over the perceived or imagined evils of the world, Kushina was the spunkiest, funniest, most fun-loving person in the village. She always had a good word to say about anyone, even her rivals, though for them it usually consisted of, "They sure are tough," insert swear words of your choice, aren't they? Oh yeah, she was also infamous for her salty language. She could curse someone up one side and down the other without a hint of a blush, though it could not be said for any companions she had with her at the time. However, in the typical female manner of which they cannot or will not be simple, she had more diplomacy in her little finger than Minato had in his entire body. For sure, Minato was notorious for his complete lack in ability of trying to appease a kid with candy, so that wasn't saying much. Minato was forced to buy her 7 servings of dango, 14 shish kebabs, 2 servings of steak, and a week's ration in ramen. He concluded he didn't want her any other way. Sighing, the Yellow Flash signed his name to yet another report. His mind flitted away from the fire-eyed redhead into the dilemma which had taken up most of his time lately, the visitors. He now wished he had never agreed to eat out that day. Maybe he would have gotten a moment's peace, instead of all this confusion of suspicions and doubts. Were they friendly? Were they an enemy? Were they neutral? He doubted it was the last. In his experience, even those who claimed to be neutral never were, and he had come to believe true neutrality was impossible. After all, a person could watch a soccer game between 2 teams without knowing either one and start to vote for the red team simply because of its color. It simply wasn't in man's nature to play the fence, which was why Minato never bothered. The Hokage wasn't helping calm his suspicions much either. Casting a glance at the woman beside him, he deftly picked up a few files and tucked them under his arm. It would be best to review these things away from prying eyes. Ino woke with a loud yawn, her back popping with several sharp cracks as she stretched. Throwing back the covers, she crawled out of bed to patter over to the mirror. Sakura remained sleeping, her arms wound around the pillow. The hotel was a modest cheap enough for their limited money, good enough that Ino wasn't feeling rats crawl over her in the night. The sun was already shining on the Hokage mountain, the heads to glowing gold and red. Ino once again noticed how odd it was for there to be only 3 heads. It was rather annoying. The village was already bustling, the crowds hustling down to the market. It must be Wednesday. Market day and all. Before the war had cut off the supply of new styles, market day had been Ino's favorite time of the week. Prices lowered, the stores put out their best wares, and the excitement of the crowd hummed against your skin. Ino was always at the market selling flowers, her mother's stall set up across from the beads and embroidery booth which was run by Matsuri-san. Depending on the month, her stall was filled with an array of vivid colors which screamed out their worth to the passerbys. When her mother relieved her, handing her some spare change for helping out, Ino would run to her favorite store to glance through the selections. She didn't always have enough money, but then she would save it for next time and hope that the shirt/skirt/pants hadn't been sold yet. If she was lucky, it would be something they had been trying to sell for a while, and so they would put it in reserve. But that was rare because it was market day, and who knew if someone else would come by to buy it. The war had distorted market day for Ino. After it started, the main reason one bought flowers was to put it on someone's grave. Silks, velvet, and bright colors were exchanged for rough fabric that didn't tear easily, dyed in muted brown and forest green. Matsuri's stall changed, her fine and detailed needlework needed for the patching of cut and worn clothes. Fruit stalls became non-existent as the orchards and vineyards were burned. Jewelry was no longer sold because it was flashy and drew attention. Hairstyles became short, practical, while black and brown dye was used liberally. Ino kept her long blonde hair, but only because it reminded her of her father. Even so, when she left the village she would tie it back with a plain brown handkerchief. Eventually, even Wednesday became an ordinary day as there was less and less to sell. Sound and Konoha both set up blockades on the roads to ambush anyone supplying to the enemy village, and soon the merchants knew to stay away. It had been underhand, and Ino wondered if perhaps both villages had cut their feet off from beneath them. The village market was bustling despite Konoha being in the middle of another war, but Ino imagined that this was because Iwa had Aim, Kusa, and Taki blocking its path, while Oto had been right on Konoha's borders. None of the stark terror and wariness that had become ingrained in the civilians back home, back in her Konoha, was evident on the faces of the people outside. For a moment, Ino hated Orochimaru with a burning passion. If that psychotic maniac hadn't been so obsessed with power and immortality, nothing like this would have happened. The scaredy cat, noticing that her fluctuating churka was brushing against Sakura and would wake her soon if Ino didn't calm down, she ruthlessly suppressed her feelings, bottling them up in a tight corner of her mind to dwell on later. Yesterday had been a whirlwind of emotions, discoveries, and tension. She had constantly been on her toes trying to figure out hidden motives behind anything, and seeing Konoha like this had been a shock. Sending a scowl at the Hokage mountain, she pulled the curtains closed and sat down to reflect. Seeing Mini Kakashi had been astounding, and the cheerful, Naruto-like, non-brooding, totally non-emo Uchiha had just been weird. At least she had been expecting the Kakashi chibi. Rin had been a fascinating character study, and Ino was sure that if Rin had had more opportunities and space to breathe, she would have been a great asset to the medic needs. Rin was quiet and shy, almost painfully so, and she played a delicate role as the peacemaker in the group, as well as a member of the infamous Cell 7 love triangle. Ino swore the monstrosity never died. Ino hadn't missed the discreet glances at Kakashi any more than she missed the way Obito hung off of Rin's every word. It was almost like watching Team 7, the Sak and Narasasu Squad 7, again. Except that Rin was very much more discreet, though Ino was sure both boys knew exactly how she felt. To Obito's credit, he wasn't fighting dirty for her affection, but Kakashi's callous attitude for the brown-haired girl made Ino's chest hurt. She herself had felt that kind of rejection. Obito had spoken a lot of his classmates, and Ino was taken aback to see that she recognized many of the names as her own commanders and peers. It was weird to hear about Irika-sensei being 9? And playing pranks? Wait, no, he had been 13 when the Kyuubi had attacked, so he would be 8 now. It was almost as weird as Asuma jumping onto a table and advocating abstinence from smoking. Rethinking that, Ino screwed up her face. Nah, too impossible. After they had spent 2 hours with the Genin team and actually getting Kakashi to go away and sulk, an improvement, she had been quickly assured, Minato had returned a strange look on his face. Ino didn't like that look, but decided that he couldn't have found anything about them in such short time, so she dismissed it. Besides, she was still getting used to the idea that the Yondaime was standing beside her in all his cute Herculean glory to ponder it over much. If the fact he looked so much like another annoying blonde she knew wasn't such a turn-off, she would have been flirting with him in 10 seconds flat. Unfortunately, he just looked too much like Naruto for her peace of mind, and Ino would go out with Lee in spandex before going out with Naruto. No offense meant to her fellow blonde, of course. We blondes have to stick together after all. Ino began rummaging through her knapsack to find a change of clothes. She paused all of a sudden, her face furrowed. Now that I think of it, Naruto really does look disturbingly like the Yondaime. Same spiky hair, same eyes, same smile. Minato-sama is taller than Naruto, but that could be explained by his mother's side. Plus, Kyuubi. From what my dad said, the Yondaime wasn't someone to push sacrifice onto someone else. He never asked anyone to do anything he couldn't do. Mendokus. I think I'm going to have to bug Kakashi a bit when we get back. I can just feel the mystery. Muttering indistinctly, she scrounged out a wrinkled shirt with the words "try." There is no try. Do or do not scrawled across the back, and green shorts before stumbling into the bathroom. It was kind of nice to be a civilian, Ino mused as she examined the cute hot pink and baby blue shirt that had sparkly words on it. Not only did they get nice clothes, but they were able to separate the girls and guys into different rooms, something that rarely happened on a mission for convenience sake. They had Naruto and Kiba's pickpocketing skills to thank for their wealth. While Ino and Sakura were sharing a room, Lee was off sleeping by his lonesome. Not that he minded. Sakura began to stir from her side of the room as Ino applied the final touches of her makeup. The blonde 18-15's body glanced over as her best friend pulled the pillow over her head. Nin aura y? MRPH. The pink-haired medic pulled the blanket over the pillow. Ino chuckled. When they had been younger, Sakura had been the early bird and Ino had been the late sleeper. However, that was before Sakura had begun pulling 20-hour shifts at the hospital. Frowning at the sudden input of memories, Ino returned to her long hair. Scooping it up, she quickly tied the long bits into a high ponytail, while her bangs hung stylishly around her face. Grinning and blowing a kiss to her mirror self, Ino bounded out of the room, sending a chipper, "Rise and shine, Sakura." The mound of blankets grumbled, and slowly something that slightly resembled a human slunk out. Ino faked a scream. "Oh, help us! It's a zombie! A living dead person! Help me, someone! Help!" Sakura glared. "Shut up! Ino pig!" However, the frown only made her pale, haggard face and dark-rimmed eyes more pitiful, and Ino faked revulsion prior to laughing heartily. "Tell me that when you don't look like something the cat dragged in," she scoffed, tossing her hair. Picking up a bracelet that Sai had somehow procured in the village close to the caves, she walked towards the door. "I'm going to check up on Lee," she sniggered. Knowing him, he's been up for hours and going stir-crazy. As if to accentuate her words, a rapid series of knocks sounded on the door. Grinning wider, the blonde opened the door to see Lee bouncing on the balls of his feet. When the door opened, Lee bounded into the room, talking rapidly about various things as Ino rolled her eyes and laughed. Laughter. It feels so strange to laugh. Have 2 months really gone by since the attack? Ino knew she had suffered damage from the attack. Flashbacks came at inopportune moments, feeling as real as if they were happening right then. Feelings of foreboding and an expectancy for some sound needing to burst in and shatter any illusion of security came on her like a thief in the night. Nightmares. Nightmares plagued her, forcing her to remember every bloody detail after detail with no escape. Guilt. Yeah, there was a lot of that too. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Should have gone here, shouldn't have let my guard down, could have stopped them from going. Such things were useless, Ino knew, but her subconscious seemed unable to accept that. Instead, it seemed bent on making her relive every single wrong choice she made during the war, and during war every mistake was dearly paid. Ino was the psychologist of the group, but who would talk her through her own problems? Shika? Not likely. Chuji? Nah. Sakura? Heh, maybe she was being stubborn, Ino admitted as she watched Lee hang all over Sakura, but she would rather go insane than burden her own friends with her guilt. Sakura glanced at her. Ino, you okay? Did she see? Ino smiled. I'm fine. Kiba and Naruto were teasing Chuji with stories about his misadventures of liquor. The boy was blushed red and denied it all. After all, there was no way he would start tap dancing on the table while stripping and singing the Backstreet Boys' Get Down Tonight. Shikamaru just shrugged when Chuji shot a desperate glance towards him, and the big-boned boy paled before flushing deep red. Well, if they were going to be that way, Chuji had his own stories to tell. Fine then. What about that time when you lost a fight against a fence post, Kiba? You weren't even drunk. The dog boy stopped in midword, his mouth hanging open. Naruto glanced at him curiously, aware that Shikamaru was listening attentively. That was a one-time thing, Kiba blurted out. It was a complete fluke and not worth mentioning. He glanced at the two onlookers. Well, Naruto, shall we see if Hina's up for some training? Bye. With that, a red-faced Kiba dragged the bemused and curious Naruto out of the narrow ravine towards the caves, ignoring Naruto's. Kiba, you do realize we are leaving the training area, right? Shikamaru smiled as he walked up to the satisfied Akimichi. Happy? Chuji smiled back. Revenge is a dish best served when it gets them out of your hair, right, Shika? Shikamaru groaned. You've been listening to Sai again, haven't you? Chuji laughed and sat down, pulling at his brown pants uncomfortably. Reaching down to draw his silver knife, he ran a whetstone down the blade, the shing echoing off of the red and pink walls. Have you decided what you're going to sell at the bazaar yet? Shikamaru snorted. No. Have you? Of course! Chuji exclaimed, waving the knife around. The finest beef and pork, coupled with well-made noodles that are either too raw or too soft. For side menus, I will produce chicken sticks, ramen, and dango. These will, of course, be in small quantities, as they are on the go. Lucky for us that Kakashi's so good with a knife he can make the wooden bowls as necessary. I even got Sai to paint on them. Have you seen them yet? Anyway, I'll also have soba, which Hanato offered to make, by the way, isn't she sweet? And tempura, wasabi, and a sushi bar for Wednesdays. Chuji grinned. Naruto added a pull-out stall to the cart, but of course Kakashi had to repair it after it almost fell off, but the idea was good so we used it. We also have a chip section, of course. Remember how rare those got during our war? Chuji paused for breath and Shikamaru hastily broke in. Yeah? The only thing I don't get is how we got the cows, pork, flour, chips and other things in the first place. Cho brightened again. Oh, that was easy. We used some of the spare money we got from Konoha, and you know those 2 weeks when you had to go scouting for whatchamacallits? The sander, screwdrivers and other tools? That's what it was. I thought it was marking a safe way to get back to the caves, that too. Well, anyway, Kiba and I got a job at one of the nearby civilian towns and there was a farmer there, and we helped him out and took a cow or 2 as payment. Chuji grinned. So that's why the lowing you've been hearing for the last 2 days isn't your imagination. Shikamaru glanced at him sharply. How did you know about that? You should stop mumbling to yourself. The stout boy replied, swishing his knife around rapidly before returning it to its scabbard. Tossing it up in the air, he caught it with a flourish. Well, that's enough about me. What are you going to do? Looking at the spiky-haired boy closely, he stated, You really haven't even thought about it, have you? Nah. Shikamaru replied, stretching out on the ground. It was too troublesome. The boys chorused, grinning at each other. You know, Ino's gonna be hacked. Cho cautioned, reaching into his pack to get an apple. Shikamaru waved it off as one would a fly. That girl gets hacked if her lip gloss disappears for 10 seconds. I can handle her, really, Chuji said skeptically. He sat up and waved cheerfully. Hi Ino. Shikamaru performed a wonderful depiction of an acrobat with knee problems as the Nara hurriedly tried to stand up, only for his mind to catch up to him and remind him that Ino's gone for at least another week. Scowling at his laughing friend, the Nara uttered ED2 Chuji? Mendokus. Chuji kept chuckling as he peeled an apple with the sharp silver knife. You are whipped, Shika. Whipped, the Nara scowled. I am not. You're just as scared of her as I am, Chuji shrugged. Sure. But I at least know to admit it. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Sure you do. The pineapple-haired boy leaned back against the ravine wall. It was a beautiful cavern, Shikamaru admitted. High, glazed walls with the signs of the river which had carved them painted onto the rose sides. Jewed ridges that added color and contrast, and arched rock paths that crisscrossed their way around. The stone was made of some unknown mineral, because Shikamaru had never heard of anything that absorbed churka the way it did. The sky was visible and shone down light into the ravine. Strangely, it shone through the natural walkways which then channeled the sun into pure energy. Privately, Shikamaru was beginning to wonder if these caves with tunnels between them and ravine with conveniently placed passageways that just happened to act like light bulbs were really natural occurrences. His own conclusion was that they were caves that had been adapted by a nomadic people for their own purposes. But no one asked him, so he kept his opinions to himself. Chuji glanced at him. Really, Shika, what are you going to do? The money counter. Shikamaru answered dryly. Or maybe I could host shooty competitions. Nope, sorry, Niji's claimed that one. Shikamaru turned on his side and stared at his friend incredulously. Niji? Niji sneezed twice as he stoically rubbed the silverware, his face unchanged at being lowered to such a demeaning task. If the Rokudame had ordered him to bend his noble elbows to clean after other people's messes, who was he, a lowly jounin and once Anbu commander candidate, to protest? After all, it was an honor to serve the Hokage in any way, shape, or form. But what he couldn't understand is why the honored Hokage had the audacity to assign him to KP with this lowly individual. What's that dash? I think you missed a spot. Those precious eyes of yours failing you? Kiba sneered. He roughly slammed a tin plate into the improvised dish rack, stones lined up at certain distances, and grabbed another one. Niji scowled, eyes flashing like ice. Fighting to control himself, he repeated Rule 14. You must not kill your allies. You must not kill your allies. You must not kill your allies. But it doesn't say anything about maiming them, and Kiba wondered why his adversary was grinning. Year 2.6 of Sound/Konoha War. Hidden location in Oto. The shadow crept slowly towards the camp, hands slowly pushing aside twigs that might crack and alert the targets below of his approach. The shadow winced as dry leaves crinkled under his knee, but the figures below didn't seem to notice. Not one to take things at face value, the boy stayed still, his breath shallow as to not be overheard. So what if a Konoha probably couldn't hear someone whispering over the sound of crickets? The enemy was called Sound for a reason. Yawning loudly, the tall red-headed deadlocked man stood up, unbuckling his belt and voicing the need to answer the call of nature. That was all well and good, one less man for the boy to deal with. That is, it would have been well and good if the aforesaid man wasn't heading straight here. Swearing under his breath, the shadow scurried back into the deepest reaches of the forest he could manage. The man stopped right where the boy had been before and went about his business calmly, not seeming to notice anything. However, The Konoha shadow had suddenly discovered an urge to sink into the ground or maybe just disappear. Why oh why didn't I listen to my earth jutsu lessons? Suddenly aware of how loud his breathing was, the boy clasped a hand around his mouth and nose, trying to stifle it. In his hurry, the leaves under his belly crunched. The sound nin's head jerked up, suddenly alert, and in the shadows, the young Chunin resisted the urge to groan. That would definitely alert the stupid sound guy to his location, not to mention break who knows how many unwritten codes. The enemy ninja was now scouring the area around him, walking in a slow, careful circular motion that reminded the Chunin just a little too much of a panther. No! He couldn't find him now. Not after he had done so much, risked so much. His team was in that camp, bound up in chakra-suppressing ropes, and there were bruises. And cuts. And had that been a whip mark on his ankle? He had defied the Hokage's orders. He had disobeyed Nai-san. His teacher would probably never speak to him again, considering he had knocked Sensei over the head, trussed him up and thrown him into a nearby closet. He had convinced one of his best friends to assist him in fighting through several of his former classmates so his providentially suicidal mission would have a fighting chance, and he knew she was probably in the detention center. He knew he was most likely marked down as a missing nin. He had lied to Nai-san. He had broken Nai-san's trust. He had gone too far to turn back. He didn't even want to turn back. He had promised himself he wouldn't turn back. He had promised Chichan to bring them back. He was Sarutobi Konohamaru, and he wasn't going back on his word. Sakura waved a cheerful goodbye to the gate guards. After sealing the deal with the Hokage and pounding out the details of their trading agreement before spending the rest of their time monitoring the rivalry between a certain crybaby Uchiha and stoic Hatake, they were ready to leave. It had been good to see old friends again, if without the countless wrinkles and age marks that had dotted their faces when she knew them. And it had been hilarious to watch Asuma, who she had met while speaking to his father, and Kurenai dance around each other. Merciful heavens! Had she ever been that young? She wishes she could say no, but she had some rather embarrassing memories of throwing herself at a black-haired, deep dark-eyed boy that just dared her to try and deny them. She linked her arms with Ino and dismissed those thoughts as useless. The girls burst into song, a jaunty tune which rang over the short field which led to the trees. They laughed, heads thrown back and hair free, Ino's hand waving in tune with the raucous music, and Lee imagined that she was moving much the way a choir director would when drunk. The music wasn't all that good either. Not that he would say that to them, but really, Backstreet Boys? The sound nin was right in front of him, his feet only inches from his face. Konohamaru slowly suppressed what chakra he could, making sure that it didn't vanish all at once, as that would absolutely show the enemy where he was. Or rather, where he wasn't. He screwed up his face. Dakibasa-sensei and his long-winded explanations. Never before had the boy wished quite so much that he was a Nara. Then, he thought ruefully, I wouldn't be just wishing I could sink into shadows. The man had been standing there for what seemed like hours. Was he ever going to move? Come out wherever you are. The sound nin called, his voice soft and enticing. However, Konohamaru shuddered in the shadows, the unspoken. So I can kill you, ringing in his ears. The feet moved on and Konohamaru sighed in relief. Too soon. A hand stretched through the bushes and yanked him up by his collar. Gotcha. Konohamaru was dangling, his face pulled up close to the sound nin's. Terror gripped him, settling like a cold hard stone in his ribs. The bitter taste of fear stung his tongue, filling his mouth, and he could feel his breath come in short gasps. He was so close to the man Konohamaru could smell his breath, stale and nasty, blowing into his face. The man laughed. Oh, I've caught a little spy, have I? Come to check up on your friends, eh? Or are you the advance guard? The sound nin looked him over with sharp hazel green eyes. I guess I shouldn't let you cry out, little bird. Might alert them, eh? Poor trapped little bird. Caught in the tiger's claw with no one to help you. His hands tightened around Konohamaru's neck. Scream for me, little bird. They waited until they were out of the patrol range of Konoha before taking to the trees, because it really wouldn't be good to pull off that masterpiece of acting just to blow off all their hard work because of convenience. Once they were sure their followers had left, convinced the strangers were making their way out of the Konoha area to their caravan, the three of them took to the trees like squirrels. Ino had changed into treaded tennis shoes, while Sakura had put on shinobi sandals during a breather. Lee took the lead, his keen eyes picking up the subtle markers pointing them to their way home. A small broken twig with a string here, a nick here, tiny splatters of paint there. Shikamaru had done his job while they were so subtle that he wouldn't have seen it if he weren't looking for it. The path they were following had been set up by Shikamaru during one of his shopping/hunting trips. It would lead them in a roundabout way around the mountain, taking them by safe, avalanche-free roads to their cave, while losing anyone still on their tail. Lee's head jerked, and he stopped in a crouch on his branch. A slight tremor and ripple in the air was all that alerted him to Sakura and Ino lighting onto nearby branches. Ino was watching him, while Sakura scanned the foliage beside them for any sign of what could have made Lee stop. They would sense it, Lee knew. The potential enemy was only 100 meters in front of them, so it would be impossible to miss him. If this were their time, their Konoha, their game, they would have let out a bird call to see if it was a fellow team. If the call weren't answered, they would have attacked. But they weren't in their time, their Konoha, and this wasn't their game. So, they crept into the shadows, subtle chakra masking their departure as they melted into the background foliage. Only moments later, an IWA group waltzed into their path, the visitors watching as the interlopers crept towards Konoha's borders. Their movements were confident, almost swaggering, and Ino could tell that at least one of them was newly promoted. Chunin and ready to take on the world, they thought. She pursed her lips grimly. They would get themselves killed at this rate. The nervous one glanced around constantly, his large head swiveling on his long, skinny neck so hard Ino got whiplash just watching him. He wouldn't last long, not with his trembling hands, quivering mouth and doe eyes portraying his utter innocence and freshness for all to see. In any other time or place Ino would have found the sight of an innocent ninja refreshing, but not during a war. During a war, the soft eyes that gave hope for a better generation were despised for being the weak link which could break a team. Weak links got their partners killed. Lee kept his eyes on the leader, his trained eyes easily picking up the signs of battle that scarred him. He was the most experienced, he was in charge, and he was arrogant. A dangerous combination to both sides. A confident, arrogant leader was one of the worst mixes you could get, just after incompetent arrogance and hesitant sensitive. A confident arrogant thought he was invincible. He thought that because he was leader, nothing bad would happen to his men, because, after all, he was here to take care of them. Normally a few battles would have broken this way of thinking, often shattering the man as well, but when one went through battles and won, suddenly the arrogance had justification. Lee pitted the team. It was doubtful they would come back. Sakura's eyes were on the youngest of them. It was a small boy, at max only 10 years old. Brown hair, pale skin and light hazel eyes should have been filled with life, rose color, and laughter. The boy, had he been born a civilian, would be running through fields, flying kites with his friends, chasing dogs, and throwing slugs and worms at girls. Instead, the boy's features were devoid of life. There was no stain of red on his pale cheeks, nor a spark of laughter in brown eyes, and his limp, dull hair hung around his face in unkempt locks. Sakura, had she been a civilian, would have cried. The fourth member of the team was also young, only 13 or 14, but it was old enough to wear that newly minted Chunin vest. He spoke rapidly to his team, his hands waving in wide and enthusiastic gestures to make his points. Blue eyes were wide with excitement, and he couldn't seem to control his gentle bounds as he rapidly relayed his story. His face was flushed with adrenaline, and Sakura wearily wondered if this was his first foray into enemy territory. A glance at Ino showed the same thing was running through the blonde's mind, and a glance at Lee revealed the blatant pity felt for the boy. It was right about then when they heard the familiar bird call sent from one cell to the another. Lee tensed, wry muscles hard as he gripped the branch. The team below showed no sign of recognition and continued on their way. The bird call came again, this time sharper. The young boy with dead eyes glanced up, sharp eyes examining the bushes suspiciously. He was interrupted by an arm as the happy-go-lucky lad swung an arm around him, trying to get his attention. Lee closed his eyes sadly, knowing better than to sigh. There was no more to see. Konoha attacked swiftly, their movements decisive as they burst from the foliage down to their prey below. The nervous one was the first to go as he was easiest, and no one wanted to ignore the weak link only for it to stab them in the back because they weren't watching. What irony it would be to survive the toughest fighters, only to die because you were warned to fight the weakest. A knife ripped the new Chunin open from one side of the neck to the other before leaving him to die where he fell, his movements jerking as he tried to stop the bleeding only to fall still. The happy-go-lucky boy was the next down, and Lee was morbidly pleased to see he put up a better fight. He managed to severely wound his attacker, whipping out a weight and chain which acted as a thick whip, but a newly minted Chunin survive against a veteran was too much to ask for in a surprise attack, and the boy went down as one of the tendons in his leg was cut. To his credit, he kept on fighting, but he was fighting a battle already won, and a kunai to the heart closed bright eyes forever. His killer collapsed soon after, a long blade piercing his heart, the wielder, the jaded boy wielding it with righteous fury. It was a startling change, considering that Lee had seen him just moments ago, apathetic as he fought off his jounin assailant. He was just promoted, you dash. The boy jerked the sword out with a sickening squelch, and turned on the jounin again, face red and eyes narrowed in anger. The full capabilities of the kid were revealed as he soundly trounced the Konoha leader, staying the killing blow only when he heard his own leader cry out. A glance over his shoulder showed the confident man slumping, eyes glazed, and the kid paused, face passive again. "Mission failure," he said dully. "I knew I should have worked alone." He stabbed the jounin, and turned to the two remaining chunin. With a quick blur of movement, Shun shined away and sank underground. It was 2-on-1 now, favorable odds, but the boy didn't appear and Sakura knew he was long gone. It was only after the Konoha survivor had checked the bodies that they realized the jounin was critically injured but still alive, and it was only after a body count that they noticed the boy had taken the body of the 13-year-old with him. With the start, Ino and Lee realized he had left the jounin alive to delay pursuers, and after glancing at Sakura they realized she had known all along. The trio was forced to wait for half an hour before the two chunin had their leader ready to travel, but then they resumed their journey. "He won't survive, you know," Sakura said when they could talk again. A sandaled foot lightly landed on the next branch before strong muscles pushed her onwards. "That kid knew what he was doing. The jounin won't last long. He has 5, maybe 6 hours, and that's if they get him to Konoha in time. The kid's bought himself a good 12 hours at the most, but that's enough." Lee nodded. 12 hours was more than enough to disappear. It was with great relief that they saw the opening to the cave. The covered wagon, a product of weeks of labor by Naruto, Kakashi, and Kiba, stood just inside the cave, its tan cover showing through the shadows of the midday. Akamaru and Kiba were playing a game of ninja fetch, which included hair-raising stunts and high-speed chases. They saw Shikamaru and Niji playing shugi in the front, a rare look of concentration on Shika's face. He almost seemed competitive, if Ino would dare put that word together with the lazy boy. A flash of triumph crossed the spiky-haired boy's face and he played a move, only to scowl as Niji countered, a look of pure smugness hanging off of him. Shikamaru growled something to which Niji answered back amicably. Ino resisted rubbing her eyes. "What the?" Shikamaru fell into his thinking place, hands formed into their habitual shape as he scanned the board. However, his body practically screamed tension and desperation. As Ino watched, shocked, Sakura nudged her. "PST, what's up with him? I have no idea. What could have possibly induced Shika to not them? Them?" Ino followed Sakura's pointing finger to see Chuji, Kakashi, and Naruto watching the two boys with greatly amused faces, money exchanging hands rapidly. Occasionally, Naruto would look at Chuji, his face ranging between admiration and disbelief before shaking his head and chuckling. If it were anyone but Chuji, Ino would have bet that Chuji had played a prank on someone, but that just wasn't possible. Hinata walked out of the cave and spotted the trio, her face brightening. "Lee! Ino! Sakura! You're back!" The former heiress picked her way through the crowd of boys, her smooth movements drawing the attention of Kakashi as she dodged the Getsunga Kiba was using to escape Akamaru. Hinata's smile widened in relief as she confirmed that, yes, the girls were back, and no, she wouldn't be left as the only girl drowning in the midst of testosterone again for a long while. Sakura felt a smidge of pity for the Hyuga. Hinata was pretty much banned from appearing in Konoha until the contact lenses they ordered arrived, her job as Chuji's subordinate cook notwithstanding. Niji had already received his, but there had been a problem with Hinata's order, and it had been delayed another week. Actually, Sakura pondered, counting back mentally, the contacts should be in any day now, which was good, because there was no way Niji or Kiba were leaving Hinata behind all alone, and Akamaru wouldn't leave Kiba, and the wagon wouldn't move without Akamaru. Sakura shook her head in amusement as she approached her teammate. "What's going on, Naruto?" "Kakashi?" Kakashi, face bare, his fake brown hair cut short and spiky, smiled at her, amused. "Let us just say Chuji is a little more devious than anyone gave him credit for." "Huh?" Sakura's confusion must have shown on her face, because Naruto grinned. Chuji knew that Shika didn't have anything planned, so he set Shika up to think that Niji had taken over the Shuji games. Niji, of course, has no idea what's going on, but with some well-placed ego-stoking, Chuji was able to get both of them in this competition. That way, when Shika wins, which he will, he'll take over the Shuji games as if he earned it, which he'll think he does, while Niji will have his ego knocked down a few pegs. "It's foolproof." Sakura watched him skeptically, an eyebrow gracefully cocked. "And you don't think Shika can see through this?" Kakashi laughed lightly. "Later, perhaps, when he has recovered his Nara calm. But right now, I think that infamously non-existent Nara pride has been stung. Naras tend to be very calm and hard to rile, but once they're awake, they are definitely awake." He cocked his head. "Though you do have a point. It's unlike Shika not to realize this," Naruto snorted. "The only reason he doesn't is because this came from Chuji. Anyone else and he would have seen through it instantly. Chuji, on the other hand, has never done this before. He laughed, his eyes crinkling cheerfully, the red glints of his pupils glinting as he glanced to the boy beside him. At least, not to my knowledge. For all we know, he could have been going behind all our backs and framing me for his misdoings. Who knows, he may be the miscreant who really tried to make a move on. Chuji blushed. Hey, Naruto grinned. Poor innocent Chuji. Kakashi chuckled as Chuji tried to glare menacingly at Naruto, his kind nature somehow keeping his face from twisting to an intimidating scowl. Instead, he ended up looking a bit like a sulky child. A cute sulky child, Sakura laughed, resisting the urge to ruffle a hand through his ruddy auburn locks. Ino, however, had no such inhibitions, and coming up behind him she disheveled his hair, grinning as he jumped in shock. What's this I hear? You set up Shikamaru? Chuji told the story again, grinning at Ino as he explained how he cleverly conned the schemer into his plot. A feral grin crossed Ino's face as she listened, her blue eyes sparkling. The group turned to watch Shikamaru make another move, and Niji, after scanning the board for a good 15 minutes, sighed and admitted defeat. And when Shikamaru came up and politely stated he would be hosting the Shugi Games, Ino and Chuji exchanged glances, and smiled. Konohamaru gasped as he felt the air leave his lungs with nothing to replace it. Well, little shinobi, I guess I'd better take you back to camp, and tie you up, a little shinobi? The ninja chuckled darkly, peeling out a knife and tracing a line from one side of the boy's neck to the other, leaving a red streak. Then we'll have some fun, won't we? Konohamaru struggled futilely as the sound nin ruthlessly backslapped him and swung him over his shoulder. The enemy's shoulder dug into Konohamaru's solar plexus, knocking all the breath out of him. His throat was no longer closed, and he drank in what air he could greedily. His jaw ached, but when did it not? Either it was Moegi punching him, or Naruto punching him, or who knows punching him. So why did he feel so dazed? Konohamaru didn't realize that friends hold back even when they don't want to, but his capturer had no conniptions to manhandling the 14-year-old. So, as he berated himself for being weak and struggled against chakra bonds, the cruel-eyed sound shinobi carried him to the village. The grandson of the Hokage knew that he was trapped with no escape, but he would be, before he gave up without a fight. So he wriggled and kicked, he scratched and tried to bite, and he was pounded for his efforts. This is the end, Konohamaru realized. Moegi. Udon. I tried. I don't want you to die. It happened so fast he didn't sense it. One moment he was held by the enemy, marching to torture and death, the next he was hanging in the arch of someone's arm, his hands and feet hanging down limply. He glanced up into the determined and serious face of Uzumaki Naruto as he glared at the suddenly empty-handed foe below. Ni-san! He gasped. Naruto looked down, hard eyes softening sliding, before hardening as red eyes made out the dark shade of the swelling bruise, the purple handprint that circled Konohamaru's neck, to the trickling blood that came from the slight knife wound. For a second the boy could have sworn Naruto growled as he turned to glare sharply at the man below. Naruto set Konohamaru down with strict instructions to sit there. I'll be done in just a second. The man below was trembling, his formerly dominating and cruel eyes wide with fear as they took in the sight of the flame-edged trenchcoat, red eyes, and fangs. He felt the sharp killing intent that rained down on him, and suddenly his pants were startlingly wet, despite the fact he had come out here to relieve himself. He backed away, so scared he could even scream for help, couldn't think to grab a kunai, or make the seals for a jutsu. Konohamaru blinked, and suddenly neither the enemy nor Naruto were in his vision. Then the lifeless body of the sound nin fell to the forest floor. The 14-year-old didn't have to be a medic nin to tell that the man was dead. He sighed in relief, all fear bleeding away. Naruto landed beside him, and the dark-haired boy naturally gravitated to him, his youth needing the chaotic stability of the blonde. Any civilian would have found it disturbing, how a boy of 14 felt safe so close to a man who had just murdered. Eyes, now crystal clear blue, scanned the younger Konoha shinobi, lingering on the bruise and cut. Rough but gentle hands examined the marks of abuse. We need to get you to Sakura. No! Konohamaru burst out, slapping Naruto's hand away. Subconsciously the Sarutobi noted how his Ni-san drew back as if wounded, a hurt look flashing over his face. I won't leave them. Not after coming this far. I can't. I'll fight you if I have to. I won't go back without. A tan hand covered his mouth. Did I say anything about leaving them behind? Naruto's eyes were amused, his lips quirked into a small, sad smile. Sakura's with me. Drawing himself into his full height, Naruto feigned offense. Besides, who do you think I am? Some kind of unloyal, treacherous fiend who would leave teammates and friends behind? Konohamaru glanced down, eyes haunted, and abruptly Naruto felt like the biggest heel in the shinobi world. He reached out a bronzed hand again, callous fingers tilting his adopted brother's chin back up. I didn't mean it that way, Anai-chan. You did the right thing, running to come alert us. And now that's gonna pay off. Sakura laughed as she relayed their adventures in Konoha. Everything from Obito's reactions, to Kakashi's clothing, to how the Sandame had less wrinkles and looked like he could handle himself were taken apart and relayed. However, it was only when they came to the story of the patrol that things got serious. Suddenly everyone had an image of some other failed mission in mind where they had only been able to escape by leaving the bodies of the dead behind. Shikamaru thought of a mission while in Umbu, the last one just before he handed in his resignation. He had been the only one to return. Naruto thought of his 10th attack against Akatsuki where Yamato Taisha had finally been put to rest. Yamato had served as a commander for 2 years before Naruto surpassed him. Even after Naruto became the senior officer, he had often returned to Yamato's superior experience. Sakura contemplated the faces of deceased patients, while Ino remembered those she failed to save because she couldn't extract critical information out fast enough. Sometimes, when she had foolishly believed no one could resist her, people had died because she accepted false information from a captive. Chuji remembered his first Genin team massacred on AC rank mission, while Niji recalled Guy nearly bursting all his celestial gates to save him, and the list went on. Abruptly, Naruto stood and walked out of the cave, only stopping to grab a water sack and a large piece of leftover canvas. Sai's eyes followed him until he disappeared, and then, with a heavy sigh the painter followed, grabbing a blanket from Hinata, food from Ino, and herbs from Sakura. If Naruto was going to go on a harebrained adventure, he might as well have someone watching his back. The blonde walked without direction, just going wherever the wind directed him. They stopped here. It whispered by his ear. He stopped to drink. It pushed him in the right direction, whispering news and instructions in his keen ears. In a chakra-soaked country where chakra took a life of its own in the form of foxes and raccoons with numerous tails, the concept of wind being sentient really wasn't that strange. Stup. It hissed. Naruto stopped. He listened to the unnatural silence, the overly peaceful atmosphere grating on his nerves. He ignored the subtly placed suggestion that said nothing here, look the other way. Keen senses picked up signs. A trail of scent of human blood on the wind, the salty twang that stung his tongue. He listened to the small puffs of air that would be impossible for a normal human to hear. He turned away from the bushes to rest his back against the rough side of an old tree. He glanced deliberately to where he knew the Iwa was hiding, and then glanced away. His eyes remained fixed on the foliage of the trees in front of him, and when the Iwa he sensed finally succumbed to exhaustion, strained nerves finally succumbing to blessed unconsciousness, Naruto rose. He pulled away the camouflage to reveal the brown-haired boy and his dead friend. Naruto felt pain jet through him. For once Ino had judged wrong. The boy was at most 8, though the lines on his face made it easy to see how she could have mistaken him for 10. No child should age so quickly. Even, or perhaps especially, in the shinobi life. Naruto's battle-scarred eyes hardened. The young child, if he could be called as such, had his hand curled around the older lad's hand as if it were a lifeline, and sadly Naruto acknowledged that perhaps it was. He gently extracted the younger child and picked him up, sending a sad, mournful glance back at the still figure laying on the ground, his glassy eyes staring to the heavens. He could tell that the boy had been cheerful and fun-loving. His eyes were peaceful, his lips gently curved, and his brow was free from any mark of frown or surliness. His character was apparent by the way his face was removed from any jadedness. Naruto turned away and carried the limp body of the living to the stream where he wet a band of cloth and set about bandaging the wounds that covered the boy. He was the right size for his age, Naruto noted. He hadn't been malnourished, nor had he been overfed. His induction into the Iwa ranks at this age either meant that he came from a strong ninja family, or that Iwagakure was recruiting even younger than ever. When he was sure the boy was comfortable on Naruto's cloak, the blonde stood and made his way over to the still figure still left in the bushes. Reaching out, Naruto gently closed the preteen's eyes, wondering all the while if he had chosen this path, or it had been forced upon him. He pulled the rough, sandy canvas off his back and wrapped the boy so only his face showed. Picking up the boy again, he moved him to his final resting place and dug a hole, knowing from experience that his younger teammate would want to see him off. He settled down to wait. Shinsei Ero hissed as he returned to consciousness. Stupid. Stupid. Some tuning you are, Shinsei. Fall asleep where there's a potential enemy around. He lay still and silent on the ground, not daring to move in case his adversary had found him. He tensed when he realized he was not in the same place he was before and Jin wasn't beside him. Jin. Oh Jin. The 8-year-old whimpered. Finally up? Shinsei leapt to his feet, hand rushing towards his weapons pouch. He landed on his left hand and flipped a safe distance away from the voice. He crouched facing the blonde teenager, his jaw tightening at the amused look the red-flecked blue eyes cast at him. Easy there. The voice was brash and rocky but kind. Who are you? The young boy demanded, not straightening from his stoop. Calloused hands, confident manner, he didn't react when I moved. Non-civilian. What do you want from me? From you? Ha! The blonde snickered. You have nothing of value on you. However, from me? Now that's another story. I'd like to help you, Shinsei snorted. Help me for free? Ha, that's a laugh. I'm young, not naive. What are you really playing at? The brown-haired child glanced around. Where's Jin? My hands trembling. For the first time, the laughing look faded from the tanned face of the fair-haired teenager. Blue eyes sobered, and the cheerful grin dimmed. That's his name? It's a good name. His eyes softened slightly. I'm sorry for your loss. I don't need your pity. Shinsei bit out angrily. The blonde didn't react. No, you don't. He shook his mane of golden spikes. My empathy, on the other hand. He stood up, dusting hands off on his black pants. They were jeans, Shinsei noted in surprise. No shinobi would wear jeans. Too restricting. Name's Naoki. As for your friend, I prepared a burial place. I thought you might want to say your goodbyes. Shinsei's throat tightened, and he felt as if someone had rammed him in the brisk basket. Say goodbye? But it seems like we just said hello. The hand on his shoulder startled him, and he looked up into the kind face of the stranger. Come on. I didn't know him, but I think he'd like a decent send-off. Sai resisted the urge to bang his head into the nearby tree. He did it. I can't believe he did it. The stupid idiot. Recklessness. Thy name is Naruto. Naruto and his ludicrous desire to save all homeless and pathetic creatures. Couldn't he resist the urge just once? The painter muttered under his breath as he watched Naruto help the boy to his friend's body. At least he had the sense not to use a burial jutsu. Well, all the painter could do now was wait it out and hope Naruto didn't try to adopt the runt. Right. As if that would ever not happen. Naruto kept his hand on the boy's shoulder as Shinsei walked over to the still graveside. Jin. He whispered hoarsely, very conscious of the warm weight on his shoulder. A shinobi is a tool. A shinobi must have no emotion. So why did it hurt so much? He vaguely noticed the gentle squeeze and release of the blonde's hand as he walked away, giving the child privacy. That was good, as Shinsei had been so painfully aware of the teenager's presence before. Jin's face, so calm and peaceful, should have been wreathed in smiles and grins. Not cold and still like death. Death. Toyomi with the rules. The boy started speaking uncomfortably. Jin, you were my first friend. Why, you saw past the weapon, and I thank you for that. His jaw tightened. I'll get back at them. I swear I'll get back at the that did this to us. IWA will pay. Naruto, leaning with his back against a tree just within his kitsune hearing, learned a lot about the boy just from the small speech. He liked what he saw. The boy was strong, his spirit shaken but not broken. He quietly told the body of his dead friend his thanks for the friendship, and he swore revenge. That it was against IWA was surprising, but Naruto had always loved shocks. And he was obsessed with the unknown. Shinsei quietly approached, and Naruto walked over to fill the hole, the covered body fading from sight as earth enveloped it. He spent a few minutes just sitting by the graveside. Memories played in his head. Finally, the child concluded that distraction would be the best way to go. Shinsei turned to Naoki. Thank you? I don't know why you helped me, but I can't stay. I have people on my tail. The teen nodded seriously. I know. Why do you think I came out here? Shinsei started and stared at him, eyes wide. How? He backed away slightly. How had he known? Naoki sighed. I'm not with Konoha, if that's what you're worried about. Or IWA either. In fact, I'm affiliated with everyone and with no one at all. He grinned. I and my band are traders, orphans and homeless people originally. We sort of banded together out of sheer need, but we're family now. Naoki sighed. We can't exactly turn away someone in need, can we? Shinsei snorted. Right, you expect me to believe all that angelic nonsense? That's impossible, because no one does anything without an angle. You, me, the monks at the holiest temple in the entire world, no one does anything that they can't gain from. That's an awfully bleak way to look at life. The blonde frowned. Do you have family back home? Why does he care? No. Jin and I were orphans. Naoki nodded seriously. All right. You need an angle in order to trust me? Naoki, or whatever his name was, Shinsei was still skeptical, picked up an average-sized stone and weighed it in his hands. You need back into IWA, we need an escort to get there. Can't trade with people who turn us away from the gates. I promise, we won't do IWA any harm. We sign a no-violence trade treaty and then every few months we return to trade a few goods. We killed 2 birds with one, he threw the stone, a bird falling to the floor. Stone. There's an inch for you, if you want to take it. However, I have another offer, if you want to hear it, Shinsei snorted. Of course you do. He didn't even try to hide the contempt he felt, and was slightly gratified to see the happy-go-lucky look fade a bit from the crystal blue red specked eyes. Let's hear it, join us, the IWA Nin blinked. What? Join us? Naoki repeated. You're what? 8? 9 years old at the most? You shouldn't be a shinobi, not at your age. Hey! I am perfectly capable of. I don't doubt that. The blonde growled. What I doubt is the ability of your mind to cope. At the very least, let us heal your mind for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks you can go, and if you never want to see us again you won't. I promise, and I never go back on my word. Shinsei watched him. Naoki's eyes were sincere. You can't trust him. But then again, who can you trust, after 2 weeks? I can leave, Naoki nodded. I warn you, most of us will be going to Konoha to start trading, but Suki has to stay behind for complicated reasons. The deal is, you don't ask questions, we don't ask any more than necessary. Deal? He reached out a hand. Any more than necessary, huh? Shinsei commented, pondering the hand. He reached out and grabbed it. Deal. No! No, no, no! Naruto, you utter moron! I guess I'd better warn the others. Sai sighed. Not that they'll be surprised, he blurted off. Niji's going to kill him. When Naruto led Shinsei to the cave, he was not surprised to meet the wall who was Niji standing in his path. Na and I ka too. He growled menacingly, arms crossed over his chest. He had put his contacts in, which was good. Now, to convince him not to kill me. Listen, Niji, you'd better thank your lucky stars that you're my commander, or your insides would be splattered across the 17 walls of this cave. Your head would be mounted on a pike, and your heart would be feeding the wolves. Then, visibly reining himself in, the Hyuga continued. Suki's inside. She's getting a place ready for the kid to sleep, so you'd better hurry up and introduce him. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. Hey! Who's the leader here, you or me? The question you should be asking is who is more mature. Niji replied icily. Naruto cocked an eyebrow and turned to Shinsei. Is there a bug somewhere over here? I could have sworn I heard something. He made a show of glancing around while Niji turned a lovely color of puce. Shinsei tried not to laugh while Naruto continued to search every which way, even glancing through his legs. Just as Niji was about to snap, a hand grabbed his forearm. Niji-san, perhaps it would be best if you and Naruto would spar. I'll show the boy to his living area, Shinsei gasped. The woman was beautiful, her long black tresses spilling down her back to her waist. She was shorter than Niji and Naruto, but somehow much more regal. However, her eyes were bandaged heavily. Naruto grinned at the kid. He's mature for his age, but it's nice to see he can still be so young. Hinata, dubbed Suki because of her personality, calmly pushed the protesting boys towards the training area, her serene face unchanging. After tossing them down the hallway to the sparring area, she turned to the boy beside her. I am called Suki. You are. She trailed off. Shinsei Suki-sama, Shinsei. She repeated, her face turning to him. It's a pleasure to meet you. Unfortunately, you came at a slightly awkward time, as most of us are going to trade with Konoha, and as you are from IWA, I assume you won't be welcome there. No, not really. He answered, following her. Why do you live in a cave? Well. She tilted her head. Why not? Naruto smirked at Niji as they circled each other. The taller boy had calmed down, his fiery ire turning to deadly ice. I must have really ticked you off, Niji. I haven't seen you this hateful since Kiba and Sai accused me of feeling up Hinata. Both boys froze. How about I forget you brought that up? Niji said coldly. Naruto cringed. Right. He said nervously. Let's do that. 3 years and Niji still hadn't forgiven him. It had been rather innocent, actually. Hinata and Naruto had been sparring, rather viciously due to an unintended slight on Naruto's part, and Naruto ended up pinning her on the ground. Kiba and Sai just happened to be passing by and promptly told Niji that Naruto had been indulging himself in unseemly conduct with Niji's cousin. Niji, always willing to believe that people were out to get Hinata, rapidly made his way to the training grounds, where he saw Naruto being rendered immobile because of several well-placed summon, courtesy of an enraged Hyuga heir who resented being called delicate and demure. He immediately drew the wrong conclusion, and that was how Naruto found himself fending off the enraged Hyuga heir bodyguard. However, that was 3 years ago, and Naruto thought it was rather childish of the 19-year-old to keep the grudge so long, so he decided that he would teach the Hyuga a lesson. Niji, meanwhile, was just wishing that the utter and complete humiliation of telling your mistress your suspicions, and then being told off by that same mistress would go away. So, a great and terrible battle erupted between men of wounded pride. Shikamaru glanced from Ino to Sakura before sighing at tilting back against the wall. They were at it again. He supposed it couldn't be helped. What was that one saying again? Distance makes the heart grow fonder, and proximity breeds contempt? Well, he didn't know how it was with other friendships, but that saying certainly applied to the friendship between Haruno Sakura, dubbed Haruko, and Ino, dubbed Ino, was definitely that way. They had been in this cave with each other for 2 months, and then had participated in a high-stress mission to Konoha. Frankly, he was surprised the argument hadn't happened sooner. As the girls continued to screech at each other, their high-pitched voices quickly escalating in volume, Shikamaru wondered how he had gotten involved with this. Oh yeah, he had gotten drafted into the regulation brigade by Kiba, who had taken one look at the girls, shoved Shikamaru towards them, and ran. He had been the smart one, Shika groused, coward though he be. As the girls rocketed to insults and swear words instead of slurs on appearance, Shikamaru once again reflected that girls were, for lack of a better word, troublesome. At least these two girls insulted each other to their faces and defended their rival behind their backs. Most girls would do the opposite, being the little backstabbers they are. Too often had Shikamaru seen someone compliment him to his face, then turn around and criticize him. If someone was going to insult him, Shikamaru preferred they do it to his face, where he could defend himself and save the friendship, rather than spreading rumors behind his back. It was because of this reason that Shika found himself so wary of girls. As Ino hit a sour note, he cringed. Whenever Ino and Sakura let off steam like this, someone had to be stationed to make sure they didn't kill each other, and it was just his rotten luck to be in the area. As his evening degraded from there, Shikamaru found himself wishing for some time-traveling sound Nin to come and put him out of his misery. Shinsei slept for what seemed like days. Suki was the kindest person he had ever met, her bandaged face always glowing with a small smile as she weaved beautiful designs. She spoke to him about things he had never given thought to, such as the way a bird's bones were hollow so as to let them fly, or how something ugly, fat and hairy would cocoon itself for a period of time, then burst out of its cage as a beautiful, slender butterfly. She told him about peace, something Shinsei couldn't even remember. Suki occupied his mind with tales of dragons and princesses and gallant samurai who launched to their rescue. She told him about how she had been considered weak in her family, and though she never mentioned what had made them despise her so, Shinsei suspected it had something to do with her eyes, because what kind of weaver kept their eyes covered? When he told her this, she smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. When Shinsei wasn't sleeping or listening to Suki, he was wandering behind Naoki until he met the oldest of the traders. The man was tall, had brown hair that was dyed with gray streaks. His face was worn, but handsome, and he had a tan line that ran across his nose and over his chin. Katashi-sensei, as Naoki called him, much to the perceived annoyance of Katashi, was the most nonchalant and irreverent man Shinsei had the displeasure to meet, and yet somehow he felt connected to him. It almost felt as if they had been through similar situations, but that was impossible. Who else had ever been groomed from the age of 2 into being the perfect weapon? No one that Shinsei was aware of. Sometimes when Shinsei was talking with the dog-like man who guarded the cave entrance, the dog-man, Kiba, would use a colloquialism that left Shinsei confused. Why would he need to hold his horses? Or how did a watched pot never boil? If you put something over the fire, of course it was going to boil. Whenever he would express this confusion to Kiba, a haunted look seemed to cross his canine eyes. Then, the leather-wearing teen would laugh, ruffle Shinsei's hair and distract him with his explanations. But later, Shinsei always wondered about the look in Kiba's eye. As 2 days became 3, 3 became 4, and the day that the majority of the traders were going to Konoha arrived, Shinsei felt the questions in his head multiply. Why did Chuji have a rare thunder dagger, such as were only found in the land of thunder? The Thunder Nin didn't give up their weapons easily, especially to someone who didn't know how to handle himself. What was wrong with Suki-sama's eyes? Why was Naoki's chakra so strange? Why did Deer naturally gravitate to the lazy guy who Shinsei hadn't even bothered to acquaint? Why were the pink-haired and blonde girls on speaking terms when they had been fighting so fiercely before? But he remembered his deal and stayed quiet. Most of the day was spent hauling their things into the wagon. Wooden chests with detailed designs were carried by Katashi, who had spent a great deal of time building them, while Shika placed several sets of shogi and go into the back corner of the wagon. Ino and Haruko, as Shinsei learned she was called, weren't selling anything, but rather they were the negotiators and money keepers. After taking a good look at Ino-san's high-dollar clothes, Shinsei wasn't sure that was the best idea. Ino was also responsible for selling the various items of clothes that had been bought in different villages. Shinsei was skeptical about those as well, seeing that they were exceedingly impractical and conspicuous. Naoki was going to run the games and competitions for kids, along with selling prank supplies. The second item was top secret though, as Naoki had no desire to have his head split in two by an irate Haruko. Shinsei could understand the sentiment, being unfortunate enough to walk into the infamous Ino Haruko fight. They were taking Suki-sama's weavings with them, and Yamada Taro would be selling his paintings, if that was his real name. What kind of parent named their son Yamada Taro anyway? Cho was running a food stall, something that Shinsei knew would be a hit, especially if he kept the cheap prices they had discussed. In the 5 days Shinsei had been here, he had developed a passion for Cho's cooking. Kiba was apparently a certified vet, his family having made a living from caring for pathetic creatures. Rumor had it that his large dog AK had been a runt with a bad back, or some such thing, but Kiba was a miracle worker, so he managed to heal AK's spine. Something about Saban and sewing needles when he was 10 or something. Shinsei wasn't sure he believed him, considering the looks of complete disbelief and skepticism painted on the face of Naoki, Taro, and Niji. Eventually, AK was hooked up onto the wagon, the merchandise was loaded, and the traders were ready to get on their way. Suki hugged Niji goodbye, had a group hug with the girls, and was swung around by Kiba. She spoke for a moment with Cho and Shika, smiled at Lee, then moved to bow to Naoki. Over the past 5 days, Shinsei had picked up a vibe from the gang while they were with the blonde. It had almost seemed like the way one behaved with a commanding officer, or a respected leader. He had dismissed it, because at the same time, he often saw looks of reproach or resignation towards the blonde, which was something no one ever did in IWA unless you wanted to lose an ear or two. However, the blatant display of submission by Suki-sama, someone who had clearly been in a situation of power before joining this ragged group, shocked him. What more, the rest of the group didn't even seem surprised. Instead, they began straightening and coming to attention, falling into a position the IWA shinobi recognized as an escort guard. AK was led by Kiba, while Cho sat inside the cart. Ino and Haruko walked just ahead of the wagon, calling insults and quips to each other over the lines that connected to AKA. Shika walked in the back with Niji, while Naoki took the front with Katashi. Taro walked beside the wagon, while Lee sat on the covered roof of all places. Lee-san's position seemed to annoy Niji immensely, which was probably why the youth-loving teen did it, Shinsei admitted. Ever since that first day, Niji seemed to annoy Shinsei to no end with his nitpicking ways, as Naoki so aptly put it, as he waved goodbye, feeling ridiculously juvenile, and refusing to run after them or jump up and down. Suki put a hand on his shoulder. "Shall we play a game of shogi? I am certain that our score was 14-3. My favor," the 9-year-old snorted. Not for long. He never noticed the wagon turning in a direction away from Konoha. Shikamaru, despite his reluctance to do anything requiring movement from his post at the cave entrance, had found himself journeying out to hunt, or to set up markers. It wouldn't do for them to approach Konoha from the direction of an impassable ravine, now would it? Nor would it be good to be tracked back to their base. Thus, it fell to the statistical genius to plant pathways to and from everywhere imaginable. It was one such path that they were walking on now, chakra applied to the wagon wheels to hide its tracks. The way they were headed would take them from the direction of Suna, giving them some protection from being accused of coming from IWA. Plus, the extra distance would make their feigned weariness more realistic. Over the last 2 2/3 months since they had arrived, the ex-Konoha shinobi had become familiar faces in nearby towns and villages, Cho having set up a small food stand once or twice, and Naruto and Kakashi had been employed as constructors for some extra cash. Sai had sold several paintings already, lining their threadbare pockets with yen. Before going on reconnaissance to Konoha, Ino had ordered various clothing and material to sell, along with types of pottery that she knew wouldn't be sold in the Hidden Leaf. So, they had their bases covered in the civilian villages if any paranoid shinobi ever researched them. 14 leagues away, a blonde, blue-eyed jounin slumped over various files to find information on Konoha's upcoming guests, sneezed. Shikamaru sighed, his hands folded behind his head. Things would get complicated when they reached Konoha. Despite Naruto's apparent obliviousness, Shikamaru knew he must have figured out ages ago who his real father was. Shikamaru knew that Tsunade had planned to tell him after confronting the Godame about the matter a few months after Naruto's return. She had told him that Jiraiya and she were planning to break it to Naruto after he became a Chunin. However, if Naruto didn't know, it would make things slightly more dangerous as the man risked being shocked. So, Shikamaru reluctantly resolved to broach the topic with the blonde before they reached the city. They had 4 hours before they were within patrol distance, however, so Shikamaru resolved to watch the clouds as he walked. Clouds were so uncomplicated. 3 hours later, Shika realized he couldn't put it off anymore and moved up to tap Naruto on the shoulder. Oi, can we talk about something? I'm not sure if Tsunade told you when you made Chunin, but I know. Naruto interrupted shortly. Shikamaru glanced at him and noticed for the first time his leader was nervous. Naruto's hands were sweaty and trembling slightly. His breath was coming faster than normal, and his eyes were hooded, flickering slightly. The pupils were more cat-like than ever, and beads of sweat decorated his forehead. Even as the Nara watched, Naruto swallowed thickly and cleared his throat. Even if I hadn't known, I'd have guessed soon enough. He forced a nervous smile. I'll be fine, Shikamaru, just as soon as I convince my stomach not to rebel. The Nara tilted his head skeptically, but eventually nodded in acquiescence. I'll start working up a cover for you in case they become suspicious. He sighed. I really wish we had talked about this earlier so we could do something about your appearance. There is no way you're getting into IWA looking like that. Konoha, the front gates. Roma muttered under his breath, using certain words which his girlfriend would have killed him for if he had said them in front of children. He finished gathering the scattered papers and started to stand up, only to bang his head harshly against the desk above him. An explosion of curses filled the air as he clutched his head. And I hope you turn into firewood for bandits, you useless piece of driftwood. Wow. What did the poor desk ever do to you? The man was so shocked he jumped up, only to hit his head again. You! He gasped out, holding his head and losing any hint of dignity that remained. He glared at the blonde. What are you doing here? Kyo glanced over at him lazily. Are you sure you're a gate guard? They've been in seeing distance for 30 minutes now. He stopped as if thinking. Oh yeah, you weren't here 30 minutes ago. You were napping. Well, I guess as punishment you can show our new allies to their stall grounds, eh? What new allies? Roma glanced behind the petite girl to see a whole swarm of people. Oh, grace deliver us. There's more of them. Naruto stifled a laugh as the guard stared at them, face white, mouth open, eyes wide. So this was Roma. He could definitely see potential. Pranking potential, that is. With a guy that nervous, it would be great fun. Speaking of guys at the gate, the guards had suddenly registered Naruto's appearance. Roma was the first one to react. He stared at Naruto as if he had never seen a human being before, his face twisted in confusion. Then, his face paled, 2 fiery red spots appearing on his cheeks. A flush crept up his neck to his forehead, and the blonde half expected a blood vessel to pop out any moment. Kyo half stood up from his chair, truly alert for the first time since they got within seeing distance, and judging from the reactions of Aino and Sakura, it was a first for them as well. His eyes focused on Naruto's for a second, narrowed, and then relaxed. He nonchalantly leaned back into his chair, put his feet on the desk, deliberately pulled his height over his eyes, and began to nap. Roma glanced from his superior to Naruto and back again, before huffing. Well, I guess that's Kyo's way of giving you permission. Might as well come along. Roma grumbled under his breath as he led them. Lee had to drop down from the wagon roof to get through the gate, so he swung down to their guide's side. Roma-kun, has Kyo-san been sending you on many errands? Has he? Has he? Roma exclaimed, waving his hands about. You know that rubbish he gave about me not being at my shift in time? Complete and utter drivel. I arrive earlier than he does. And then when he finally gets there, 2 hours late, he orders me around like a genin. That's our lowest rank, by the way. So he orders me around to do all these useless tasks, like getting him dinner, or picking up his laundry. He has a wife. Why doesn't she bring him his mail? How that man made jounin, I will never know. The troupe walked down the street, most of them smiling in amusement as the Chunin ranted about his superior's habits. Kakashi almost seemed proud of his fellow jounin's behavior, while Niji seemed torn between being affronted that someone who shared his rank would be so slovenly, or insulted that a Chunin would so criticize his superiors. He shot a reproving look at the grinning Kakashi, now renamed Katashi, and settled for an uneasy frown. They arrived at an open place which had been noticeably cleared for their use. Kiba and Akamaru moved the wagon in place and Naruto and Kakashi began to unfold all the extra features. Despite the joshing Naruto gained for his carpentry skills, he did well enough with wood, and Kakashi had Sharingan someone, someplace, and decided to keep the skill. Thus, the wagon was very impressive, filled with pull-out stalls and covers. One piece lengthwise was hinged to drop down and reveal a target and games area. A portable stall was pulled from the bottom of the wagon and set up close to the built-in stove, volunteered by a blacksmith who had insulted Sai. Ino pulled out several iron rods and set up clotheslines where she proudly displayed her colorful and vibrant fabrics. Sakura took responsibility for hanging Hinata's tapestries and weaved decorations in places where they wouldn't be in harm's way. Kiba hung up a sign which showed animal baths and vet care. Roma glanced from the sign to Kiba and cocked a skeptical eye. However, when he was told by a firm Naruto that Kiba had come from a family with a long history of animal care, he relented. Kiba was slightly insulted, as Roma marked the second person who had doubted his ability. The Inuzuka was actually quite skilled at patching up animal hurts, his sister having taken him under her wing when he was younger. Even as a jounin, Kiba had found the vet a place he could go to get away from his work. Not only this, but Kiba had been a great help in the office when Hana was bogged down by the war. Sai and Kakashi pulled out the shaded platform on which Sai began displaying his paintings. A sign hung in the front saying simply, "Paints portraits." Sai then sat at a table with his paint and ink and was dead to the world. Roma tried to talk to him several times, finally giving up when the boy glared up at him, the look on his face dark and foreboding. Sakura set up her money box in a place where it was hidden in foreground. After they started gaining money, it was a sure bet some mischievous youngster would try his luck to gain some extra cash, and she wasn't going to let their hard work go down the drain. When she was satisfied that it was well hidden under a pile of clothes that Ino was keeping in reserve, she pulled out several whiteboards that they had actually paid for. Quickly, in precise hand, she jotted down prices for non-negotiable clothing, food, and how much a round in the games was worth. The boxes and paintings were negotiable objects. Naruto placed an ad for additional work for himself in the corner of one, telling Sakura that though he was the official leader, she was the spokesperson and he had to have something to occupy his time other than running the game stall. After all, I would end up selling the worst prank ideas, and we don't want to get banned quite yet. He laughed sheepishly. Roma glanced at him suspiciously. "You're a prankster?" "Yep," the blonde answered cheerfully. "The most mischievous troublemaker you'll ever find is right before you," the Chunin snorted. "I doubt that. We have our own notorious menace. Uzumaki Kushina, the nastiest hazard you'll ever meet on two legs." Folding his arms over his chest, Roma nodded sagely. "Mom. She is quite a thrill-seeker, that one. She even dyed the yellow Flash's hair pink one time, and then threatened all the shop owners not to sell the solvent. Funniest thing we ever saw, him running around screaming at her, and her screaming back. He was nearly banned from missions before someone took pity on him and sold him some hair duller." He chuckled. Of course, she hadn't prohibited that, so she couldn't do anything. Naruto rolled his eyes. "So she dyed some guy's hair pink. Big deal. Haruko does that every month." "What?" An outraged cry rang from inside the wagon. Sakura had disappeared some time ago to help unpacking, but she now stuck her head out from under the tarp. "Yuzuki Naoki. You take that back right now. My hair's natural, I'll have you know." "Suyer it is," Naruto responded, condescending. "And Katashi is secretly an S-class ninja trained from childhood in the shinobi arts." Roma, still reeling from Naruto's earlier comment, shocked that he hadn't recognized the term Yellow Flash, glanced over at the brown-haired man. Katashi was leaning against the wagon, giggling perversely as he read a novel. As the gate guard turned errand boy turned guide watched, Lee-san bounded, yes, he was pretty sure it was a bound, over to the man's side, loudly asking what the eye-patch-wearing man was reading. He glanced over Katashi's shoulder, blushed crimson and snatched the book away. Katashi blinked, looking down at his suddenly empty hand. As Lee began to rant over the unyouthfulness of reading such trash, Katashi gave a "Hm? Did you say something?" before pulling out another copy. "Ugh. You are so hip. Mentor's rival Katashi. I challenge you to a contest? If I do not win, I shall run around Konoha with 50 pounds on my back." "No. Make that 100. There was no way that passive man was anywhere near resembling an S-class ninja, Roma concluded. He wouldn't even be worth C rank. Glancing back at Naoki and Haruko apparently knew that as well. The boy was turning a startling color of red. Decided that fleeing is the best line of valor, Roma approached the still fuming Lee, who was waving the book around as he ranted. Lee-san? If I may interrupt your discussion, what are you going to sell?" For the first time since Roma had seen him, the green-clad ninja was stumped. He glanced at Roma blankly, before turning to the spiky-haired boy who was setting up several sets of shogi and go. "Oi, Shika! What am I selling? You stand around and look funny." Shikamaru answered absently, frowning down at the board before him. "Okay," Lee replied, chipper and pleased. He turned back to the nonplussed Chunin. "Apparently I am the comedian." Kakashi, the younger and much more mature Kakashi, sighed. It was another one of Minato-sensei's team outings. Personally, the young Chunin could see them spending their time in more beneficial ways, such as training or doing missions. However, he understood that younger, more immature minds, Obito, had to be appeased so as to do something halfway decent. But honestly, shopping? So what if Obito's so-called friends were going to be there? Those newcomers were a nuisance and a security risk, and while it wasn't Vtll's place to question the user, he thought it was proof that Sarutobi was finally cracking. Not that he would say this out loud, of course. It was one thing to doubt your commander, it was something completely different to voice complaints. Kakashi wasn't like that gate fool, Roma, who gossiped and complained about Kyo-san to anyone who would listen. Kyo was a jounin for a reason, even if Kakashi was at a loss to see that reason. Kakashi glanced at the sun and realized that if he didn't hurry he'd be late. Not that it mattered. The idiot of an uchiha was always late. He rounded the corner to the ramen stand and froze. Obito wasn't late. Kakashi drew in a deep breath, then dashed back around the corner and pressed himself against the wall. What just happened? The sun isn't falling, is it? The sky is still blue, right? I can't possibly be the late one, can I? Feeling as if the world had fallen around his ears, the silver-haired child peeked around the corner. He rubbed his eyes, checked his temperature. Glanced again. No, he concluded, I am not suffering from delirium. He is really standing there. On time. What the? Kakashi struggled to gather the fallen pieces of his shattered mask. Where was his dignity? Where was his calm? Where was his time? 2 minutes had passed. He was going to be late if he didn't hurry. There was no way he was going to be beaten by that loser. No way, no how. Straightening up, the stoic boy walked up to the ramen stand and nodded coolly. Minato grinned at him. Guess what, Kakashi? You're 2 minutes late. Hear that sound? That is the sound of 1,000 mental screams, all emanating from the small form of an 11-year-old chunin. When they arrived at the caravan grounds, a large crowd had already gathered. Rin took off to look at the clothes selection, the look on her face just daring someone to say something. The boys wisely took a hint and stayed silent. Obito made his way to the food stand, and Kakashi looked at boxes. Meanwhile, Minato made it a point to talk to each and every person who made up the caravan, collecting tidbits and searching for any hint of deception. Unfortunately, he got distracted by cheering on some of the academy students as they threw darts at moving targets. He was impressed with some of the older initiates, and there was one 6-year-old who was certainly going to make genin the next round. Someone called Naoki had decided to let the academy initiates play the games, then promptly abandoned the duty to Haruko in order to help someone thatch their roof. She had done an admirable job of balancing the kids along with maintaining the money box. But when a boisterous voice floated down the road preceding her replacement, her relief was obvious. Minato casually turned around to see Naoki, the only one he hadn't met yet, and started. He stared, something in the back of his mind reminding him that leaving his mouth hanging open was unjounin-like, but he couldn't have cared less. The boy was a carbon copy of himself. Same stubborn blonde hair, same tan, same face shape. Okay, who cloned me, and why wasn't I informed? As the boy came closer, Minato became aware of small differences. Naoki's eyes were wider and his mouth softer. His hair was shorter, but then again that was just style. Naoki had a more delicate nose than Minato too. But everything else was exactly the same. Who is this kid? Oblivious to the stare, the boy marched up to Sakura. Missed me? Like a knife in the back. She retorted. I watched your stall for an hour already, Naoki. You owe me. Yeah? You know Haruko, if you wanted a love slave you could have just asked. Haruko's eyes flew open. Why you, saying those kinds of things in front of kids? I can't believe you. And that is not true. I was going to make it laundry for a day, but I think you'll be stuck with it for a week. What? The blonde whined. Have you smelled Kiba's socks? Obviously. Would I be volunteering you for washing duty if it was easy? You're mean, Haruko-chan. The boy pouted, his arms crossed over his chest. Sakura laughed, turning away and waving a hand over her shoulder. Yes, I'm the Wicked Witch of the West. Didn't you know? And stop sulking, it's a bad example for the children. Minato watched this interaction without moving, his eyes locked onto the back of the younger blonde. He hardly noticed when an arm slipped over his shoulder. Well, Minato. Your long-lost love child? Kushina smirked at him. More like the long-lost cousin I didn't know I had. He muttered absently. Shikamaru focused on the board in front of him. His opponent was difficult, but not impossible to beat. He moved his knight, feeling satisfaction as he lured his worthy adversary into a checkmate. It had taken an hour to win, longer than anyone else in this place. He told his opponent as much, and was rewarded by a smile from the boy of 13, an admirable opponent. The other players watched in awe as the newcomer proceeded to play 10 simultaneous games at once and win every one. By now, only those who were really confident were challenging him. They were playing right into Shikamaru's hands. And it felt good. Shika. Naruto bounded over to the Naro's side. Shikamaru restrained a groan and turned around. Naruto was practically humming with energy, his eyes glowing with excitement. You have to see this one kid. He's hitting perfect bulls. Shikamaru stared at the blonde. Naoki, isn't that bad? Don't we want him to miss? I know. Naruto exclaimed, waving his hands. But this guy's only 4. Shikamaru stared at Naruto unbelieving. He interrupted my game for this? He decided to ignore the enthusiastic blue eyes for now and turned away. A hand grabbed onto his sleeve. Really, Shika, you have to see this. That sounded like an order. Shikamaru looked hard at Naruto. His mouth was smiling and running off, but his eyes were hard. Scratch that. It was an order. Shikamaru voiced complaints loudly, but got up anyway. Naruto surely wouldn't interrupt his record-winning streak for something trivial, would he? Naruto led him back to the games at the wagon, chattering about the random jobs he had taken during the day. To anyone else other than a genius with an above 400 IQ, it would have seemed pointless. Shikamaru, however, heard the detailed report hidden in the babble. I worked in some section just north of here. Man, there was this old lady who just went on and on. I almost got earplugs to block her out. Meant that several sections of defensive civilian apartments were damaged. Just north was a phrase coined by Naruto years ago to describe the civilians who let their homes be used as sniper locations. There's this one old man who asked me to help him with his garden. Normally some people called genin would do it, but for some reason they were a little short-handed. Oh well, lucky me. Translation: genin were being sent out on missions. They were most likely being sent onto the mid-back line so they weren't in too much danger, but at the same time they couldn't do the tasks they were normally assigned to. The short-handed comment showed that occasionally a genin team did do the chores, most likely for some extra cash or vacation time. As they approached the wagon, Shikamaru's sensitive ears picked up the steady thud, thud, thud of something hitting wood. A sling shink sound made him think of kunai, so he naturally connected the dots. Whoever Naruto was going to show him must still be going at it. Whatever Shikamaru expected when he came around the corner of the covered wagon, it certainly wasn't what he found. As he watched amazed, a small boy, barely 4, was throwing dart after dart at the moving animal targets. It was going faster than normal, so he assumed Kiba or Naruto, who were the only ones who knew how to run it, having played the games day in and day out, had sped it up. It was moving fast. Very fast. Shikamaru probably wouldn't have been able to hit those targets by his last year at the Ninja Academy. The boy, however, threw the darts with ease, not flinching or hesitating. His face was stoic and flat, not a hint of emotion showing as he hit all vital areas. When Naruto stopped the turning animals, it was seen that every dart had hit its target. Shika turned to closely examine the boy. Dark hair framed his small face. His skin was pale, almost pasty. Dark eyes watched the world dimly as if through broken mirrors. Dedan looked to his father's distant yet obvious pride, a slight softening when the woman who was probably his mother touched his shoulder. Rimmed eyes flickered around cautiously, settling briefly on Shikamaru and Naruto before flittering away. Shikamaru dimly became aware that his gut was tight. Why am I bleeding? I bit my tongue. He clenched his jaw. Out of all the people here, why did we have to run into him? The boy turned away to follow his parents, revealing the prominently displayed Uchiha fan. But Shikamaru didn't need that to identify him. He'd recognize him anywhere at any age. As the genius watched, Uchiha Itachi received his prize and was led away. Minato was getting disturbed. Kushina was getting a headache from listening to him. Why don't you just ask him? Oh sure. Minato sat up, his voice lifting an octave. Excuse me, my name is Namikaze Minato. Do you happen to be related to me? I mean, I don't have any aunts or uncles, and I don't have any siblings, but we look disturbingly alike so. The yellow flash? Why yes I am. Oh, so you are related to me. He glared at her, his voice dropping. Yeah right, she sighed. Well then, sitting here moping about it isn't going to do anything. Where's your infamous stubbornness and determination anyway? She called for another glass of water. You could just ask. The yellow flash opened his mouth to respond, only to freeze. Didn't you just ask that? Maybe. She looked away shiftily, smiling faintly. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, and seeing his sober face, sighed and turned back. Listen, Minato, why is this so important to you? Kushina leaned over to meet his eyes. I've never seen you this upset before. Especially over some random outsider. Minato's eyes were lowered as he focused his gaze on the glass in front of him. He twisted in his hand, his gaze distant. Kushina's eyes softened, and she reached out a hand. The ex-Whirlpool ninja's grip was rough from a lifetime of holding kunai and shuriken. Her fingers were scarred from years of pulling wire taunt and blocking knives with naked hands. They were what civilians would call ugly, her fingers slightly bent from broken fingers that had to be healed quickly, but as Minato studied them he reflected that here, where such hands meant surviving in harsh circumstances against all odds, they were the most beautiful things he had ever seen. The Namikaze sighed. "Do you know why my family is so revered by the council?" he asked, looking up to meet her eyes. She cocked her head, bemused. "You all kick A." He cleared his throat, glancing pointedly at the children behind her. She rolled her eyes. "Beat your opponents all over the field?" He chuckled a little. "Well, that has something to do with it. But it's also for another reason. For all that I know, I am the last of the Namikaze clan. That, naturally, causes them a certain amount of concern." He took a deep breath. "The Namikaze family has always had connections, I guess you could say. You know how sometimes you complain that everywhere we go someone knows me?" She cocked an eyebrow. "Yeah? What of it?" "Well, unlike you, who has created a reputation for the way you wreak havoc wherever you go, and saving lives and turning them around by meeting people for an hour, am I supposed to be insulted, or flattered?" Kushina asked dryly. "I, on the other hand," he continued as if there had been no interruption, "am recognized because of my family. My family has always had political connections. We are on name basis with nearly every daimyo in the shinobi continent, and we have favors from every major clan." He sighed. "Naturally, that doesn't prevent them from attacking us or killing us, as is evident from the stupid war we're in right now, but it has been good for other things. No member of any of those clans will ever kill a Namikaze outside of self-defense. That has always been good for Konoha, as certain people are more willing to deal with the leaf because of us." Kushina nodded, leaning forwards. "Your extreme wealth doesn't hurt much either." She pulled off her orange jacket and laid it on the table. It seemed they were going to be here for a while. Minato breathed out through his nose, glancing to the side. "No, it doesn't." He watched the pedestrians for a bit, his eyes lighting on a small boy who was dashing from market stall to market stall. The trader's wagon was just around the corner. He drew his attention back to the kunoichi before him. Kushina was trying to stay still and failing miserably. Her finger was tapping the table before she shifted uncomfortably. Pursing her mouth, she straightened her bright red and black shirt with one hand, while the other twirled a pair of chopsticks. Her eyes wandered over the restaurant. "However, as you know, my clan has been fading for a while now. The sudden barrenness of my mother, my father's failing health. Several years ago, one of the clans who don't like us attacked a group of my relatives. You know, aunts, uncles, cousins. Not a single one survived." Kushina stared at him in shock. "I didn't know." Minato smiled sadly, waving aside her apology. The massacre happened before you got here. People don't really like to talk about it." He smiled bitterly. "One of the people who was killed was my mentor and sensei, Namikaze Akio. He and his family were going to the capital for vacation when the attack happened. While everyone else was killed, including Akio, they never found his son's body. Akira would be around 15 by now." Kushina stared at him in shock. "Why you thin?" Her voice broke and she cleared her throat. "You think it's possible the caravan leader is your long-lost cousin?" Minato groaned. "I don't know. Maybe. I mean, what are the chances? 1 in 100? Heck, probably even smaller than that. And Akira was only 4 when the attack happened. He wouldn't even remember his parents, much less me." Kushina leaned back and put her feet up on the table. She folded her arms over her chest and cocked an eyebrow. "This doesn't sound like the Namikaze we all know and annoy." She scowled. "What happened? Lose your nerve all of the sudden?" "Yes." Minato burst out. "Yes, I have. I mean, Kushina, just think of if you had a chance to make up with your parents, or to take care of your little brother. If you had the chance to say goodbye or I love you one more time." He stared at her desperately. "How would you feel?" Uzumaki stared at calmly him, her eyes hooded. In one swift movement she stood up from her chair and moved around the table to sit beside him. Her rough, scarred hands grabbed his. "I wouldn't waste it," she whispered quietly. "I wouldn't let myself wonder for all eternity." With that she got up silently, scooped up her orange jacket with the whirlpool insignia of the Uzumaki clan and walked away, leaving the silent man behind. She reached the door and paused, her hand just above the handle. "Just so you know, if you ever need me." She looked over at him. "My door's always open." Quirking a sad smile, she walked out pulling her fire engine red and orange jacket around her shoulders. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.